Good morning, everyone. We are going to go ahead and begin with a roll call because we do have two supervisors participating.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, and Supervisor Gorin.
Present. Sorry I'm not there with you. I have a horrible cold. Don't want to expose anybody.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Here.
Supervisor Corsi.
Here.
Supervisor Gore.
Here.
Chair Hopkins.
Present.
County Administrator Cheryl Bratton.
Here.
County Counsel Bob Pittman.
Here.
Thank you. Please note that Spanish translation is available in Zoom. To select translation services, please click the globe icon on the Zoom screen and select Spanish. If during any public comments, a commenter is speaking in Spanish, our English-speaking participants may go to the globe and select English to listen to the translation of the comment. I will now ask that a member of our translation team please share this message in Spanish.
Muy buenos días. Para escuchar la presentación de hoy o participar el día de hoy en español, por favor vayan a la parte inferior de su pantalla, seleccionen el globo terráqueo y allí escojan español. Y si escuchan una segunda voz allí, pueden silenciar el audio original. Gracias.
Thank you very much. So let's go ahead and begin with the flag salute. CEO Bratton, would you mind leading us in the flag salute on this first meeting of the new year?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty.
All right. And I also do want to say thank you to my colleagues, Supervisor Rabbit and Supervisor Gorin, for doing the right thing and staying home today since you are both feeling under the weather. It seems sort of, I mean, I hope this is not a harbinger of things to come in the new year, but certainly having about this percentage of the Board of Supervisors sick seems to be also what we are seeing in the community, unfortunately, right now. I don't know if there's anything that you wanted to add, Supervisor Rabbit or Gorin.
Well, I think it's a sign of the times, obviously. In normal times, pre-COVID times, I would probably be there with you, just not feeling 100%. But I think it's better for all of us, and of course, with COVID around, to, if you're not feeling well, to stay home. And that's what I had to do today, and I appreciate that. Have a test scheduled later.
And I want to echo Supervisor Rabbit's comments. I've had this cold. My granddaughter passed along a cold. The good news, I got to hug my granddaughter. The bad news is, oh, she was pretty germy. So I'm pretty sure it's just a cold, but like David, I'm looking for a testing site for COVID. And I'm being challenged. The first COVID test at Kaiser is next Monday. So I'll be talking about that a little later on when we have our COVID briefing.
Thank you very much. And thanks to both of you for doing the right thing, because it is really important that anyone who is not feeling 100% stay home. And so we all appreciate in the chambers you keeping us safe. And on a little lighter note, we also are grateful because we are currently down to one bathroom for all of the staff back here. So it's actually great to have you all there with your own facilities. So thank you for that as well. Okay. Just getting fully masked up in the chambers here. So with that, I would go ahead and ask the clerk of the board to please lead us forward in a roll call vote on the approval of the agenda. I do have a couple of notes to add, which is item 10A has been added to the consent calendar by addendum, and item 21A has been added to the regular calendar by addendum. And there is sort of an additional note for item 10A. The county has not yet received the signed side letter as to the in-response program premium, but has received verbal approval from the union and notice that it will be forthcoming. So therefore, when we get to that point, I will need a motion that the approval of item 10A and adoption of the resolution is contingent upon the receipt of a signed side letter of agreement for a 5% premium for behavioral health clinicians and behavioral health clinician interns for all hours worked on the in-response program. So, so that's just something that will be reiterated when we get to the point of the consent calendar. So with that, could we please have a roll call vote on the approval of the agenda as described?
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes, and Supervisor Hopkins, I just wanted to give a shout out to staff on the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, item number 4, and the Homeland Security Grant, item number 6. Two things we deliberated a lot and talked a lot about, and big benefits to our community. And on the consent calendar, I apologize, but just really good things to start the year off with. Thank you.
Great. And should I say aye?
Chair Hopkins.
There we go. Aye. All right. And so with that, we will be moving on to our first item here, which is actually prior to the consent calendar, and that is the selection of officers for 2022. And it is sort of tradition at the Board of Supervisors for the outgoing chair to say a few words looking back at the past year before we move into the forward-looking portion of the new year. And, I just want to share a few of the things that looking back, I am extraordinarily proud of, that every single person on this Board of Supervisors and really so many hundreds of people within county government have worked tirelessly to execute. And some of these things might seem like kind of boring, trivial, processy sorts of things, but for me, they're really important institutional improvements. And so I'm very proud that this year we have taken a critical and long overdue step towards language justice and actually having full Spanish translation available for the entire Board of Supervisor meeting, which I think is really critical and was a much overdue change. I'm also very proud of the steps that we've taken towards transparency in terms of actually having access to the full Board of Supervisors agenda, including all of the meeting materials ahead of time. That's something that sometimes wouldn't populate on a Friday before a Tuesday board meeting, which only left a weekend for the public and for the board members to review those critical documents. And so having access to that, having a lead time, also allows us to more sort of effectively hear from and engage with our community on the critical decisions and the votes that we cast on Tuesday. I'm also proud of our improvements to our calendaring process. We now have a process that's very collaborative in which every single member of the Board of Supervisors really approves that calendar, but then also does a check-in right halfway through to make sure that it's not just the chair and the vice chair kind of controlling the agenda, but actually a more teamwork approach where we all have a stake in what is coming before the board and we have opportunities to hear from the public about what matters to them and to ensure that that can get on our calendar as well. We've also tackled a lot of tough topics. And so I'm really proud of my colleagues for diving in and not shying away from these challenges. We tackled ARPA, which was, I think, the first time that we've engaged in such a deeply collaborative, equity-driven process for how to spend the millions of dollars that we are so fortunate to be able to allocate from the federal government. We've also done a lot of work on vegetation management, and I'm very proud of that work that is now moving forward. And I believe that so many of our rural communities, as well as our cities, will see tremendous benefits from the funding that was allocated from the PG&E settlement dollars back under Supervisor then Chairwoman Gorin's tenure, and then sort of implemented in real time throughout this year. We're also making progress towards fire consolidations, and I think a number of us are looking forward to January 25th, when we will have funding agreements come back before the full Board of Supervisors. I also want to give a quick shout out to the thousands of county employees who have served us tirelessly through disaster after disaster. And I would like to also thank personally CAO Bratton for her leadership, because it has not been an easy year. It has not been an easy 4 years. And it has just been one thing after another. We've been through fires, we've been through floods, we've been through a pandemic, and we're still in the pandemic, and we are still in flood season after being in a drought, and we are looking forward to another wildfire season about half a year from now. So these sorts of threats, they don't go away. And what makes a difference at the end of the day is when we have thousands of people coming together and working and rowing in the same direction to try to make a difference. And so that's what I'm really proud of, is the work of all of our county staff and our county leaders to try to make our community more safe and more resilient. So that's just my note of gratitude that I would like to sort of conclude my chairship on. And CEO Bratton, I wanted to ask if there was anything that you wanted to share, because I know that you, like me, have had so many sleepless nights through the vaccination campaigns, through the reshuffling of public health, and I'm just really grateful for your service to the entire county.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. As you mentioned, it really is the thousands of employees who come to work every day that are doing the work. So I feel very privileged to be in this position. I appreciate the board's confidence and trust, and I very much appreciate working with the board, the community, and the employees to persevere and get a lot of good work done. So thank you.
And are there any of my colleagues who want to share any reflections on the past year before we move forward into the selection of officers? Supervisor Gorin, then Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins, for your incredible leadership this past year. I know as the chair for last year, it is not easy serving as chair of the Board of Supervisors during the pandemic. This year, we'd hoped that we would be through with the pandemic, but no, now we're dealing with the surge of the Omicron variant and really concerned about adequate testing and vaccinations and boosters continuously. And knowing with anxiety, we don't know what the future is. I suspect we're going to be living with the variants and the booster shots for a long time to come. But hopefully we'll have more of our community signed up to receive those boosters, and we'll feel better about going out into public and maybe having to shed those masks again. But I also want to thank all of our incredible employees, especially the staff of the CAO's office, for leading so many of the initiatives that you greatly described. And also thank the community for their involvement in vegetation management, community preparedness, working with the county staff and with the supervisors. It is an entire village of Sonoma County, whether it's our great organization and employees or the community or the nonprofit organizations that continue to help us through both the pandemic, vegetation management, community preparedness, and rolling with the punches. They know how challenging it is, and they are stepping up to the plate to help community members weather the storms, literally, as well as figuratively. So we have so much to be proud of on this board and in this county. And I really want to thank Supervisor Corsi, newly elected, coming not without experience serving as the mayor of Santa Rosa, but blending right in and working so well with the board and understanding. Actually, it's taught me a few tricks of the trade in advocating for county services. So and again, it is supervisors, helping staff, and vice versa. And thank you so much for just a few minutes to say fond farewell, maybe not so fond farewell to 2021, and hello 2022. Let's hope it's a new year filled with brightness.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much. And I echo all the comments made regarding staff and the tireless work that they've had to put in. I think there's a certain amount of exhaustion out there in general, just because of really for our county, since 2017 and the wildfires, it's been one thing after another. Wildfires, floods, pandemic, and here we are. But yet through all that, staff kept plugging away and doing the good work that we knew they were going to do. I want to applaud our outgoing chair. I think, Linda, you have one speed, and that's 110%. You're all in, incredibly hardworking. You're dedicated and thoughtful, and you brought that to your role as chair, and that's really no surprise. So I thank you for that. And thank you for your work as well for facilitating our meetings so well. I know that you and I serving on the EMS and fire ad hoc, two pretty complicated items that are still kind of maneuvering through the processes. I see it firsthand all the time, and I'm very appreciative to have you as a colleague, and I do appreciate the work that you've done as chair this year in challenging times as we go forward. So thank you for that.
And on that note, I know the other supervisors want to chime in, but it is traditional that the board present a gift to the outgoing chair. I volunteered to organize the gift package. It's going to be wonderful. You will love it. And I'm not going to reveal it because I'm not there yet, but we will give it to you very shortly.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, Happy New Year. And I'll start by Happy New Year and gratitude to our chair, our outgoing chair. With all honesty, you know, we live in messy times, as we've talked about. We can explain all of those, but at the same time, we talk about fires, floods, pandemic, as you've often said. I know from your first day in office, you were out evacuating people and homeless individuals from a flood on the lower Russian River right when you got elected. Is that I've heard you a couple times, and I've always quoted you when I said it, but bring on the locusts if they come. But outside of that, we've had other messy things. We've had to live with first a completely digital world, which was very difficult. And Supervisor Gorin, you leading us through that paralysis where basically COVID took over everything. And then we're now living in this hybrid world, and you have ushered us in to be able to take kind of the paralysis that we had where COVID dominated everything to a year where we really got a lot done. Our goal at the end of the day, no matter what, I look at the five of us and everybody I honor for the fact that they're all in this for the right reason. We're all focused on getting stuff done for our community, and being the chair in a time of this and facilitating it with staff and with others to make sure that these board meetings, no matter how long they are, no matter how messy they get, that we ultimately get to a resolution. And it's it's personally difficult, it's professionally difficult. I honor not just us turning the page into this new year, but I also honor that we all come into this as not just supervisors, but staff and department heads and others. As Supervisor Rabbit said, a little bit exhausted, hopefully refreshed over the holidays, a little bit bruised, a little bit scraped. But at the same time, common purpose and doing good for our community is what defines us. It always has. In my 8 years on the board, we have had a lot of scrapes and dust ups and bruises and other things with a lot of us. And so I just honor the fact that you've taken us from a place where we were paralyzed into a really proactive year where we've spent more money than we ever have as a county, and at the same time gotten more angst because of it. You know, you think you'd love to have at the beginning of your year as chair a couple $100 million to spend to facilitate with a board, and that would be good news. But the reality is as we know, is more money, more problems, and more issues. And so, it's steadfast. And here we are. So thank you. West County and the county are stronger because of your leadership. And here we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Corsi?
Thank you. Just very briefly, I also want to thank our thousands of coworkers who have put in great work for this organization under very difficult circumstances for not just the past year, but obviously multiple years and coming years. There's more work to do. Chair Hopkins, I want to congratulate and thank you on a job well done in this past year, also under difficult circumstances. And to all of us, looking forward to moving on into the new year.
Thank you very much. And I just want to echo all of my colleagues' gratitude one last time as chair to all of our county employees, because truly, we're the ones who are out there, with our name and our photos in the paper, but we can do absolutely nothing without the thousands of employees who show up every day and who did show up every day through the pandemic, also changing their jobs abruptly to respond to those fires and floods, to respond to the pandemic, going virtual when they need to go virtual, and other employees who never stopped coming to work because their jobs demanded in-person attendance. So thank you to every single employee of the county and all of the leaders at the county who have worked so tirelessly over this past year. So with that, we will go ahead and turn to the future, which is the selection of officers for 2022. And I do want to share some information and also sort of an explanation of process going forward of how we are going to handle the nominations. On December 13th, I received a text message from Supervisor Corsi that let me know that he did not plan to serve as the chair of the board for 2022. Because this message was sent in violation of the Brown Act and because serial meetings constituting a quorum were held outside of an open meeting, we're going to take a slightly different approach to chair, vice chair, and chair pro tem nominations today. We do owe it to the public to have this conversation in public because the public deserves to hear deliberations regarding who should be the next chair of the board. So this discussion should represent an attempt to meet the spirit of the Brown Act and to cure any violations that occurred prior to this meeting. So that said, rather than sort of the traditional way, which is that someone nominates someone else to serve in these roles, I will ask that those who are interested in serving as chair to go ahead and step forward and make statements as to their interest in that position. We can then take public comment and then we can discuss this matter together as a board. And it's my personal hope that we will come to a full consensus as to who the next chair of the Board of Supervisors will be. So I know that this is always difficult. I know that there have been some instances recently in other cities where these conversations happening in public can be awkward. But I really believe that all of us have the best interest of the county at heart. And I think that whoever we choose to serve as the chair of the board next year will do an absolutely excellent job. So I would ask my colleagues who is interested in serving in that role. Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, Chair Hopkins, I appreciate your time and leaning in on this issue. We are in crazy times. I think when you refer to Brown Act, it's also an interesting one because every year we have this approach which we rotate chairships, and when it's a fait accompli. I was talking with our county council about this before in the last couple of days. When it's a fait accompli, as in it's a done deal, then we also sit every year, and the incoming chair who comes in sits with every board member and talks about the assignments and what they're going to do because it's a known issue, right? And goes through those. So I also had a conversation, and I want to be open about this with that I saw it more as and I talked with our county council about this more as an announcement as opposed to a deliberation, but that's how I took it. And so I had a conversation as coming through this year as me being the vice chair and Supervisor Corsi being the chair. And up until probably June, July, September, we had collaborative conversations about, just working together not June, July, from then onward as the chair and the vice chair as we transition. He talked to me about his decision to request that we switch, and I'll let him speak to that in any way that he wants. I am ready to step in if that's the will of the board. I see it as my colleague Supervisor Rabbit has always said, this position is really the first of equals, not even the first. It's, as you've often said this last year, it's even though you're the first one to lead the meeting, you're the last one to speak on an issue and the last one to vote, which is the ultimate irony of it. So I look forward to honoring whatever the conversation is. But once again, I appreciate all of my colleagues and feel that we have common purpose moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Rabbit and then Supervisor Corsi.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate the comments, and I appreciate kind of the cure in process here as well. The county, I think, obviously the county is very important to all of us. The county as an institution as well. And if it is the pleasure of the board, I'd be more than happy to serve as chair. Having been chair for 3 years, those years, while challenging in their own right, were marked by, I believe, steady leadership. I want to do what's best for our board and for our county organization. And I do believe at this particular point in time, calm, steady leadership is what I believe is what we need at this hour. And 4 years ago, we did switch at the request of Supervisor Gore, the order of chair. And so, I don't know if it's ever a fait accompli, but there was precedent for that as well. And as I've always said, the center seat really just facilitates the meeting and makes sure that everyone is heard. And actually, it's a time when you take a back seat to promoting any policy just to make sure that the board's policy as a whole is brought forward. I think that's very important. It's probably why I think I'm chair of 6 different entities right now. I think that my peers see that. And I do believe, I've said this before, the the board rises and falls together. It's viewed by the vast majority of the public in that vein. We are the largest employer in the county. Our workforce, again, have worked tirelessly, and I believe they also deserve that kind of leadership going forward as well. So again, if it's the pleasure of the board, I just want to do the right thing. But I'd be remiss if I didn't say that, no, yeah, I think I can do that job this particular year. And I think it would be, the timing would be well suited to that. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Corsi?
I think it's apparent that it's been a difficult time for this board over the past 2 months or so. And I've been in the middle of that for various reasons. And on December 13th, I made a decision to, in the best interest of the board and of the county organization, to defer my turn as chair of the board. I let the county administrator know that on the morning of December 13th. And I spoke to Supervisor Gore on the morning of the 13th and let him know that too. Supervisor Hopkins brings up a violation of the Brown Act, and I want to acknowledge that. When I make a mistake, I own it, and I made a mistake that morning. In response to a text from Supervisor Hopkins asking why I had canceled a meeting with her to talk about board assignments in the coming year, I told her that I was not going to seek the chair position on the board this year. As soon as I sent that text message, I realized that having already spoken to one supervisor about this, that telling Supervisor Hopkins that news, I had violated the Brown Act, and I sent her another text acknowledging that. I don't hide from that mistake. As I said, I'll own it. As to whether I believe I can do the job of chair, yes, I can. My intention is not to make this a political decision here. I mean, I know that the chair of the board is decided by the majority of the board, and it will be today as it always is. But my intention was not to make this a political situation. My intention was and is to lower the temperature of the Board of Supervisors right now. I hope we can do that. I hope we can continue to do that.
Supervisor Gorin?
I appreciate all of the comments made. I met with Supervisor Corsi in December talking about potential appointments for me for the upcoming year. And at that time, he indicated that maybe he was not going to be chair. He's not going to serve as chair. I tried to encourage him then and in a couple of other conversations to rethink that decision, because I think he would make an incredible chair and make great contributions, as he has shown with his advocacy and effectiveness over the past year. But clearly his mind is made up, and he feels it's better to take another year to prepare for the role of chair. And I respect that. And I thank you, Chris, for that deep-seated thinking about what's best for the board, what's best for you, what's best for the county, as you always do. So that doesn't disappoint me at all. I really want to thank Supervisor Gore and Rabbit for stepping up. And Supervisor Gore is actually in the position of pro tempore, so he's in the line of succession. I am not going to be asking to have you elect me as chair. I served the year before last and took a little pause to finish my rebuild this year. It's almost done, but I'm not quite ready to step into leadership. I think we have two great people, two great supervisors willing to step up to the plate. And I agree with Supervisor Rabbit that there has been precedent set for this action previously. And in my tenure of the board, Supervisor McGuire asked Supervisor Rabbit to switch because he was considering the run for the state senate. And so there was that precedent that year. We could have had a rotational challenge, perhaps with Efren Carrillo, Supervisor Carrillo, but we chose to nominate him and elect him, and he served with distinction as chair of the board that year. I want to suggest that I've said pretty strongly I will not be running for election. I will be divorced if I do. Just kidding. But if the rotation falls in line, my seat as first district supervisor will be in rotation for the chair the first year of elections. So we're going to have that discussion again about altering a rotation process for serving as chair. And I'm aware of that, and a successor that might be elected into office should be aware of that. But I'm anxious. I'm anxious to see how the chair of the board, the current chair of the board, Supervisor Hopkins, you want this process to unroll. I'm prepared to offer a nomination and thank both of my colleagues for their incredible leadership as chairs over the years. And I look forward to the further discussion.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. And I am going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to turn to my colleagues, David and James, and just ask, can you two have a conversation and figure it out? Who is sort of, are you going to switch again like you did last time? Is there an opportunity for you two to work it out so that then we can all support your decision? I'm just going to throw that out there. I know it's tough. I know it's a tough conversation. I know it's a tougher conversation to have in public, but I would look to David and James, and I'm using your first names on purpose because we are all people. We are all friends here. And I'm just going to throw it over to you. Ball's in your court, David or James. That awkward pause of who's going to jump in first, right?
Well, I'll go ahead and just say, obviously this today is this is a reflection of the Brown Act. I have not talked to, I've talked to the chair regarding this particular issue, but avoided talking to anyone else. And I'll admit here, sitting here, it would have been nice to kind of have this all figured out before we sat down. That would have been ideal, but it doesn't work that way, and we know that. And there is that, there are those precedents there. And it wasn't just the switch that now State Senator McGuire and I had. It was also a switch, I believe it was 4 years ago, where we switched rotation, and I let James go first. So again, what I said from the beginning, I have such a strong feeling for the leadership of the county that I would be remiss not to put my name in the mix. Mm-hmm. I will also, I want to have a good year going forward, a more unified year. I want us to get our work done in a way that people see as exemplary. And I want us to put our best foot forward. And as I said before to my colleagues, set ourselves up for success, not failure, and make sure that we're all moving forward in that same vein. So I will do whatever the board wants to do in that, and we'll be happy either way. But I also know myself that had I not put my name out there, I would be probably kicking myself in the next couple of months or thereabouts. So again, it's a Brown Act issue, and this is how we have to figure it out, especially when the rotation shifts as it has. In years past, those changes were made between two and very quickly without much controversy or discussion.
I appreciate that. I also like that we're having this conversation. Even for some, it might seem awkward, but we have seen over the last 2 to 3 weeks multiple examples of other councils having issues and it getting dysfunctional because there wasn't, even though we always talk about the inherent messiness with the Brown Act, that you are supposed to talk about this stuff with the public in public, is that, my goal is the same as Supervisor Rabbit's. It's stability, it's healing for the organization, And I honor that. And, and at the same time, for me, my conversations coming into this were leading up with, especially with Supervisor Corsi, about chair and vice chair and about what we were doing. So I was looking at this as, I just want to be very clear, as a switch, as myself going into the chair position, Supervisor Corsi going into the vice chair position, Supervisor Rabbit staying in the pro tem position. And I think that's, I mean, to me, that's the right way to go forward. So, I once again, will of the board. We've had a lot of votes and a lot of different things. No matter how it lays out, I'm happy to either step back or step forward, but I want to put it out to the board.
Great. And I do realize that we have not actually taken public comment. And so I would say that sort of before a nomination, we should allow the members of the public to comment on this. Supervisor Corsi?
I'll wait until after public comment.
Okay. So why don't we go ahead then and open this up to members of the public. And I'll see first if there are any members of the public in person who wish to speak on this item, the selection of officers for 2022. Seeing none, I would go ahead and see if Marcy is there ready to take public comment via Zoom. Thank you, Marcy.
Thank you. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad if you would like to comment on this section of today's agenda, which is the nomination of the chair and vice chair and chair pro tem for the 2022 calendar year. And thank you. There are no hands.
All right. So with that, I will go ahead and bring it back to the board. And Supervisor Corsi had wished to speak.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments that have been made by my colleagues this morning, particularly the comments around transparency, the importance of the Brown Act, the importance of doing this in public. So I think that we need to do this in public. We need to have a chair. We need to make a decision as a group. And respectfully, I don't think that the decision, gets made as a conversation in the hall between two supervisors. I think it needs to be done here now as a group. And I nominate Supervisor Gore as chair.
I will second that nomination, not because it is anything personal, because I think both of the candidates are excellent and have produced stability and healing to the board in previous years. But Supervisor Gore does serve as the pro tem now, so I err on sort of the line of succession, if you will. So I second that nomination.
All right. With that, I would ask for a roll call vote on the selection of chair, and then we will move on to vice chair.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. So with that, my job is done, and I am going to hand the gavel. I think this is how it works, dude. I don't actually hit things. I mean, that's my style of chairing. You're welcome to hit things if you want. I think we can't with our electrical equipment at this point. It's going to take a little longer.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Hopkins, or immediate past Chair Hopkins. Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit, Corsi, Gorin. Just going to move on with the order of business. So the second item is the discussion of the rest of the slate, I would call it. Just for folks, process-wise, I think Supervisor Hopkins knows this. I mean, I remember the first time that I joined the board, and I was the only one who was, as the new board member, I was the only one who did not have a position of either being the current chair, being the incoming chair, being the vice chair, or being the chair pro tem. So I was asked by the clerk or at the CAO at the time to be the one to look at the motion or whatever it was. It's a funny thing to have everybody lined up and figure out where you go with it. But the two others, and maybe we can look at those as one motion, is the vice chair and the chair pro tem. I want to open it up to discussion. I see Supervisor Gorin leaning in. I don't know if there's anybody else, so I'll pass it over to you first.
Thank you, Chair Gore, the other G on the board. I would like to move forward without further discussion, the nomination of Chris Corsi as Vice Chair and David Rabbit as Pro Tem to fill the slate of the board.
And I'm going to, even though you did that, I want to allow for a few comments before we second that. So I'm going to go around to the board. I'm going to start.
And, I would like to be able to sort of second and support this motion. But before I do, I have a question for my colleague, which is, will you take my phone calls and will you meet with me? Because in good conscience, I cannot cast a vote for someone who refuses to speak to me outside of public meetings. And I think it's really important that the leadership of the county, meaning the chair and vice chair, actually maintain professional relationships with every single member of the Board of Supervisors, because otherwise it becomes very difficult to get our business done. I'm not asking for us to be best friends, although I'm still have that invitation open for a beer. But I am asking for you to respond to my phone calls and my voicemails and my text messages, which you have avoided for the past month and a half, Chris.
Actually, you just a few minutes ago talked about the text message exchange we had just 2 or 3 weeks ago. So it has been less time than that. The last time we spoke on the phone, at which I called to offer you help in what we thought at the time were the new districts. You chastised me as being a bad colleague. I don't want to be a bad colleague to you or anyone. As I said earlier, I'm trying to lower the temperature here. I would very much welcome an improved relationship with you, Linda, and I hope we can work on that.
So is that a yes, we can talk on the phone, and yes, you'll respond to my text messages, Chris? Because that was the one text message you sent to me, and I sent you many asking just to speak, just to have a human to human conversation, because I think that's so important.
It's a yes.
Thank you, Chris.
Any other comments from the board? Or do I want to go back to Supervisor Hopkins? You said that, I just mean, I don't know if it doesn't look like Supervisor Rabbit has something to add right now. You said you would like to second that or do that based on this. Do you want to second it or do you want me or somebody else to do it?
I will second that motion.
Okay. So our nominations are moved and seconded. I believe we already went to public comment for this entire item and there was no comments. So I think we're good. I'm looking down at County Council. It would have been just general comments for the entire area. So we're going to go to a roll call vote.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes, not Chair Hopkins anymore, though.
Yeah. Okay. So moving on to our next item, we're going to go to consent calendar. No, right? Geez, now I'm going to actually have to do an okay job. You know what I'd like to do is I'd like to take a 5-minute break, come back, let everybody use the one restroom that we do have that's working, I guess. Supervisor Hopkins informed me that we have a leak in the restroom today. And I want to also bring us back. So we'll go through our resolutions, through the consent calendar, get onto our regular item and lead us into the afternoon. And I want to acknowledge, that we're in a place where, just like the rest of our community, we're striving forward in spite of chaotic times. So love and respect to everybody out there. And we're going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Gore, we are ready to resume. Sorry, just one moment. We're not hearing you in the chambers and Zoom.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Colleagues, I want to go back to item number 1. So there were 4 different resolutions that we needed to approve. We dealt with the first one, item A, which is adoption of a resolution appointing the chair, vice chair, and chairports pro tem for 2022 for the Board of Supervisors, Directors, and Commissioners. I would also like to move now to a vote for items B, C, and D together as one vote, which is adoption of a resolution naming the officers of the County of Sonoma Public Financing Corporation and the resolution naming the officers of the County of Sonoma Public Financing Authority, as well as the naming the officers of the Sonoma County Water and Wastewater Financing Authorities. So unless there's any discussion from my colleagues, I don't think there is or really should be. We're kind of looking around. These follow along as our duties as a roll call vote on that.
You want a motion on those?
I don't need them. I'll just go straight to
Okay.
a vote.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Yes.
Chair Gore.
Yes. Okay, moving on. It has remarks from the incoming chair listed here. I am going to back off of that and just say that it's all been said here today. We're moving forward. I want to thank this succession of all of us and the goal, as was espoused earlier on, of really all these positions as being, as Supervisor Rabbit said, we rise and fall is how we do business as a board. And I want to reflect on really our ability to do that is dependent upon our department heads, our managers through SCAMC and the group meetings we've had, and as referenced by Supervisor Hopkins and the others, the amazing thousands of employees. And I just want to finish by honoring the fact that we took a vote in the ARPA allocation to put hazard pay towards our employees to honor their work. And they're the only ones who are going to dictate how we move out of this chaos in these chaotic times. So I want to honor that that's there, and we're still discussing permanent policies and interim policies surrounding telework and other things that deal with the future of our organization, the future of work. And with that said, I want to move us over to the consent calendar. And with the consent calendar, we've already approved the agenda, but I'm going to open up the consent calendar for public comment. And then at that time, I'm also going to read before, when we take a vote, we'll vote on items 1 through 19, and we'll take a separate vote for item number 10A. I'll read that into the record once more. So public comments, Marcy, on consent calendar.
Thank you, Chair Gore. And we can also just let anyone who is in physical attendance know that this is the time to comment on the consent calendar items before the board. If you are in Zoom and would like to comment, if you could please raise your hand in the app or press *9 on your phone keypad if you are a phone-in attendee. And just for clarification, are we taking comment on 10A as well right now or separately when the item is voted on?
Go ahead, Council Pittman.
Through the chair, we should take a vote separately on 10A because that is a different vote than we will take on the rest of the consent calendar.
Thank you. This is exclusive of 10A. And there are no hands for comments.
Okay. I will take these as completely separate items. So coming back to the board, looking for a roll call vote on the consent calendar.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Yes.
Chair Gore.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Moving over to the second part of the consent calendar, item 10A. We received the following item 10A. It's been added to the approval of the agenda. I'm going to read this into the record once more. For item 10A, the county has not yet received the signed side letter as to the in-response program premium, but has received verbal approval from the union and notice that it will be forthcoming. Therefore, I need a motion that approval of item 10A and adoption of the resolution is contingent upon receipt of a signed side letter of agreement for a 5% premium for behavioral health clinicians and behavioral health clinician interns for all hours worked on the in-response program. I will take a motion on this item.
I so move. Susan Gorin.
Marcy?
Supervisor Gorin.
Wait, excuse me. Sorry about that. I'll go to public comment.
Thank you very much. If anyone is in attendance in person, please line up to make comment in chambers. And if anybody would like to comment in Zoom, if you can please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. And, not seeing any commenters in Zoom.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll go to that vote.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Yes.
Chair Gore.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Now we're on from the consent calendar item. We're over to our regular calendar, our morning regular calendar. Item number 20 is Human Services Department appointee of retiree extra help. I'd like to pass it over to Angela Struckman, our Director of Human Services. Angela?
Good morning, CAO Bratton and members of the board. Happy New Year to everybody. I'm here to request approval to bring back Tessa Svensson to Human Services as an Accountant 3 retiree extra help to fill a critical need in my department, and this is within 180 days of her retirement. Ms. Svensson worked in Human Services for 14 years and was our expert in filing the county expense claim to the California Department of Social Services. And this is the mechanism by which we bring in approximately 66% of our annual revenue. This expense claim is submitted quarterly, and this draws down state and federal dollars for our programs. And prior to Ms. Svensson's retirement, she was training someone to take over responsibility for filing our expense claim. However, unfortunately, this employee decided to leave county employment shortly before Ms. Svensson retired. And so our succession planning sort of fell apart at that moment. We now have identified another employee in Human Services to be trained in this expense claim. This is a crucial need for us because the current expense claim ending in December is due January 20th. And in order to realize our full revenues from the state and federal government, we have to make sure that this claim is filed accurately and brings in all of that revenue that we need for our programs. So we are asking to have Ms. Svensson come back to help us file this claim from the last quarter, and also to continue to train our new employee so that she learns how to do the claim on our behalf and again, realize our revenues from state and federal government. So that's sort of it in a nutshell. Thank you for your consideration of bringing back Ms. Svensson, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Angela. Director Struckman, it's great to see you in high health as you lead the Human Services Department and in vigor as we move into this new year. So appreciate you and your well wishes to start our meeting. And I'm going to move it over to see if any board members have questions or comments. Okay, I'm going to move over to public comment on item number 20. Doesn't look like we have anybody here in the chambers. Marcy, over to virtual.
Please raise your hand in the Zoom app if you would like to comment on item number 20 on today's agenda. And thank you. There are no hands for comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Bringing this back to the board and looking for a motion to approve.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Moved, seconded by Supervisor Gorin. Roll call vote. Marcy?
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Yes.
Chair Gore.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move over to a little bit meatier item. We have item number 21, COVID-19 emergency response update. Lots been going on. We have presenting this item, Interim Director Tina Rivera of Health Services, and in quite a crew with her. So Tina, I'm going to pass it over to you, and you can facilitate introductions as needed. And we're anticipating about an hour for this item, including all elements. So we'll lead you forward, but let's do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Gore. Thank you, members of the board. We're here to present our COVID update. Joining me is Dr. Sundry Mace, our County Health Officer, Catherine Pack, our Health Program Manager, Dr. Irmila Shinde, serving as our Vaccine Chief, and Paul Gullickson, our Communications Manager. We may have Dr. Leslie Kimura in the audience, and Marcy, if you see her, or if Dr. Leslie Kimura, if you wouldn't mind raising your hand so we can promote you as a panelist. She'll be able to assist us in answering any questions if the board so chooses to ask with regard to testing. We can also address those questions as well. With that, I'll turn it on over to Dr. Sundry Mace, who will begin our presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you and congratulations, Chair Gore. It's nice to be able to present the update on COVID-19, the end of the new year. Let me share my screen. Are you able to see this? Okay. Okay, fantastic. All right, so where are we here in 2022? Well, as you can see, our case rates have gone up. Currently, as of yesterday, our case rate was 44.6 new cases per 100,000 residents per day. However, we are closer now to 50. We're actually at 49.9 new cases per 100,000 per day. Our overall test positivity is 9.5% as of yesterday, and actually 11.7% as of today. And the test positivity in the lower HPI quartile, 9.9%. The good news is we still have 29 people hospitalized. Last year at this time, our case rates were similar. Our test positivity was a little bit lower, but we had 104 people hospitalized with COVID-19. Now we are a little earlier in our increase in case rate at this time than we were last year. So we're not sure where those hospitalizations are going to go. At this point then, we are in that watch and wait. 98 people have died from COVID-19 since July 1st. And we have had drastically reduced deaths. Now, if you take a look at the Sonoma County case rate by vaccination status, you can see that the unvaccinated population, again, has a much higher case rate than the vaccinated population. So 84 new cases per 100,000 per day for our unvaccinated, 35.7 new cases per day per 100,000 amongst the vaccinated. And if you take a look at case rate trends by racial ethnic group, you'll see that case rates have increased specifically amongst the Black African American population in December. Case rates were higher in that population, followed by white, Latinx, and Asian residents. We are doing a lot of testing. Our total tests per day actually are about where we've been even last year at this time. This is only PCR testing. So we are actually not counting antigen tests that are being performed. A lot of people are getting antigen tests and being able to perform them at home this year. We are conducting approximately 500 tests per 100,000 residents per day, 7-day average and 7-day lag. And I just wanted to note that if you, for members of the public, that if you are doing the antigen test at home, you should report any positive to our hotline. And the number is 707-565-4667. Once again, 707-565-4667 for reporting any positive antigen tests that are done at home. Again, with source of infection, we are seeing the gatherings, as we've always seen, have accounted for the greatest number of cases with a known source of infection. In fact, gatherings are now accounting for about 50% of cases with known source of infection. And of course, household contact, community exposure, and travel are also reasons why we're seeing cases. If you take a look at us compared to state and regional case rates, we are similar to the state and the Bay Area. As you can see here, California is in the blue. The Bay Area health officers, the Bay Area counties, that is, are in sort of the orange, and Sonoma County is in the green. We are seeing a very sharp increase in cases throughout the state. And it's likely due to this highly transmissible Omicron variant that is now the dominant strain in California. In fact, we've gone from a case rate of 27 to 50 new cases per day per 100,000 within the last week. And this data has changed. We actually now have identified 59 Omicron cases sequenced in Sonoma County, and we'll probably be identifying a lot more Omicron if the nation and the state are any gauge of what we'll be seeing. However, booster doses are still really important, and anybody who's eligible who hasn't gotten their booster should do so at this time. Immunity does wane 6 months after the second dose. That's what we're seeing. In other words, you're not protected by the first and second doses of vaccines that you got if you got the mRNA vaccines or the J&J vaccine either. And so we are observing a steep increase, as you can see, in post-vaccination infection. In other words, cases that are occurring in people who got the first and second doses of the mRNA vaccines or the first dose of the J&J vaccine. While case rates, as you saw before, remain highest among unvaccinated, we're seeing outbreaks among fully vaccinated individuals. In fact, we've had a couple of examples of fully vaccinated cohorts of people where 50% of the attendees became infected. And it's largely due to the Omicron variant that we're seeing these outbreaks in the fully vaccinated. I still want to note, though, that a vaccine outcomes suggests that getting your vaccination, or your booster, if you're eligible, or vaccinated if you're unvaccinated, is still the most important thing you can do to protect yourself. Unvaccinated individuals are 3.1 times more likely to be infected, 14.4 times more likely to be hospitalized, and 14 times more likely to die from COVID still in our county at this time. And this trend is being seen throughout the state and nationwide. Again, here's an example of the importance of booster doses. This is some modeling from the state of California that around Omicron specifically to look at hospitalization. And one second, we go back to this. So currently we are in or around scenario 1 with about 52% of our eligible population getting boosters. And if that were the case, we are going to see for the modeling a pretty big surge in hospitalizations. However, if we were able to vaccinate more people with boosters by March, if we get to 81% of the population boosted, you can see that we'll see a much lower number of hospitalizations. And of course, if we can get 95% of the eligible population with boosters, then we're going to see much less a number of hospitalizations. So again, this is another example of how important it is right now to get boosters if you're eligible. Get a booster dose. So let me now, let me just go through this. So as I said, 52% of the currently eligible 16 plus population have received their booster doses, and 64% of those over age 50 have received their booster doses. And you can see by the HPI quartiles, the breakdown of the proportion that have booster doses. So it varies from 44% in HPI 1 to 58% in HPI 4. And as you can see, as far as our race and ethnicity, this is the breakdown, the multiracial, non-Hispanic leading at 62%, the white population at 59%, Asian 65%, so on and so forth. So this is the distribution of booster doses by race. Let me give a quick update on the state and local health orders. There are state vaccine mandates that have been updated to require booster doses when eligible. This latest mandate from the state requires those who are highest at risk. That would be healthcare workers, people who work in adult care facilities, direct care workers, correctional facilities, workers, that is healthcare workers, and detention center healthcare staff must receive a booster shot by February 1st, 2022, or within 15 days after becoming eligible, if they're not eligible yet, by February 1st. And in that interim period, those people who have not gotten boosters are being required to test at least twice weekly with either test, antigen or PCR. We do have some local health order updates for Sonoma County. We do have an order requiring workers in schools to be vaccinated and when eligible boosted or to test twice per week, effective February 1st. We also have an order for personnel in law enforcement, fire, EMS, pharmacies, dental office workers, and temporary disaster shelter workers to also be vaccinated and when eligible boosted, or if not fully updated with their vaccinations, test twice per week, effective February 1st. We have rescinded the exemption to the face covering order for fully vaccinated stable cohorts effective December 29th. This is because of Omicron and the outbreaks that we are seeing even among fully vaccinated stable cohorts of individuals, like those who work together in offices or those in gyms, that kind of thing, that have the same group meeting fully vaccinated. We're still seeing outbreaks. And lastly, sorry about that, there are some strong recommendations that have been put out, strong recommendations for all employers in the county to require workers to provide proof of full vaccination, including a booster if eligible, or show proof of at least twice weekly testing with either an antigen test or a PCR test. In addition, employers should consider requiring employees who are not vaccinated or haven't received their booster, if they're eligible, to wear FDA cleared or approved surgical masks or respirators in indoor work settings, because we do know that these kinds of masks are more protective than cloth facial coverings at this time. So I'm going to turn this over now to our vaccine chief, Dr. Urmila Shende, for the last part of the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Mace. Good morning. So I'd like to give you an update on where we are with our vaccinations. So at this point, we are at 77% of our eligible population, which is those who are over the age of 5, who are fully vaccinated, with an additional 8% who are partially vaccinated. So 85% of our Sonoma County population has received at least one dose of vaccine. We still have 15% who remain unvaccinated. It has been wonderful to see over the last couple of weeks that there has been continued and even increased demand for first and second doses for people who are unvaccinated, and as well as significant interest in booster vaccines. So to accommodate that increased demand, we have requested and received increased staffing from the state at no cost to the county. And that will enable us to be able to continue to meet this demand and to continue our progress in vaccinating Sonoma County. So next slide, please. So in terms of our age breakdown, our newest eligible population, the 5 to 11-year-olds, currently are at 36% at least partially vaccinated, with 20.8% fully vaccinated. We continue to meet this population with a number of school clinics, in addition to all of the vaccine clinics that have been set up through primary care providers' offices, Kaiser, Sutter, as well as Providence. But we will continue to have 3 to 4 clinics per week at designated schools with equity criteria in mind, and that will continue through the month of January and February. We're currently in the second dose phase of those vaccination clinics, and we will be moving on to another round within the next week or two. And these clinics, I would like to add, are not only available for the students in these schools, but also their families for first and second doses, as well as boosters. We can see that we continue to have a little less vaccination rate in our 12 to 15-year-old population, with 64%. As we get to the 35 and up, we see a significant improvement, 84% or higher who are fully vaccinated. So the proportion ranges from 20% to 93% in our most elderly population. Next slide, please. In terms of race and ethnicity, we do see that on the left-hand side, the proportion of the 5 to 11 population who've had at least one dose ranges from 48, almost 49% amongst the Native Hawaiian population, down to 21% of the Black and African American. We can see those three lowest groups, the American Indian, as well as Latinx, as well as the African American population, all have less than 30% of their population who have had at least one dose. On the right side, we see a similar disparity in that the white population represents a larger percentage of those who are receiving doses compared to their representation in the population. And same, and then the opposite of that for the Latinx. The Latinx population is roughly 40% of our population, but they've only received roughly 22% of the doses. So we continue to work on these equity issues. Again, we have picked schools in specifically trying to address these disparities, and we will continue to do so to try and achieve improved parity. Next slide, please. And once again, we can see that there's a smaller proportion of our Latinx, American Indian, and multiracial residents who are fully vaccinated compared to other groups. And again, we will continue our efforts to try and improve this. Next slide, please. And then finally, in terms of vaccine equity measures, currently 25% of the doses have been administered to residents in the lowest quartile. 76% of the residents in the 5+ quartile are at least partially vaccinated, and 7% partially vaccinated. So when we compare that to quartile 4, we see that 79% are fully vaccinated versus 7%. So there remains about a 10% gap between quartile 1 and 4. And again, we will continue to work hard to try and improve these rates. And I believe that's the last slide for the vaccine effort. Thank you.
Chair Gore, at this time, we'll turn it back over to you and the board for questions and comments and feedback.
Thank you very much, Director Rivera and crew. Appreciate your time. I want to first pass it around to Board of Supervisors for questions, comments. Go ahead, Supervisor Hopkins. Get to go first.
Thank you. So I know that Dr. Mace, you and I have talked about this, but I wanted to just check in with respect to vaccination access for kids who are under the age of 12 and just sort of share a little bit of my personal story, which is that I actually have a hard time finding vaccines for my 6-year-old and 9-year-old. And we did go to the Roseland Clinic and awesome staff, wonderful facility. High demand right now because it's one of the few places that is actually offering that service. And so, you know, and I've heard this from some other folks as well, that sometimes people are waiting in line outside while it's very cold and raining, which is, you know, not really great for kids. I had the classic mom experience of the second that we get there, 2 out of the 3 of the children had to immediately use the restroom, which wasn't, you know, meant getting out of line, right? And then asking someone hopefully to hold our spot in the long line. So just wanted to check in regarding access, because I will say that as a Sutter patient, I have been very disappointed in the vaccine access. I've been trying to get my kids a vaccine through their primary care provider and through the Sutter system ever since they became available. And they just don't really have anything locally. And I actually heard from some of my physician friends at Sutter that they actually had to go elsewhere to get their own children vaccinated. So how are we doing in terms of access? And are there ways of supporting parents to more easily vaccinate their children? Because I really do feel that it's just one of those challenging things to do as a working parent. How do you juggle it? How do you squeeze it in? You don't want to have to pull your kid out of school. You know, what's the timing? And then if you go and you're confronted with a really long line in the freezing cold and the rain, you might just say, you know what, not going to do it today. And we don't want people to reach that conclusion. So any thoughts on increasing access, particularly for that younger age cohort?
Yeah, thank you for bringing this up. We realize that this is an issue, and it's wonderful that there's increased demand. We have had limited supply. So to that end, we have had made some changes. So for one thing, the Rohnert Park Clinic now does vaccines for children aged 5 to 11 all day. They're open Tuesday through Saturday, so that's one opportunity. As you mentioned, the Roseland Clinic in Southwest Santa Rosa also does vaccinate this younger age group. And they are also open Tuesday through Saturday. In addition, we do have our school clinics, and we're going to be expanding capacity of those clinics with the state staff that will be coming in. And we will be continuing those clinics going forward. So those are some ways that we were hoping that we can help to meet that demand. In addition, we are looking into establishing a couple of some fixed sites for the weekends. That's in the works, and we hope that's going to both help meet the demand for the younger age group as well as for the boosters, which many people are seeking out right now. So hopefully that will help. Nothing is perfect, but we are working to try and increase our capacity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shende. And then I might be stealing Supervisor Goran's thunder on this question, but same question for tests, because I will also say that all parents, right? I mean, there are colds going around that are non-COVID colds. Everyone immediately goes into lockdown quarantine, and we're also sort of struggling to find testing locations as well as just rapid testing, because even though that doesn't count for getting your kid back into school, at least it's sort of peace of mind while you either go find a rapid test at a fixed site that's done by a third party, or you find a PCR test. So I also heard rumors actually from my children's school that there would be a box of tests provided to every school child in Sonoma County. And so just wondered if you knew any timing on that, and also just general testing availability and accessibility as we see COVID continue to spread throughout the community.
Now, I'm wondering whether we have Dr. Kimura on the line to answer some of our testing questions.
Dr. Kimura is not available, but she did provide some information with regard to testing.
Ms. Rivera?
Yes.
She is available.
Oh, perfect. Can we?
Yes, let me
promote
work
her?
on getting that. Hold on one
Perfect.
moment.
Give us just a moment, and Dr. Kimura can address
Jamie,
these questions directly.
Jamie, would you please make me co-host?
Hey, I can step in while Karen's getting set up here. Sorry about that.
We're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Rivera.
Yeah, Dr. Kimura, have you been able to join us?
Yes, thank you so much. I believe the question was about testing and availability of antigen tests. So I do have several updates regarding the over-the-counter test from CDPH. So we did receive a small allocation from CDPH of home antigen tests, the majority of which from our small allocation for the county were allocated towards schools. In addition to that, CDPH is working directly with the Office of Education to provide additional over-the-counter home tests to SCO, which they are distributing out to schools directly. And so these are coming in several waves of shipments. Unfortunately, I think there was some delay due to weather because the tests were originating from the Midwest. However, they are working, have been working over the break and continue to work to get these out to schools and into the hands of families as soon as possible. Some schools were able to get them ahead of time and were able to do some testing with these home tests prior to returning to school, which has been very helpful and has identified students who would need to stay home from school. However, this is again something that we're continuing to work on to get out into families, and will be ongoing through the first few weeks of school, pending supply. As far as antigen testing done at sites in the community, so most of the antigen testing that's done in the community is through businesses or schools themselves or workplaces. The majority of these organizations or groups are registered through CDPH with the California Testing Task Force, which is a program that allows any organization to become their own testing site. They undergo training provided by CDPH. They are provided supplies directly from CDPH, as well as an IT platform for reporting. And so a majority of organizations that are doing antigen testing have gone through this program. Otherwise, other clinics and other facilities would have their own CLIA waiver, which is a laboratory requirement for doing antigen testing. We do recognize that there is a very limited supply of antigen testing in the county. It's something that we continue to work on. But it is a scarce resource currently nationally. And so I think this is a widespread issue, but we will continue to work on this as well. I hope that helped to answer some of the questions, but happy to add additional if there are further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Hopkins, anything else on that? Okay. One follow-up on that, just before we move off of antigen testing. Dr. Mace, I think you stated that the number to call if you have a positive antigen test is 565-4667. Was that correct? Did I hear that?
That is correct.
So the other question that I have, just staying on that for both you and for Paul, is that one of the things we've tried to move away from is using multiple numbers that are 707-565-2575 or 4667, and tried to move over to 211 as well. And I don't think we need to make this an initiative or anything, but Paul, any thoughts on in making sure 211 and thinking about is ready to answer those kind of questions or refer them to us, just because it's an easier one to remember, and thinking about any of this and how we market this number?
Yes, thank you, Chair Gore. 211, Jill and her team have been very helpful and supportive, and they are addressing many of these questions about boosters and particularly about testing. They have really seen their volume go up over the holidays, and we are making sure that they have the right scripts and narratives to answer these questions as well as the hotline number. The hotline number, as Dr. Mace had mentioned, is particularly helpful, is what we're pushing to get people to report their positive test results. We're really pushing that in our messaging. We're focused on right now messaging about what to do when you test positive for COVID, because we do have so many positive tests out there and a lot of questions. So we are pushing people there, but we are definitely working with 211 in coordination and making sure that information is as easy accessible as possible.
Thank you. I'm going to pass it to my other colleagues. Supervisor Corsi.
Yeah, thanks for this information. Just given the scarcity of rapid test availability right now, what is the recommendation for people who are feeling sick and don't have access to testing? I mean, I'm hearing almost daily over the past week from people who are feeling sick and want to be tested, but they can't find it. For one thing, they're going and standing in lines and not making it to the door before they actually close down, those type of things. That's not healthy for the community. What is your recommendation for people who feel sick and are unable to access a test?
Well, I think that is a really great question. And we're finding ourselves in a place like, all of the entire state, there is a shortage of the antigen test. There's such a high demand right now. We don't want symptomatic people standing in line. We don't want there to be further transmission. So I would say if you are symptomatic and can't get a test, don't go to work, don't go to school, stay at home, and you can try to schedule potentially a PCR-based test, an online appointment. I'm going to see if Dr. Kimura has any other advice for how people can try to get these tests. Of course, you can certainly call your personal physicians. You can get a test in that manner as well.
Yes, no, I think that's absolutely true, Dr. Mace. Thank you for that, reminder that, again, going back to these mitigation principles that we've been encouraging from the very beginning of the pandemic, that if you're not feeling well, please stay home, please, wash hands frequently, wear a mask. And in addition, while, again, there is a current scarcity of antigen tests, we hope that that will be improved. If you aren't able to get an antigen test, then you can still look for a PCR-based test option. Those tests are quite sensitive, and so can stay positive longer. And so you will know, it's possible that even if you were to test a little later, it would still be positive so that you could know if that was the cause of your illness. So again, there's different options available. Obviously, we want to continue to encourage and increase testing options. But if that is not available, then to stay home.
Thank you. Thank you. Supervisor Gorin, I see your hand up, and then Supervisor Rabbit, if you have anything.
Yeah, this is difficult conversation because you're absolutely right. I'm now on SoCo emergency trying to find my way through the labyrinthian way of trying to figure out where I can get a test. And I've been to a couple of drugstores where they have signs featured prominently at the drugstores, we have no test kits. And so don't tell everybody to go to the drugstore if we don't have test kits. And as I said in my opening statement, the first testing I could get in Santa Rosa with Kaiser was next Monday. So you mean to say I or anyone have to miss work or school for a week until I can access a test? We're right back to where we were a year and a half ago. It's very, very frustrating. I expected us to be much further along, and I'm not casting stones, not casting blame at anybody. Man, this sucks. So I know that this is true in Sonoma Valley. All of the appointments are gone, and even the appointments on the weekend. Everything, you have to schedule an appointment. You can't walk up, and the appointments are gone. I can't tell my constituents in Sonoma Valley, oh, just stay at home for the next week until testing becomes available. So what are we doing to alleviate can we initiate some of the LHI buses or some of the other mechanisms played a year ago to increase the availability of testing?
Yes, so we've definitely reached out to LHI already, to all of our testing partners, to see, any availability in increasing their hours, increasing buses, increasing lanes. For LHI, they currently have told us that we cannot increase our capacity in the county. They need to see higher levels of utilization for several weeks in a row. But I can tell you that this is an issue statewide, nationally. There are shortages of tests everywhere. It's not specific to Sonoma County. Not that that's an excuse, not that that should be acceptable, but just for awareness, this is an issue again nationally, that tests are in high demand right now. And not only the supply, but also staffing is a huge issue. And this is again widespread across all of healthcare, all of public health. If we were able to get more staff, then we could potentially increase more opportunities. And this is for all the partners as well, but it's difficult to find staffing right now. And that's the reality, unfortunately.
And my daughter was one of thousands whose flight was canceled. So yay, I got to visit with her a couple of extra days. Hopefully I didn't expose her to COVID, but this is true with the airlines. It's true with bus drivers. It's true certainly with restaurants. This is not healthy, not only for us as a nation with our health, but economically, we're going down into a tailspin again. And so does anybody know what the response from the federal government is to the lack of tests? I think we have adequate vaccines and boosters, just trying to get people in there, but we need more rapid tests for people to determine if they have been exposed.
I wanted to add, and then Dr. Kimura can speak to also what the federal government is doing, and stress also what Dr. Kimura has said, that this truly is a nationwide problem. Even some of our labs, for instance, Abbott Labs had ceased production of those antigen tests. So there are discussions and talks about them ramping back up production of the antigen tests. I've spoken with colleagues across the state of Texas, Louisiana, and Georgia, who have also discussed and added their angst with respect to testing sites and facilities closing down, individuals, families not being able to get appointments, antigen tests, unavailability, things of this nature. So it's everywhere. I was in the mix with flight cancellations and unable to get back home here west. So I'm on a mandated a quarantine here at home to ensure that my negative test, I have an appointment this afternoon to have my third test to make sure that I'm negative as well. So I get it. But, you know, I just wanted to, you know, stress that again, with an add to what Dr. Kimura has stated, that it's not just here, it is everywhere. We're seeing this across the nation, and it is from the federal government to the state government to local government to county government. It's everywhere. Everyone is, as you mentioned, in a state of, you know, of emergency with regard to the needs, the cry for more testing. And so there is some discussions being held about a need for increased production, because it needs to start there. There has to be increased production of these tests. Then I'll let Dr. Kimura speak to some of the things that the federal government is also doing outside of those increased production of those tests.
Thank you. Yes. So as far as the federal government, there's a couple of options currently that they're beginning to work on. So one is that through HRSA, they will be providing allocations of over-the-counter tests to F2HCs throughout the county. And so, you know, hopefully, again, I believe that the F2HCs receive some of their first shipments, and then it should be an ongoing allocation where they'll be able to get those out into community, which I think will be huge and great, you know, at a great time for these to be getting into the hands of those who need them most currently. And then secondly, we recently received some information from the federal government that there is the potential for temporary fixed sites where they can help with some of those setups. However, you know, we're requesting further information because, again, it's an issue of staffing where it would fall on the LHJ to provide additional staffing to support these sites, which, again, is a concern.
A community member did text me to say that testing was available at the, oh, I shouldn't say it, at a school district, elementary school district office. And that, I don't think that it's the role of schools to provide open testing sites for the community, but will they?
So, you know, it is possible for schools or any organization to provide, you know, testing through the, it's possible that it's through the California Testing Task Force. I'm not sure which school you're speaking of specifically. And so, you know, there are other school districts that contracted with, you know, testing providers that are open to community as well. And then again, schools or other organizations can, you know, become their own testing site through the California Testing Task Force, where they've gone through training, they are given supplies, and they are reporting properly. And so this, you know, may be a potential for sustainable testing. And you just looking into the future of where our response will go with COVID as things become endemic. You know, we can't always have huge responses and that are going to, you know, with the ebb and flow of different waves and surges. And so looking at sustainable testing options, I think, is an important component of this response as well.
Thank you, Dr. Kimura. I really appreciate your information. I would just end my comments by suggesting that this board should send a letter to our state and federal representatives, as well as the CDC and President Biden, if it helps. We cannot rebound economically and our health unless we have more tests and more testing capability. And I also think it is time for another round of economic relief for businesses and individuals that are in quarantine mode. So we thought we were beyond it, but we're not. So thank you all for your work.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gorin and everybody. Supervisor Rabbit.
You know, thank you very much. When Supervisor Gorin said that she was on SoCo emergency trying to book a testing site, so was I. And I will vent a little bit because, and you talked about LHI. I'm on their site right now. I went through the first 4 steps to create an account, answer too many questions that are really probably meaningless to the what's at hand. Got to the 4th step to set up a password and a whatever, unable to set up password. Stop. Can't go forward. Don't know what to do. Call the number. Obviously can't do that now. So I will vent and just say this, that, you know, especially in California, and this has been apparent all year long, and if our good assembly member Wood is listening, even with California trying to set up a, you know, a software program, I can't, why can't these things just work and be much more convenient at a time when it's so critical that everyone have access and have access in a very easy, methodical, straightforward way? Why do you have to have a password between 15 and 30 characters that includes, you know, an asper sound and an exclamation point and everything else in order to get yourself booked an appointment, free appointment for a test at a church? It's just, so I think it's not just staff, it's infrastructure. And it's really, you know, if LHI wants more utilization, make their site easier to utilize. And I think that that will come through. So I am, you know, and I even think back about when I got my booster shot, I had to go through each day to find an appointment and the software was so clumsy that you had to search each day to find out there were no appointments that day, and then log out, log back in, search the next day to find out there's no appointments that day, log out, log back in. You know, it's really kind of silly, especially in California when you got Silicon Valley down the road that seemingly can do magical things. But obviously there's no motivation to do that in this particular case, and the consequences are huge. So that's me venting, and I know that you guys are also victims of that, and I do appreciate all the work. I have 2 questions, really. Can someone definitively tell us the testing protocols? You hear, you know, you go to the CDC and the CDPH, of which there's some differing opinions about what, maybe not on the testing per se, but, you know, I've heard that if you are exposed and on by day 5, if you're negative, you're negative. So tell us, if someone thinks they're exposed or comes down with something, myself, for instance, how many tests should I get? At what day should I get those tests? And at what day do I feel comfortable that I'm not out there spreading anything? What do I do in the interim to make sure that I'm not infecting anyone else? I think there's a lot of ambiguity and something that seemingly should be as clear as can be. There's a lot of not so clear things going on out there. So that's one piece. And then I think the other piece is really talking about, again, that, you know, and Dr. Kismet was kind enough, and Sidori, I sent that constituent had requested, it was about schools and a 5 versus a 10-day quarantine and a test at the end or no test at the end. And that's where, you know, so the CDC and the CDPH have differing opinions about that. And I guess one of my questions is why, because it seemingly only adds the confusion and makes things less clear and less for people going forward. Can you just talk about those couple of things?
Yeah, I mean, these are great questions. And part of the reason why things are a little bit murkier right now is because we're not sure exactly how Omicron is going to behave and whether the antigen testing that we have is as good for identifying Omicron as it was for the former variant. So there are some questions as to, you know, how best to test for this variant. Now, we're also in the middle of changing isolation and quarantine guidelines, as you just noted. So there are some differences between CDC and CDPH. So for most people, CDC has gone to, you can just isolate after you test positive for 5 days. And then when you're done with that, as long as you're asymptomatic, afebrile, that is not with fever, and feeling better, that you're out of isolation. However, at the state level, to be a little bit more cautious and ensure that people are negative, there's also a requirement to test negative at day 5. of isolation. So yes, the recommendations are different because California is being more conservative in when people can actually get out of isolation, and they are required to have a negative test. Now that also begs the question: you can't get a test by day 5. What do you do? And that is absolutely going to be an issue, I think, that could come up. We are planning and have aligned largely with the state of California recommendation. We'd like to be more conservative and ensure that people do have a negative test before they come out of isolation. Similarly, for quarantine, also, there's a lot of nuances because there's also Cal OSHA in the mix as well that haven't really changed their guidance to mirror CDPH yet. All of this has just happened as of the end of last week. It's all new, in other words. And I know that we're grappling a bit with the confusion because we've got new recommendations, differing recommendations from CDC and CDPH, differing recommendations for healthcare workers so that healthcare facilities like hospitals can maintain their staffing in light of an outbreak. So there's lots of different moving parts. And I'm just wondering whether Dr. Shende or Dr. Kimura want to jump in and add anything, or Kate, if you would like.
Well, thank you, Dr. Mace. To answer your question, about exposure and when to test during that time. So, generally, the recommendation is to test at day 5 after your exposure. But of course, if at any time you develop symptoms, then we would encourage you to test at that time that symptoms develop. Again, everything is sort of dependent on availability of testing and access to testing. So it's an additional, if it's possible to test upon learning of your exposure, then you can test at that time as well. However, if you had to choose and you're remaining asymptomatic during that whole time, then it would be day 5 or later. And to wear a mask around others, particularly indoors for 10 days. A well-fitting mask.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Rabbit, anything else you want to lean in with?
No, I appreciate very much the work and thank you for that. I realize that everything's things are still moving forward in different speeds, I suppose. But I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to add also that your comment on LHI and the registration process and the website is a common complaint that we hear and we have brought to their attention, as well as other LHJs in the state. And so they are working on it to try to improve it because, again, it's an obvious problem that we would like to improve. So thank you for your feedback and we'll continue to share with them.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I realize, thank you for that too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the supervisors? I have a few questions that I want to ask and then we'll go to public comment. Number one is refresh me. I know we talked about it a little bit with our internal resources, but we got a note from you all about the existing testing supplies that we have, how they are multiple person testing supplies are not really put into every person who comes to either, a clinic or a food bank or whatever, but how we're at in terms of using those resources that we have from the state. I remember that there's a lot of bureaucracy attached to it as well. Like, as we all know, we want to get the testing out, but everybody who gives us the tests, and us included, wants to be able to do the data on the back end and analyze it. So where are we at with what we have and how we're going to deploy those now and in the coming months?
Yes, thank you. So I believe what is being referred to is the professional kits of antigen tests. And so that is the store or the supply that we currently have in inventory at our public health lab. And so these kits, they come in, they're called professional kits. And so they are not the standard, over-the-counter kits, which are usually just 1 or 2 kits per box. So these come in boxes of 20 or 40, depending on the brand. And these kits, they are, the reason that they are considered professional is because that you're required to have a CLIA waiver, which is, again, something that laboratories who do testing are required to have to ensure that certain training has been met and reporting processes are in place. and also the quality control measures and other things of that nature. So those are the types of kits that we have currently. They also have a shared reagent, which is a little bottle of developer that you use on the test. And so it's shared amongst those tests. So you can't really break up the test and give it out to different people. You need to have one person or one site administering them so that you can continue to use that shared reagent bottle. And so currently we are supplying those professional kits to sites that have CLIA waivers. And that includes sites that are part of the California Testing Task Force, as well as other clinics and those with CLIA waivers in the community.
And perhaps, Dr. Kamor, you'd like to speak to the tests that the FQHCs are receiving from the federal government. These would be the self-tests,
Yes,
the
absolutely.
efforts there.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for that reminder. So the over-the-counter tests that the FQHCs will be receiving from HRSA, so those are the home kits where they come in either 1 or 2 tests per kit. And so those can be distributed and used at home. And so they are different than the professional kits that we have currently. We're also, we've been told by the state that we'll receive another small allocation of these tests as well, which we, will allocate out into the community again with likely a focus on schools. But we have not received an ETA on when we'll receive that allocation.
And then I'd like to add, as with everything else, with some additional funding, if budget allows, the county, we could purchase some additional tests such as these for distribution throughout our community.
Thank you very much. As is part of your job, it's to request that at the end of any item that we ask for enhanced capability. And then it's our job to look back and say, didn't we just give $20 million for COVID response? But I mean this with all respect and joy is that we have to continue to dive into this, get those tests that are out there and then move on. Another question a reality that I just want to bring up is that I got a note yesterday that said that Washington, D.C. is moving towards a complete vaccination requirement for all indoor activities. That was something from the National Association of Counties, so it affects things like conferences and other stuff. Right now, it looks like it only applies to restaurants and bars and other stuff, but we'll see how that goes. And then you all also, I believe it was yesterday, there was the announcement that boosters are available for younger cohorts. And so question I have is for adults, when we all got our boosters, we at first were eligible 6 months following the second dose of the vaccine that we got. Was that because of supply, or is that because of waiting for antibodies to get into your system? And I guess, so the larger question is as boosters come out, is the time frame of when you can get them based upon the supply available and rationing that, or is it based on when your body should take it?
That's a great question, Chair Gore. Thank you for bringing that up. So the 6-month interval was originally decided on based on studies of waning immunity at that time. The newest recommendation from the FDA, which still needs to be approved by the CDC, whose arm the ACIP will be meeting tomorrow, is recommending a 5-month interval. And it's not because of supply, it's more because of additional studies that have been done, additional data points that indicate that at 5 months, that booster dose can be very effective because that waning immunity may be significant by 5 months as well. So it's more because we have learned more in the process. Now, will that 5-month interval then extend to the older age groups? It remains to be seen. At this point, it's only being approved for the 12 to 15 or being suggested for the 12 to 15-year-old population. And as with everything, it's constantly evolving. So this information just came out in the last few days, and I'm sure we'll have more information in the days to come.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to go to the public and public comment. First of all, is there anybody here out in the audience? It doesn't look like it. So Marcy, do we have any hands raised for public comment?
Thank you. If you can please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad to raise your hand if you are a phone-in attendee to comment on this item, which is number 21 on today's agenda. And presently, there is one hand raised, and Chair Gore, how much time shall we allot?
You have 2 minutes there.
Yeah.
Wanted to go with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If you can please unmute and state your name.
Yes, good morning. My name is Jack Buckhorn, Executive Director of the North Bay Labor Council. Congratulations, Chair Gore, on your election to be chair. And yeah, supervisors and staff, good morning. First, I want to thank you for this important conversation around the COVID response. And I'd like to point out some policy changes that you can take immediately that can help with the equity regarding folks that are not getting these the boosters and vaccinations. So I'm fortunate, as you are, to work for an employer who provides sick days and allows remote access to do our jobs, but many are not. You guys recognize this when you passed the emergency paid sick leave last year, and unfortunately that tax credit expired, so the emergency paid sick leave for workers in Sonoma County also expired. But we do have the opportunity, which you noted last month, to add sick days to the living wage ordinance. And I believe there was consensus to do that. So I would ask that we schedule this as soon as possible so that workers who are covered by the living wage ordinance can have access to 12 paid sick days. We know that these workers are majority people of color and women, and represent that group that are unvaccinated or have trouble taking time off if they are symptomatic and need to receive testing, which is in short supply. So I would ask that we follow through, that we schedule the discussion on the paid sick leave for the living wage ordinance. And again, thank you for this discussion this morning, and I look forward to working with you throughout this year. Again, thank you.
Thank you very much. Marcy, anybody else?
Thank you. No additional commenters. That will conclude public comment for this item.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board. We do not have a vote required. This is an information item only. So we are going to move on to our next item. We have Assemblymember Jim Wood joining us via Zoom. I want to thank you, Jim, even though I texted you to see if you could start earlier. As you know, being a former local official, timing is not always of the essence in our deliberations. So I appreciate your patience. To my colleagues, I want to respect Assemblymember Wood's time. So if you need to step out, use the restroom or anything, we're not going to be able to take a break right now. So I want to pass it over to you, Assemblymember, and take us through. And sincerely appreciate not just your willingness, but your push to do this in your jurisdiction. Not just waiting for us to ask questions, but being the one on the front of the spear is appreciated. So I'm going to pass it over to you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just so you know, we are in the Capitol. We have moved to different offices. We're no longer our personal offices, our committee offices are no longer in the Capitol. They're across the street. And I'm in a place where if you hear children in the background, there's a play area down below me. So I'm getting used to that background noise, which is actually kind of nice, quite frankly. But so just a word of warning in advance. So thanks again for the opportunity to be with you here this morning. I like to do this proactively, reach out, give you guys an update, give an opportunity for you to ask me questions, and do it early in the year. So I'd like to make my comments somewhat short. I prefer the dialogue if you have the time, and if you don't, you can always send me. You all have my text. You all have a way to text me, email me, call me. Feel free anytime. Obviously, as your previous conversation, COVID remains a major challenge. My personal feeling, the only way we can really get out of this pandemic and prevent future new mutations is by increasing the number of people who are vaccinated. And that is my personal opinion, and I'll stand by it. But the less viruses floating around out there, the better for everyone. And the sooner we can hopefully get to a point where we can all have a more normal life. Wildfires will continue to be a challenge and have already devastated many communities throughout the state. And fortunately, in Sonoma County, we were not hit hard this year, and that was a real blessing. And obviously, with the recent storms, the rain, the snow in the Sierras, we may begin to see some relief from drought, but I don't believe the drought will be over for us in Sonoma County, specifically the northern part of Sonoma County that relies on the Russian River for water. Until we have fulfilling of Lake Mendocino, we are going to have challenges in the northern part of the county. Actually, the bulk of your district, Mr. Chair, gets a lot of their water from the Russian River, and we're going to have challenges there. Broadband access remains a challenge in some parts of our district, not all of them, but especially in the more rural areas. There is a $7 billion investment in this year's budget to develop an open middle mile access throughout the state. And that will help with last mile deployment to unserved and underserved communities. So homeless, housing, substance abuse, mental illness continue to plague us. It's not only the personal tragedy. I know it places a significant burden on cities and counties. The 22-23 budget revenues are expected to be good, and many will be asking for funding as a result. Early predictions talk about a $31 billion surplus, and we will see how that goes. The governor is due to release his budget by January 10th. Who knows, we might see it later this week. So federal infrastructure dollars will improve our transportation issues and also help us with the expansion of broadband. We also have $1 billion for mortgage relief. It looks like enough for about 40,000 homeowners who have been financially affected by the pandemic. With any of the federal or state funds, we'll need to continue to fight for rural areas' fair share. It's always a challenge for us in our area. This year, I had I'll call them personal legislative successes, but the COVID and the resulting protocols in the Capitol affected our legislative process pretty significantly. Our leadership asked us, just as we were asked in 2020, to scale back the number of bills we authored. I introduced 19 bills, but ultimately trimmed it to 12, 8 of which were signed, one was vetoed. I'm reconsidering the other bills that did not move forward, and we'll talk about those in a moment. So here are some of the bills that were signed into law. AB 9 creates a new branch within the Office of the State Fire Marshal that will focus exclusively on community fire preparation, preparedness, and mitigation efforts of CAL FIRE. This is a significant shift in how we battle our wildfire crisis. This will create a new entity, and it took quite an effort and working with many stakeholders to trust that we could move in this direction. It will move 8 existing programs and duties currently spread throughout CAL FIRE to a new branch. Additionally, the bill requires that all program staff and leadership dedicated to these programs be the lowest priority workforce to respond to wildfire suppression missions. Why is that significant? Oftentimes, the same people that are helping plan out and work on our prevention efforts are often called the fires earlier and earlier. We need to do prevention work year round, and that's the focus really of AB 9, and I'm hopeful that that will be successful. It also will be especially important as we look at the North Coast Resource Partnership, of which Sonoma County is a partner in, to actually make sure that we're doing regional approaches to fire prevention and preparedness, not a one-size-fits-all, which is often what you see coming from the state level. AB 41 addresses the need for broadband and was follow-up legislation to my legislation a few years ago to increase middle mile deployment by reinforcing Caltrans Dig Once policy. Why in the world would we want to dig up something, dig up a roadway when we could have put conduit in the ground, knowing that there was going to be potential for future broadband going in there? When you put conduit in the ground, and these are old numbers, but they stick in my mind, it's about $15 a foot to do that. It's basically, think of it as a big PVC pipe. When you have to go back and dig it up and redo it, it's $200 a foot. So that early investment, I think, is critical to our ability to do that. And so we kept pushing Caltrans, and it's now law. So sometimes you gotta reinforce and tell them over and over again. So I co-authored and supported 3 other bills to improve California Advanced Services Fund and was named to the Governor's Middle Mile Advisory Committee, which is charged with monitoring the development and construction of the middle mile. This is significant in that there are 4 legislators on this advisory committee, myself and Senator McGuire. 50% of this committee represents the North Coast. And so you can be assured that we will be dogged in our determination to make sure that we get as much resources and attention on this issue as possible. AB 817 authorizes Director of California's Department of Fish and Wildlife to transition the calendar-based fishing license to one that is valid for a full 365 days from the date of purchase. The law authorizes the department to create an option to display a sport fishing license electronically on a mobile device, which is great. So this should be available beginning in 2023. It's common sense legislation, but it's often challenging to move forces in that direction, but we got it done. Through a budget request from my office, we were able to get $15 million for the Save the Redwoods League Redwoods Rising project. Save the Redwoods League has worked day and night to raise funds for this project, which will restore young redwood forests so they can become old growth forests of the future. And it's my hope that this $15 million in state funds will help achieve that goal. I continue successful efforts to maintain the $250 million each year for wildfire prevention efforts, and even more state funding has been provided to increase these efforts. I worked on a bill, AB 1311, is a new change for recycling centers. It came about because there were no recycling certified redemption centers in Humboldt, Trinity, Sierra, or Alpine County. I don't represent Sierra or Alpine County, but I certainly do Humboldt and Trinity. The number of locations in Sonoma County has been decreasing in recent years as well. The original California Beverage Container Recycling and Litter Reduction Act, and that's a mouthful, has never provided flexibility for communities struggling to make CRV redemption sites viable. So the law now allows certified recycling centers to operate on an alternative set schedule, less than the currently required 30 hours a week, to operate by appointment, and authorizes the use of reverse vending machines and bag drops at recycling centers. Still a lot of work to be done on the CRV program, and I know at least 2 of my colleagues have bills to attempt to a more comprehensive fix in the upcoming year. But this was a local effort, and we kind of threaded the needle on that, and I'm hopeful that it provides the flexibility that some communities need to actually make the program work for them. This fall, I chaired several Assembly Health Committee informational hearings on critical issues, including my commitment to ensure quality care to residents in nursing homes, looking at ways to improve the Medi-Cal program, and addressing mental health challenges, including a deep dive into the Lantern and Petrus system, whether it's time to make changes to better serve the individuals and their families. In my visits throughout the district, limited as they've been because of COVID, I was on the ground with first responders and CAL FIRE at wildfires. I spent some time with both CAL FIRE and the tribes to better understand how we could benefit from prescribed burns and other wildfire preventive activities. And even up in Mendocino County, participated in a couple of clinics where I was actually giving vaccinations to people. That was a power that was granted to us through the governor, and it was a very heartwarming experience to be able to do that for people. Use my skills as a dentist in a different way to help get vaccinations out early. So things I'm doing in 2022, we're continuing our work on the creation of the Office of Healthcare Affordability, working with the administration. Been working with the administration for a couple of years. We're hopeful that we'll get it across the line this year. Many of my efforts to contain healthcare costs have been signed into law. However, several of those laws have been immediately resulted in lawsuits, and those are in the process, again, slowed by the legals, they're slowed in the legal system by COVID. It seems that some of the best work I think we've done are often met with lawsuits. So far, we have prevailed in all of the cases. We have one under appeal now, a couple under appeal, but so far, everything we've done, we have prevailed in the long run. So oftentimes, in my opinion, these lawsuits are just meant to slow the process down. And it does, quite frankly, and COVID has contributed to that as well. The work to contain healthcare costs must continue, and the Office of Healthcare Affordability is critical to that process. We have a system that tracks healthcare costs. We have to have a system that tracks healthcare costs. and so we can help us understand how does it affect patient outcomes. Like I said, I worked with Governor Newsom's administration. I had experienced significant pushback from issues I'm researching and considering for this next session, more legislation, and I will be working on, this is definite, working on nursing home licensure and reform, issues related to the hearing we recently held on mental health issues, a few cannabis issues, including environmental cleanup, water conservation through permitting of pond and direct sales, for example, maybe at farmers markets. The latter has been tried before unsuccessfully, but we will look at it again. So in closing, I want to wish you all a happy new year. I'm happy to answer questions if you like. I'm at your pleasure, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member Wood. Great. And I want to pass it over immediately to my colleagues. I'm going to look up and see Supervisor Rabbit. Are you leaning in? Do you have any questions? I want to maybe go to you first.
Well, I don't have any questions, but I just want to say thank you to our Assembly member for the great work. We are fortunate in our county to be represented by just stellar individuals up in Sacramento, always looking out for our best interests. As you were mentioning, your portfolio of work that you have worked on, I can't help but notice, how you've been thrust into certain things. Obviously, the wildfires and the amount of work that's come from that through your office as a result of the first fire in 2017 and the too many there afterwards, but also the pandemic and your background, medical background, and having to deal with all the issues that we've been talking about earlier today and still going forward in the midst of. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for always being there. Thank you for being accessible. I really mean that. It is great to have contacts in Sacramento where we can get to the nitty-gritty of how things affect our county and how we can move forward together in partnership. And you've always been there in that way. So again, as we go forward, I'm sure there's going to be things in this next year that will probably surprise us, and things that need to move and elevation and priority, and that's the way it is. But it's great knowing that we have that flexibility and that camaraderie and collegiality to be able to do that. So thank you for all the work.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the kind words, and it's an honor and a pleasure to work with all of you, quite frankly.
Well put. Supervisor Gorin?
I also want to thank you, Assembly Member Wood, and I love your virtual background of the big trees with no blackened trunks. So that speaks volumes. I love that. And thank you for all the work in all of the disasters, whether it's fires or pandemic, that you've been involved in. So the question really is about cannabis, and you've been on the forefront in working so closely with Senator McGuire on legislation regarding cannabis. We have an item on our agenda this afternoon talking about, or at least discussing lowering the cannabis taxes on cannabis, or postponing them. Some options abound, but we really want to see what's going to happen at the state level. Do you have any insider information?
Well, Senator McGuire will be introducing a bill, if he hasn't already, to actually look at lowering the rates for certainly around cultivators or growers of cannabis. So it's been tried before. There have been multiple attempts to do that. I think if you look at this particular industry, it is the most highly taxed industry in the entire state. From my opinion, it's taxed at the state level, the county level, sometimes city levels. It's very, very difficult, very expensive, and it has been. I think the high tax rates have been at least a piece of the puzzle in getting compliance with people to part of the legal system. So, and I think that is the key. That's the key thing. We have to find ways to get people part of the legal regulated system. If the black market continues to offer this product at a much lower rate, that's where we're going to go. So, worked with Senator McGuire in 2015 on the Medical Cannabis Regulatory Safety Act. We were both freshmen, didn't know diddly about the issue. The more we've been around, the more we learn, and we continue to learn about this particular issue. I hope that there will be some efforts for reform at the state level on taxes as well. There is some interest in the governor's office, although we'll be watching and seeing what that means. But I will say that any changes to the tax law that are related to Prop 64 will be difficult to do. They'll require a 2/3 vote. And then if that doesn't further the intent of the initiative, it could be a problem from litigation as well. So, but I think it's worth an effort. I think what I would have loved to have seen in the initiative that we didn't, and hindsight's 2020, and we have the opportunity to change some things, would be that that there was discretion on the taxes that could be raised and lowered depending on circumstances. Right now, the taxes in Prop 64 are in law. Changing that is a challenge, but I think it's something that needs to be done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Corsi? Supervisor Corsi?
Thanks, Gord. Chair Gord. Thanks for being with us this morning, Assemblymember Wood. Jim, it's great to see you. Always appreciate your willingness to step into some of the thornier issues out there. I want to go back to your beginning statement about COVID. And I agree with you that, ultimately the way we're going to get through this is by getting everybody vaccinated. Right now, though, with the Omicron.
Un momentito, por favor.
Right now with the Omicron variant, we're in a situation where a lot of people are feeling sick and they aren't able to find out if they are just sick because it's wintertime and they've been around their families and everybody else for the last month, or if they actually have COVID. Can you give us any insight about the availability of testing? From the state perspective, we're told, we obviously have very limited access right now. People are waiting in long lines. They're not able to get appointments. Is there any help coming from the state and or the federal government that you can fill us in on this morning?
Well, yeah, it's interesting, Supervisor Corsi, that here we are. I feel like we've kind of gone full circle back to March and April of 2020 when tests were difficult to get, quite frankly. And here we are, in January of 2022. And once again, the need for testing is there, yet the tests are difficult to get. This is a national problem, and we're seeing it. We're seeing challenges with supply line once again, logistics. And I can say that we at the state level are doing everything we can to make things available. But once again, it's a supply line issue. Some of the components are not as readily available. And I don't think none of us really expected Omicron to jump up in the way it has. So please be assured that, in addition, Senator McGuire and I are fortunate enough to be in a regular communication with a working group with the administration on all issues COVID, and we have been for well over a year. As soon as we have some reliable information to share with you, we absolutely will. But please, I would just say patience is the best thing. We're doing the best we can, but it is a national issue, and we're feeling it at the state level, at cities and counties as well. And we're doing the very best we can, but I hear you. And we're all, you're going to have, the LA County schools are going to start back to school next week on the 11th. And it's been said that all students will need to be tested. And they're all wondering where they're going to get the supplies to do that. And that's we're all in this together, and huge efforts to try to get this moving. And please give us the benefit of the doubt that we're doing the very best we can.
You bet. I believe you. We believe you on that, and I know that this is bigger than even California. But appreciate the update on this and everything else this morning. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Chair Hopkins.
Thank you, Chair Gore. Assemblymember Wood, I just want to start out by saying thank you so much. And I feel like I'm probably a broken record on this, but one of the things that I'm most grateful for in terms of your leadership is on wildfire risk reduction and the blood, sweat, and tears and intellectual energy that you put into working on vegetation management and streamlining processes at the state level. And we are excitingly going through the CalVTP process here in Sonoma County to try to take advantage of some of those processes that you were, able to create and legislate. So I want to say thank you for that. And I want to check in because I heard a little bit about, actually from the newspaper, Senator McGuire's bill with respect to, CAL FIRE. And I'm just sort of wondering, what is the state of wildfire risk reduction, which you did mention a bit in your opening remarks, but any further information that we should be aware of, because you have really truly been a leader in that subject. And that is very, very much appreciated from those of us who are at the threat of, severe wildfires here in Sonoma County. And then part two is, you probably know that we are looking at a potential sales tax measure, regarding sort of fire services locally, but also with a vegetation management component. And I'm just wondering, are there any matching opportunities that we should be aware of in terms of, matching grants from the state that would require some kind of a local, kickback when we're sort of designing the potential expenditure plan for that measure? So a thanks and a couple of questions for you.
Yeah, let me go back to your first question as to what to be I'm sorry, I kind of lost it. I was listening to both questions there. Going forward, I think a lot will become apparent in the governor's budget. Senator McGuire is introducing legislation to try to get more firefighters hired on the line, and I think that is important. We saw early on in this, and once again, I'll do credit to Senator McGuire on this, working on pre-positioning of firefighters during red flag events and so on, and we've seen the benefits of that. But as long as we are in this crisis of wildfire, we need more firefighters. It's without question. I'm very happy that we're now going to have. At the time, it was we'd asked for $200 million a year for 5 years for vegetation management. It's now $250. It's going to be extended on for several more years, and I'm really happy to see that people recognize the value of that. As far as local opportunities, there are a variety of different programs, and I'm happy to have our staff get you at the county level what opportunities might be available for people. There is one program in particular that comes to mind that allows people to apply to CAL FIRE for a grant to do work on their property. What I've always objected to with that grant is that you have to do the work and then you get reimbursed by CAL FIRE later, and that's problematic. Any of you know who have done this kind of work around their homes, as I have, doing tree work and vegetation work is really, really expensive. And so the idea that you would have to put out $5,000-$10,000 of your own money and then wait for several months to get the money back from the state isn't easy for people to do. And so we've got to find ways to streamline that. So I've been on CAL FIRE on that issue for years. But there is a huge amount of money now. And I guess what the important piece of this puzzle for me is that we've worked on tools. AB 9 is one, AB 38, which is around home hardening. We now have money that's available. I need to know from you at the county level what's working and what's not logistically, so we can help fine tune this and make it user friendly and get you access to the resources in a timely manner. So we'll get you the list of programs that are out there, but I would hope that you can be my eyes and ears to say, hey, great idea, but it ain't working, and this is how we think might be able to streamline the process so we can actually make it work.
Thank you so much, Assemblymember Wood, and really look forward to that list and then to the follow-up. And you can just sort of let us know who the appropriate staff person would be that we can connect, Department of Emergency Management and Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District, who's also working on some of these grants. They're kind of tag teaming the whole effort. So thank you very much and look forward to that.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Supervisor Hopkins. For my part, I'm going to keep it quick, Jim, to respect your time, but The one thing I think is interesting is we expect in the next 10 days to get a January budget proposal from the governor's office, and obviously then a lot of things start to get worked. You as the legislature starts to dive in on what your priorities are. You go back and forth with the administration. You talk about what things you're going to push for and otherwise. And we do the same thing. And you've been a great partner for counties, not just us, but in your district, but throughout the state. So anything that you anticipate that we should keep our eyes on, for example, through our organization, CSAC, California State Association of Counties, what we're getting is we're expecting, a big movement on housing and climate are kind of two areas that we've heard. We don't know exactly what those programs are. I'm not asking you to go into that, but just wondering if you can speak to anything that you think that's coming out of the governor's office that you will be either kind of pushing for or pushing against.
Oddly, it's been fairly quiet on our end, and so I think a lot of us are just kind of anxiously waiting to see what's going to be in the budget. I will say this though. What I have heard and what I do believe based on the experience of the last year, yes, there will be a significant amount of revenue that's unexpected or above norm revenue that will be available. The temptation is always to allocate that for programs that require ongoing expenditures, and it's pretty clear that from the last year that will be minimal. The bulk of the resources that will be spent of the surplus potentially are going to be for one-time use or short-term programming. We don't really know long term. I mean, a lot of us have thought that we could be in a position at some point to see real budget deficits, and that's where we started last year. We thought we were going to be in a significant deficit and then found out we were in a huge surplus. So we will continue to put money away in our rainy day fund to build a reserve so that when the downturn does come, we'll be able to better to do that. But I don't expect that you'll see a lot of funding for new programs that are going to require ongoing expense. I think it's going to be focused on those short-term one-time expenditures where we need a big boost of money to move the issue forward. Homelessness and housing are two at the top of the list in every county that I represent, and they are top of the line issues for all of us.
Thank you very much. A lot of work to do, especially once that budget hits and us kind of resurfacing and connecting with you. The one thing I just want to request, and as always, how we partner on this going forward is, we've seen that over this past year is an unprecedented amount of money coming directly to counties and to cities and to jurisdictions to put on the table. We have also seen some programs out of the state and out of the Fed that came with so many strings attached that it was hard to deploy them locally. You having been in both positions, you really know the magic that there's some things that you want to provide directly out of the state so that it's not just based on jurisdictions that have capacity or not. And then you've also seen where good ideas have fallen because of bureaucracy. So, one of the ones we've been dealing with that's been heavily bureaucratic and difficult to deploy is emergency rental assistance. We approved an additional 18 million or got an additional 18 million to go into that program recently. On the other side, the ARPA dollars we've allocated, in general, our amounts. So we should, by way of this, I'm going to ask County Administrator to have maybe Marissa Montenegro send to your office so you can see where our 96 million is allocated towards, so you can find either things that you want to support or leverage or ask us on or advise us on. And then on the other side is that we continue to deal with these issues where it's how does it get onto the ground, especially things like fire needs and other stuff. When you get in and you allocate a bunch of money and then you realize a year and a half later that it hasn't hit the ground because you've been dealing with hiring issues or other things. So all that is to say is please work with us to make sure that whether it's us or state agencies is that we don't just focus on legislation and budgeting, but we focus on accountability to get it onto the ground. And you and I have talked in the past about the need to get sometimes hearings in place to have oversight from you all to help us on things like regional water quality control boards, air boards. So don't be surprised, I guess, if there's any issues that come up with that or recycling, where we continue to ask for your support in terms of holding account to things like Cal Recycle and other agencies out there. We know that there's magic and disarray in implementation depending on how it's approached. So pass it back to you for any final words, and respectfully thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, all of you, for the opportunity today. I will just say this, and it's been the way I've worked since the very beginning of my service in Sacramento and to the district, is that the work I do, the bills I introduce, are always about the district first, the people that I represent. I've always felt that if it's good for the people that I represent, in the long run, it's going to be good for California. And so everything we look at, is this going to be good for the people that I represent, first and foremost? And that will be the way I continue to do my work. You know, I have a very, very large, diverse district. Sonoma County now, after redistricting, is 47% of the population of what I represent. But I have 4 other counties that are much more rural and have different kinds of challenges. And what I often find is, and my huge frustration is, the often one size fits all approach to state government. We need flexibility at every level. You need flexibility to use dollars. You need to be flexibility to draw down dollars, as do all the other counties. And the other counties I represent, they need the flexibility to get the technical assistance sometimes to do the work they need to do. In many cases, you as us in Sonoma County, I live in Sonoma County, we get direct allocations from the state and the federal government. But in the other 4 counties I represent, they don't. Those allocations go from the state or from the federal government, from federal government to the state. There's another layer of bureaucracy which makes it much more difficult to draw down those funds. So when you talk about the rental assistance programs and things like that, and the frustration you had with that, the frustration we had with that in Sacramento, is that imagine another level of bureaucracy you have to deal with to try to get those resources. And that's a constant state of frustration for a lot of the folks I represent. So, but it's an honor. I love my district. I love the people I represent, and I look forward to continuing.
Well, and happy to know, I think, that redistricting did not force you to move.
I'm good.
You would if you needed to, but I think it was pretty close. But appreciate you and your service, and so we're going to open this up for public comment. And Jim, thank you very much. We'll come back to the board. There's nothing we need to do other than an information item, but we do need to open this up to public comment. So I'm going to look and see, first of all, if there's anybody here in the audience. No, there is not. And Marcy, do we have anybody who wants to provide comments online? And if we do, we can keep it to that 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. If there is anyone in the Zoom meeting who would like to comment on item number 21A on today's agenda, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad if you're a phone-in attendee. Thank you. I see no hands for comment.
Okay, thank you very much. No action needed on this except just appreciation. Thank you, Jim. Onward ho. And we're going to move to our next item, which is our closed session and public comments on closed session. Before we go in, just for the board, my understanding from talking to Council Pittman is that we have we're going to go straight into closed session. We only have one item. We should have a little bit of time for us before we come back at about 1 p.m. for the 2 regular afternoon items. We have public comment on items not listed on the agenda at 3 p.m. The goal is going to be, once we come back at 1, is to do both of those afternoon items before that public comment. If that does not take place, we'll continue the latter of the or we'll push public comment a little bit back into the afternoon. But We just have staff and counsel, outside counsel that have to hold firm to the closed session. So with that being said, I'm going to go out and see, first of all, if there's any comments on the closed session from the field, from our in-person meeting here. And it doesn't look like it. And Marcy, same direction as before. Anybody who has public comment on closed session, we'll give them 2 minutes.
Thank you. Again, please raise your hand in the Zoom app if you would like to comment on the one item on the closed session calendar today. Thank you, Chair Gore. There are no hands.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to recess into closed session. I'll be back here at 1 p.m. to start the afternoon.
Welcome back and good afternoon. If we can please take down the slide.
We ready? Good.
Just one moment there. Chair Gore, we are ready to resume.
Give me a go when you're ready.
We are ready here in Zoom. Can you hear me?
You know, the one nice thing about having a hybrid, or many nice things, but when people do public comment.
Are you not hearing us in Zoom?
You know, yeah. I mean, there used to be so much work done.
Marcy, as a panelist, we can hear you, but perhaps the chambers doesn't have their audio going on.
I am already.
So are you able to hear me in the chambers?
Utensils.
Just one moment.
I saw somebody smile when I was talking about public comment. I think it was Susan, so this isn't. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry.
Be careful what you're saying. You're live.
Okay.
Marcy, I'm going to test my share screen, okay?
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you.
Just one moment. Thank you for everyone's patience. Okay, can you hear me in the chambers? You can. Can someone please speak into the mic?
Hello, hello.
All right, I think we're good to go on both fronts. Thanks for the patience, everyone. And excellent. Chair Gore, we're ready to resume.
Okay, we're reconvening from closed session. Going to pass it over to County Council Pittman for a report out on closed session.
Thank you, Chair Gore. And we've got a report out from two closed sessions, our last meeting of 2021 and this afternoon. That on December 14th, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to consider the matters listed as items 46 through 53 on the agenda. Items 46, 47, 49, and 52 were withdrawn and were not considered by the board. On item 48, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with its real property negotiator to consider the price and terms for acquisition of the former Sears Tire, Battery, and Auto site at Santa Rosa Plaza. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to the county's real property negotiator. On item 50, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to confer with legal counsel on 3 existing matters, all code enforcement matters, including County of Sonoma versus William Anderson for property located at 549 Maybe Lane, County of Sonoma versus Michael L. Costanola for property located at 12778 DuPont Road, and County of Sonoma versus Joshua Freeman for property located at 1370 Big Barn Road. By a vote of 5-0, the board ratified Permit Sonoma and County Council's previous decisions to bypass the administrative process and file litigation to abate code violations at 549 Maybe Lane, and the decision to seek appointment of a receiver if necessary on the two properties located at 12778 DuPont Road and 1370 Big Barn Road, respectively. On item 51, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to confer with legal counsel on anticipated litigation, the initiation of litigation in one matter involving property owned by Wesley Lechner located at 3142 and 3170 Guerneville Road in Santa Rosa. By a vote of 5-0, the board ratified Permit Sonoma and County Council's previous decision to bypass the administrative process and file litigation to abate code enforcement violations at the two properties. On item 53, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to consider the public employee appointment for the Director of Independent Office of Law Enforcement Review and Outreach. The board delegated authority to the county administrator to appoint an interim director while the county conducts a nationwide recruitment for a new director. And that concludes the report out from December 14th. This afternoon, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to consider the matter listed as item 22 on today's agenda. On item 22, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session in its capacity as the Board of Supervisors, the Board of Directors of the Water Agency, the Board of Commissioners of the Community Development Commission, and the Board of Directors of the Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District to confer with the agency's labor negotiators for all employee organizations. No reportable action was taken. The boards gave direction to their labor negotiators, and that concludes the report out from closed session.
Thank you very much, Council. Moving on to the rest of our afternoon agenda. Going to move into item number 23, our cannabis tax review, titled Discuss Current Sonoma County Cannabis Tax and Provide Direction to Staff. I'm going to pass it over to Christina Rivera. We also have Eric Rozier, Kristen Horrell, Brooke Coop, and quite a few others who are going to lean in. I just want to also, though, mention that this is in response to one of our final meetings of the year last year. I'm looking over at Supervisor Hopkins, and there was a request to put this on. So the discussion here, I believe, is we don't have a resolution and to take formal action. This is for us to discuss the issue, talk about where we give staff direction to, and then bring back an item. And there was a discussion at doing this. I remember Supervisor Hopkins talked about bringing this back as an information item and a workshop a little bit, and then for us to give direction if we want to have something come back this month or in the coming months or however that is. So is that appropriate? Supervisor Hopkins kind of lay the groundwork there. Okay, so I want to thank everybody for being here today, and I'm going to pass over to Christina Rivera and let you introduce folks and lead us into the staff presentation on this. We're going to try and keep this item in at an hour or under, and I think there's a lot of discussion to be had, but I know you have a PowerPoint, so let's hop to it.
All right, let me move this screen. There we go. All right, can you see the PowerPoint? Did I see nods or yes? Okay, good. Good afternoon, Chairperson. Again, my name is Cristina Rivera. I'm the Assistant County Administrator for the County Administrator's Office. I'm also currently serving you as a facilitator of a multi-department effort with regards to the cannabis program, as you mentioned. With us today is Kristen Horrell from County Council and Brooke Coop, Auditor Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, as well as Auditor Controller Eric Rozier. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce this item by saying that to facilitate the board's request to have an open discussion today, as noted by the chair, requested at the end of the calendar year last year, we have put together a few slides that will cover what the state and the county taxes structure more or less is. It also covers what our county programs cannabis tax revenues for on a yearly basis, and it will end with Ms. Correll describing specifically what legislative options your board has should you have majority or interest to make any changes or revisions. Before I start the slides, I want to note that the cannabis tax is derived from a voter approved measure. It was Measure A. It was a special election called by the board on March 2017, and it was approved by the voters at 72%. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get started on our slides, which are pretty much basic fundamentals. Let's see. This first slide simply talks about how I want to highlight two things. It notes that there's effective rates changing as of January 1st. The state applies inflation factor that they do on an annualized basis, and they apply their tax rate on weight or an ounces type of structure. So you can see here that the rates will be changing and have changed. And I do think that from the articles I've read, many of the industry representatives have, noted and reacted to this upcoming change. The next three slides, actually the next four slides, are going to simply show what the public can see in our online cannabis program website. Our rates are organized into categories of cultivation and the ones that have to do with the life cycle of the product, such as manufacturing and retail or dispensary. In our cultivation, we have other cultivation, and these are the rates that we would apply. They are with the help of the Ag Commissioner. We have verification of canopy, because we do it on a plant size or on a canopy basis versus the state does it on a weight basis. So in this case, we have our outdoor cultivation schedule. Our next slide is our mixed light cultivation schedule. Again, a rate per square foot is what we apply. It's an annualized calculation, and we start with whatever was permitted, unless there's a county verification that needs to make some adjustments, and that's where the Ag Weights and Measures team help us out. The last cultivation is our indoor cultivation. And then, as I said, we also tax the part of the supply chain. We only tax on manufacturing and dispensary, but not on the rest of them. The next slide, it's staff's attempt to illustrate for you and the public how the tax works in the state versus the local tax that we apply. And here, what we show for you is that if you were to convert everything on a per plant basis, which is how we have our tax machine, if you will, design, you're looking at a average outdoor cottage cultivation of about 5,000 square feet to contain about 200 plants. They would be paying a total annual tax of about almost $41,000 to the state. I'm sorry, almost $32,000 to the state and another $8,500 to the county. So in total, a cultivator of this size on an annualized basis is paying about $41,000 of cultivation tax, but only $8,500 of that is the county. Again, this is just for illustration, and we thought it was helpful to see, for example, another illustration point is if you see the per square footage, if you were to convert the state tax design, they are looking at a 6.45, whereas our charge is 1.69. This illustration does not contemplate or tries to reflect the additional state excise tax that is also applied to the industry. This next slide is simply to remind the board and our public how our quarters are structure, our quarterly payment. The next payment is due for January 31st. And the outdoor cultivation operators are taxed on an annualized basis, and they provide their payments in 2 equal installments, one coming up on January 31st and the next one on April 30th. So this slide, before I pass it on to Ms. Farrell to explain what legislative options the board has, is to share with the board the limited information we have so far of what others have completed. The city and county in San Francisco has been completing a suspension of the imposition of their own tax now for the second or third year. So for them, it's more like something they suspended almost a year ago and they continue to suspend it. And in their case, from what I've read, they haven't even yet started to program revenues or try to put them in their budget because they don't know yet when they're going to start collecting. So in their case, yes, the tax is suspended, but it has been suspended before the most recent development. And then we also know, as Assemblywood noted today, that Senator McGuire has expressed interest to bring some legislative adjustments that we have yet to see. We have yet to see the details on that. With that, I'm going to pass it on to Ms. Before I pass it on, I want to share with you on this slide how we have programmed the tax revenue that we estimate for the current year fiscal year 21-22. The current year fiscal year 21-22 expects about $2.5 million of cannabis tax to come in. And most of these are financing, staffing, and or program support in the different departments like Permit Sonoma, the Auditor Control Treasurer Tax Collector team that supports us with the tax collection. And as you know, in the CAO, we spend quite a bit of time on that. And I mentioned the Ag Ways and Measures folks are also integral to this multi-department program execution. The public health staff is also has funding, at least for one, I think it's like one in some portion of another staff, because they do have to do inspections or participate in the edibles and some of the other public health related inspections or permitting that they have to do. And then lastly, I wanted to highlight here in orange that starting with fiscal year 21-22, we have started to program the cost of updating our cannabis program and the EIR that we will be completing, as well as the staffing that we have added to the Permit Sonoma group so that we can start completing that. So in total, you can see here that at a $2.5 million, we estimate about a surplus of about $70,000 should all these expenditures materialize. To date, we have collected 1/4 of the revenues, and it's about 10% of what we expect. And it's 10% of the total year is pretty common with the first quarter, given that most of the revenue comes in the second and third quarter of the year. All right, I think I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to Ms. Corral. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. Good afternoon. Your board can reduce or eliminate the taxes by ordinance. And when we say eliminate taxes, it would effectively mean reducing the tax rate to 0. So some of the options are you could adopt a regular ordinance, which would need a majority vote. It would require 2 readings, and it would become effective 30 days after adoption of the ordinance. Your board could also adopt an urgency ordinance, which requires a 4/5 vote for adoption. And you would need to show the need for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. The ordinance would become effective immediately. And we would recommend that you follow up that urgency ordinance with a regular ordinance that could be brought at the same time as the urgency ordinance, or you could direct staff to come back at a later date with the regular ordinance. Your board could also adopt a resolution to waive the penalties and interest of the tax payment. This could be adopted by a majority vote, but it would still require that the underlying tax payment is due. And those are the options that your board has.
Thank you, Ms. Morel. And with that, Chair, we have completed our presentation, and I'll stop sharing and we're welcome the board's discussion on this.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation from staff. Going to come back to the supervisors for questions, and following suit of my colleague Supervisor Hopkins, hold it to questions right now, and then we'll get into some comments and some discussion around what we ultimately want to do. As I mentioned before, the goal here today is to give direction to staff, not definitive direction on an action that we are taking, but what things we would want studied and to come back to us and what's the appropriate timeline for that. So I see a hand up from Supervisor Rabbit. I'm going to go to you first and then the others.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Christina, can you help us understand on the expenditure side of things on the slide 10, the tax, where the tax revenue is being spent? Seems to me that we have two basic expenditure types. One is kind of the overhead of administering the tax program to begin with. So I take it that a lot of the ACTTC expenditures are that. The other expenditures are related to the ongoing revisions, addressing some, trying to fix the ordinance for the better at the request of the industry. Do you have a breakdown of those? And could you give more information on the ACTTC tax collection dollar amount? I mean, that is a sizable number. I just want to understand it better.
Certainly, and thank you for the question, Supervisor Rabbit. As you noted, it's a lot of program support, absolutely. In the case of Ag Ways and Measure, there's a lot of on the field inspection work. So we have staffing in there that has to do that. I will let Ms. Coop to explain more about the ACT tax collection piece, but I also want to cover that we have in here permits and overall code enforcement is part of the funding that we also make sure that is available. Again, all of these categories were established when we first established the program, knowing back then that we needed to have people in place and not really understanding yet how much of the application fees and things like that was going to finance those services. So we decided to go ahead and default to the cannabis tax. I wanted to, if I could, my intent on the slide 10 at the end, to put that bullet on orange that says permit Sonoma EIR, and it should say /staffing. I wanted to note for you that that's another one of the chunks of programming that we're starting to use this year. It's almost $500,000. It includes a couple of limited term positions, but it's not yet including what it's going to cost us to engage in EIR consulting. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and be direct with addressing your question and ask Ms. Coop if she could give us a brief overview of the ACTTC portion of the program.
Good afternoon. So in addition to just the basic collection of cannabis tax, there's various administrative components to facilitating running the program, such as there's appeals from operators that come forward to our office and we help with facilitating that process. There's payment plans that we facilitate to work with operators. There's delinquencies that our office needs to address to go after operators and enforce those collection efforts. And and we always are looking at the ordinance ongoing to look at what administrative changes down the road could possibly need to be addressed. Does that answer your question?
It does. It provides more insight. Yeah. And I think what's true, and correct me if I'm wrong, we have a whole new infrastructure in order to implement and collect the tax for the county. We don't have another tax that we collect in much the same manner. So obviously there's overhead involved in that. I just want to make sure I understand the overhead involved in collecting and implementing the program, the tax itself, and the expenses incurred to make the ordinance more robust or revise it going forward. And I think there are two separate overall expenditures there. So I appreciate that information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Yeah, I'll pass it over to Supervisor Corsi.
I just wanted to get a quick follow-up on Supervisor Rabbit's question, and that is this tax an outlier for ACTTC? More than 20% of the taxes is the cost of administering the tax is more than 20% of the total tax receipts. Is that an outlier among the different taxes that we administer in Sonoma County?
Through the chair, this is Eric Roser, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. Supervisor Corsi, yes, the administrative collection function for the cannabis tax is a much higher percentage of the other taxes that we collect, primarily being TOT and property tax. We do have 2 full-time staff dedicated to the cannabis collection function, as well as support staff, and then the cost of the system that we use to administer the program.
And sorry, but one more follow-up. Can you tell me how many taxpayers there are in this category?
We have approximately 170 cultivators in the cannabis program, 5 dispensaries, and 5 manufacturers that pay tax.
70 is that what you
Thank
said?
you.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions? Supervisor Hopkins?
I was just sort of wondering, thinking back to the initial implementation of this tax, when we were sort of discussing, the amount that would have been appropriate, it was based on sort of an estimated revenue. Is that correct?
This is Cristina Rivera, through the chair. I have not revisited all those details. I've scanned it, and I don't know that we had any estimated revenue when it was first implemented, because we didn't have any patterns yet to follow.
I guess put another way is sort of what were the assumptions that were made in terms of, the anticipated revenue that would be generated, say on a per 10,000 square foot or sort of per acre basis?
I don't have that answer for you right now.
Thank you. And then I just wanted to check, and I am guessing that Auditor, Treasurer, Tax Collector Roger would recall this. I know that when we have had instances where the tourism industry sort of took a sudden sharp hit, typically in the wake of wildfires, we did go ahead and implement sort of an extension of payment plans. Is that correct? Is that what we did for transient occupancy tax in the wake of some of the wildfires when those hit right around the same time as the taxes were due?
With the chair, yes, it is Supervisor Hopkins, and we did extend that to the cannabis tax program as well for a couple of the wildfire events that we knew affected operators. And what we did in those cases is we suspended the payment of tax for 1 quarter. The tax was still due. We just extended effectively the due date without penalties incurring. And it was a 1 quarter extension, delegating authority to me for extraordinary circumstances to go out 2 quarters.
Great. Thank you very much for that refresher. I appreciate it. I just think it's always important to consider precedent when we're looking at a new question. So thank you. Back to the chair.
Thank you. Any other questions before I jump in? Yeah, Supervisor Corsi?
Thanks. Just one more. I'm not sure if there's anyone from Permit Sonoma here, but on the code enforcement end of this, $264,000 a year, about 10% of this tax goes to code enforcement. Does that cover all of our cannabis-related code enforcement needs, or is code enforcement limited to that amount of money?
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Cristina Rivera, through the chair. We did not include Permit Sonoma panelists today, but through my understanding, this only covers part of the effort for code enforcement. So to answer your question, this amount of money does not cover all of the code enforcement efforts. This was simply, back to what Supervisor Hopkins talked about, was an assumption that we would need at least 1.5 persons or something like that to enhance our code enforcement abilities. So this amount of money does not totally cover code enforcement for cannabis. It gets supplemented with code enforcement fines and penalties.
Do you know what the total cost of code enforcement for cannabis is?
I don't have that information right now.
Thank you.
Well, there's a couple things that I'm going to go on the same line of questioning. Number one was there's a difference between our revenue of our tax dollars and how much we allocate, and then also the entire cannabis, the cannabis account balance that we have spent over the years. And so the first question is, I want to noodle in a little bit further on this on Supervisor Corsi's question is how do we know in front of us right now, or is this something we want to bring back? And Christina, I'm gonna look to you on this about how much has been collected in penalties and how we have spent that over the course of the last couple of years. Who has authority? Does that all the penalty dollar come back to the board, or does it go through code enforcement through some other mechanism?
We don't have that information.
Okay.
We do collect penalties on code enforcement, as you noted. How much is the total? I don't have that in front of me.
Okay.
And much of it is, as you said, linked up to what Supervisor Corsi noted. Much of it goes back to financing the code enforcement efforts.
Okay, well, I think maybe one thing that I'm going to keep track of and ask the board for consideration on is these questions that come up about and putting them into staff consideration. So I'm going to write down the first thing is when we decide to bring this back, if we do decide to bring it back, I'm assuming we do, we have that item put before us. So basically that would be the consideration of up until now from the initiation of the cannabis portfolio, where the tax revenue has gone, which is this sheet, maybe a little bit more, but also with respect to the penalties and where those have gone. And it would be nice to see the penalties in two forms. One form would be those that were penalties of cultivators and those that are black market actions, right? Because I think there's an understanding that we have to look at there as well of what are we doing with respect to, as we've talked about, the operators off the grid versus where are we in our imposition or squeezing or whatever it is with those who actually have permits. So a little bit there I think would be good. I'm going to go over to Supervisor Gorin. I see your hands up. Do you have another question, or is that up from last time?
I have a couple of questions because I haven't asked them yet. First of all, thank you, Christina, so much for your information and all the information from the accountant, auditor, controller, tax collector office. Really appreciate that information. You talked about initially that San Francisco took the action that it did in delaying and maybe eliminating, or at least temporarily eliminating, taxation for a number of months. And do we have any information about other jurisdictions that have taken similar kind of actions?
At the time, thank you, Supervisor, going through the chair. At the time that we prepared the slide, the only information we have with this was the City and County of San Francisco. And I want to remark again that the City and County of San Francisco has, prior to the most recent developers in the industry, have decided to suspend their measure. So they did that back in November 2020, and they did it more recently for that. Through public comment, I also learned that the County of Monterey has reacted to some of the input from the industry, and I have not studied it, but through the help of McCall Miller, who is the cannabis ombudsperson, she helped me understand that it appears that they amended their code so that they can modify the way that they calculate the total amount of cannabis. So I don't know that we can say today with certainty that they went in suspend or reduce, but it seems that what they was create some provisions for the way the cultivation was calculated. That's
Right.
as we've collected thus far.
And that's a good segue for my next question. We've had a number of requests, probably last 6 months or the year, asking us to revise how we calculate the taxes due, rather than the number of plants, the square footage of the cultivation. And have we sort of estimated what it would do to the revenues if we changed the way that we calculate the taxes due?
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin, through the chair. We have not done that calculation, and I would invite Auditor Controller Rozier if he wanted to add any additional comments. We have a staff brainstorm what that might look like, but we have not completed the analysis. As noted by CAO Bratton back in December 14, when we received the request, we we really did not have enough clarity of where the board wanted to go, so we did not complete any of those analyses. I do know that Auditor Controller Treasurer Tax Collector Rozier has some thoughts on gross receipts.
Through the chair, I have spoken with a couple of my colleagues in other counties with cannabis programs that are collecting cultivation through gross receipts, and they have had some challenges with the enforcement of collections. And a couple of them have actually entertained the idea of going from gross receipts to a square footage tax for cultivation. One thing that I've learned through those discussions is under the gross receipts model, it's important to have a very robust audit program for the enforcement of a percentage of gross receipts. Whereas conversely, under square footage, operators are taxed based on the privilege to grow a certain square footage, or they can request a canopy verification by the ag commissioner. In both cases, we just calculate the tax based on the square footage that was authorized.
Okay, and I guess that is sort of my next question is if we were to change how we calculate the taxes due, and it sounds to me like from your information, square footage is a better way to think about this. And is it easier to audit and verify the square footage rather than the number of plants or any other method?
The square footage, I believe, is the easiest method to administer. If we were to go to a number of plants, and the plants can obviously vary in size, I would imagine it would increase the workload on the ag commissioner's office and or permit Sonoma, depending on who would be doing those reviews and counts of the plants.
I'm not suggesting that any of our cultivators would do this, but I'm wondering how easy it is to game the system a little bit. And so move those plants in really tight when the verifier comes to inspect them, and then move them out so that they can grow. I don't know enough about the industry to know. I know those plants can be really big, but I also know they're in fabric baskets and probably could be a little portable. I'm just saying, what if? Is that possible? No one knows. Maybe.
I believe it would be possible, at least in an outdoor cultivation, to move the plants. But we currently, I believe the ag commissioner has a formula that they apply based on the size of a plant to derive the square footage.
Okay, so it's possible that we could have inspections, unannounced inspections to check on the square footage throughout the growing season. I think that answers my questions, other than the tax deadline is coming due at the end of January. And the people are cultivators, and the folks in the industry are very nervous about that tax deadline. And we have a number of questions and a continuing conversation. Is it possible to take the action to delay that deadline, maybe by a month or two, until we get answers to some of the questions?
Through the chair, yes, I believe your board could pass a resolution, as you have done previously for a number of the disasters, to delay the due date effectively for the upcoming quarter.
Okay, I appreciate your patience. One last question. I asked Assembly Member Wood about the action, coughing, sorry, to reduce taxes at the state level, since I believe that most of the taxes are levied by the state rather than the county. And it didn't seem promising that that action would occur anytime soon. But does anyone have a educated opinion as to movement at the state level?
All right, so Gore, this is Christina through the chair. We have not, maybe because of the holidays, but we have not yet seen anything concrete enough for us to digest and be able to provide you something specific.
Okay. And I'll reserve my comments until later. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Gorin. Looking over at my colleagues here. Any more questions right now before we go to public comment? Okay. Couple things that I've heard come up as we go into public comment is Supervisor Gorin requested talking about we do have the option to delay while we study this if we wanted to do that. There was another question about what information comes back to us, and I heard, taxes, revenues, and expenses over the years, but also code enforcement revenues and expenses, black and legal market. And so I'll set those down as placeholders as we go into public comment. The one thing I want to ask before we go into that is really this discussion about kind of how we verify certain things within the industry. And for example, the reason that this is before us, and I was a big proponent of this coming before us as a discussion item, was because what had been pushed to us was this discussion that the wholesale price of cannabis has dropped from, I believe it was about $900 down to $300 a pound. And so the premise there is that if you're taxing based on volume and your price drops by that amount, from 900 a pound down to 300 a pound, we looked at multiple industries and we've done this with different areas, but you're basically still taxing somebody based on the same level, even though their revenues have dropped, to a third of what they were before, their gross revenues. So are we effectively putting people out of business is really the question here. And what kind of tax burden can somebody take on and still be able to successfully move forward, especially with the expenses for permitting and other kind of things that people bank into the system. So I say this almost with a follow-up kind of question for Eric Rozier, which is, trying to think through, I think is what we're talking about, is to move over to an ad valorem, a based on value system, or based on how much product and how much or gross receipts value. From what you're talking about is that other counties and other areas, it sounds like, I just want to confirm this, are not really able to do it. There's too much leakage. There's not an understanding of how much product and where it moves and other things like that. The track and trace model might not be appropriate. So just wondering, are there other ad valorem counties, or most of the counties that you've talked to still in this world, not of gross receipts, but in terms of canopy or overall tonnage or product, as opposed to that?
Through the chair, to the chair, I'm only aware of square footage and a gross receipts basis of calculating cannabis tax. The gross receipts, because the industry is largely a cash-based industry, it does present challenges when auditing or looking at financial reviews to enforce the tax. And I think that's primarily where the challenge has come in for those counties that are gross receipt based.
Okay. So another thing that I have on my list here that we'll follow up with at the end, and for Christina or somebody to keep track of along with me, is the verification of the price reduction in the market, right? This idea, not something to answer right now, but something potentially for a follow-up, is this discussion about, anecdotally, we've heard 900 down to 300. I'm not a cannabis farmer or a wholesaler. So in anything, if people are expressing something, we need to follow up, I think, appropriately. The second thing is I assume, Mr. Rozier also is that that's kind of a big difference between cultivation sites versus manufacturing and distribution sites, or not manufacturing, distribution, and dispensaries, because there's much more of a track and trade opportunity. Do you agree with that in those settings as opposed to cultivation?
I do, and I think the product, by the time it makes its way to manufacturers and dispensaries, it's different. It's in a different form, and gross receipts does make the most sense for those operations.
Okay, thank you very much. I think, one of the questions that we're going to have to get to also is what enables the legal system so that we continue to do what we need to on the illegal grows out there. So I'm going to pass it over to public comment at this time. So Karen, do we have a count on how many folks have their hands raised? We have 6 folks currently raising their hands. If there's anybody else who would like to express comments, please raise your hand so that we can kind of take a look here. Okay. about 12 folks, 14 folks.
Thank you. And Chair Gore, we're having some technological issues. You can see there's a little flashing on the screen.
Two
So
here.
just one
Okay.
moment.
Okay, great. Thank you. One and a half. Okay, Marcy, are we back? Are you just tell me when you're ready?
Okay, it looks like we've got it back. Thank you. And we'll wait for you to start with the participants in person.
Okay, so we have two participants here in person. So we're going to go forward with a minute and a half for each individual. We're going to start with those here with us, and then also then move over to those testifying from virtual. So we're going to start up. Thank you very much. It's good to see you. Please keep your mask on and use your time.
Good afternoon, board, and good afternoon, Chair Gore. Appreciate the opportunity to speak here.
And thank you so much. I think we'll need to turn on the microphone.
We'll
External.
work on it. We got it right here. Karen's
Great.
just setting the time.
Thank you.
Let's see here. Give us just one sec. Thanks for your patience. Appreciate it. It's okay, Karen. Take care. Get it done the way you need to. Okay, there we go. We have some high-tech stuff, but then we have this little black box here that's not so high-tech. So, okay, so we're good to go. So please introduce yourself and jump on in.
My name is Eric Pearson. Good afternoon. I have some numbers. I was here in 16 and 17 when we discussed the cultivation tax, and we back-ended into the tax rate with a few assumptions, and that was that a pound of cannabis was worth $1,200 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we took a yield, we took what we thought was an appropriate yield for X amount of square foot of cannabis times $1,200 a pound, and we came up with a tax per square foot to target what we thought was a 3% tax, okay, on gross receipts. So that's what happened. The price of cannabis is truly at $300 a pound now. So effectively now, if you use those same numbers, you would say that the tax now is 4 times what it was when we targeted in 2016. So we went from 3%, because we went from $1,200 a pound down to $300 a pound. That's 4x, right? And so you take the tax times 3%, 3% times 4, and you have a 12% tax. 12% of gross receipts. Most of these farmers, including myself, lost money this year. So we can't pay 3%, we can't pay 4%, we can't certainly pay 12%, right? And so even on a good year, a margin in a cultivation company, if you look at EBITDA, even at publicly traded companies, you're talking 10, 12%. There's no way you can afford to pay a 12% gross receipts tax. It's on the gross receipts. So even if you have an extremely profitable company at 25% profit margin, 12% tax is half of it. Okay, that's all
Thank
my
you.
time, but have a lot more to say.
Appreciate that. Yeah, thank you very much.
math.
And I know
Thank
you sent us some letters, and I think you'll have an opportunity to talk further on this too. So come on up. Is there one more speaking, or are you? Okay. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you guys for having me. My name is Andrew Douglas Gardner.
Would you mind starting over? If you don't mind, would you mind holding it a little bit closer so that we can, we just can't hear it very well. There you go.
My name is Andrew Douglas Gardner. I've gone by Doug my whole life. I got into the cannabis industry due to health issues that I have. I have epilepsy. I went through brain surgery. I turned to cannabis as a means of trying to help me and other people who've walked in my shoes. I'd never cultivated cannabis illegally, never cultivated cannabis until this year when I got my permit to cultivate 1 acre of cannabis. I did it all by myself. I couldn't afford any support or any help. My family took out a second mortgage and a home equity line of credit in order to move forward with cultivating our cannabis. The cost of processing, the cost of the square footage tax put my cost of cannabis to be a little over $320 just to get the cannabis processed and to pay the cultivation square footage tax. At that point, unless I'm selling the cannabis for $325, It made more sense for me to destroy and waste all of the cannabis at the end of the season rather than try to sell it. I worked for 4 years to get my permit all by myself. I'm my lawyer, my engineer. I sat in the PRMD office trying not to have seizures, trying to draw up and get my permit. My family and I are really struggling now because we won't earn $1 and we'll lose a significant amount of money. It made more sense for me to destroy every one of my cannabis plants than to try and grow it. As a father of two, the second one's coming in 2 weeks, I hope that the county can offer relief to people in my shoes. Thank you for all that you do. I look forward to being able to contribute to the county with all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your time. Okay, now we're going to move over to those online.
Certainly, thank you. And again, for those, please raise your hand or press *9 to raise your hand to comment. And this is item number 23 on today's agenda. And the first commenters are AJ, followed by Julie and John. Julie, John, then Lori. That's the new order.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Julie Mercer Ingram. I am the co-founder, owner, general counsel, and creative director at Proof Operations, Inc. We are a licensed manufacturing and distribution company based in unincorporated Sonoma County. I've also been working with the county on cannabis issues since 2006. Regarding the switch of cultivation tax to from a square footage to potential gross receipts, I wanted to add to Eric Pearson's comment that not only was the number a bit of a stretch for how we calculate the value of cannabis, it also is not stagnant. So I agree with him on that. But we were promised as an industry that as soon as we had track and trace up and running, this county would switch to gross receipts. I think it's fundamentally unfair to have half of a supply chain or the gross part or the largest part of the supply chain that grows the plants on a different tax structure than the dispensaries, distributors, and manufacturers. It creates a big issue for obviously the implementation of the taxes, as well as the cost to the farmers. I'd also like to mention I submitted a letter, but Proof pays 3 times the amount of taxes as another company in the same zip code because we're in a different jurisdiction. I seriously encourage you to take a look at that letter and to look at the parity across the county in taxes paid by cannabis operators. Thank you very much.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, I'm John Lowe from Lowe Cannabis, Lowe Firehouse in Glen Ellen and the upcoming Lowe Firehouse in Big Bend. I wanted to congratulate and give good luck to Mr. Gore, or Supervisor Gore, Chair Gore, for coming up on tackling these tough issues. And I want to thank Eric Pearson and Seabask for helping the local farmers with the work that they're doing to let our concerns be known professionally. I could tell you from our perspective, we started a farm this year after I've been in the industry for decades, and the pound prices went from $1,200 to $300 a pound. It's to the point where if you want to bring your pounds to a distributor to have them dry it and process it, they're going to charge you close to $200 for that. Then the state tax per pound is somewhere around $170. So you're at $370 before the middleman gets any money, and no one's going to distribute your weed for free. You're at like $400 before you can even break even on that, let alone all the costs of building your farm, paying your employees, paying your lease, so on. I think people need to understand and get in touch with what's going on in the cannabis industry. It's not as lucrative, and it's not this cash grab that everybody thought it was going to be. And I think it's about time to start treating cannabis farmers with compassion and fairly as human beings and hardworking farmers that they are. I hope the county would look to try to help the struggling cannabis industry. Thank you very much.
And if the next commenter, Lori, then Ryan and David, if you can please unmute Lori.
Hi, yeah, Lori Pasquarella. I'm a compliance manager for Bango. Sonoma County continues to fail to be progressive in how it deals with its legal cannabis industry. Sonoma County basing cannabis tax on the number of plants or square footage puts undue financial burden on cannabis operators, and it doesn't accurately take into account the changes in market prices or crop losses due to weather, our storms this year, mold, other issues that can occur after the ag department has come on site to measure the canopy or count plants. Also, why does the county continue wasting valuable ag department manpower measuring square footage or county plants instead of using a system similar to virtually all other California agriculture taxation that factors actual crop yields, market value, and gross receipts? CBASC has outlined clear guidelines that the county must take into consideration. An urgency ordinance should be passed to put a moratorium on cannabis taxes until this issue can be resolved by the county so that it does not bankrupt its struggling cannabis industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan, if you can please unmute and state your name and begin.
Yeah, hi. My name is Ryan. I just wanted to say that one of the Board of Chambers men that was speaking, he was asking if it's really putting us out of business. I believe it is. I don't think you guys realize how many components are with farming. We have to pay so much money. Especially if you don't grow a good crop and the marketing bottoming out. Like, I barely made enough money to pay my workers, and I have barely enough for my cannabis property tax. I have to borrow to pay my lease. I believe there is an issue with the current cannabis tax process, and I feel like there's a lot of factors not being taken into account. I'm not sure what a solid solution is, but if something doesn't change, I'm not going to be able to afford to do what I love. A good start would be suspending taxes like San Francisco did. I'm encouraging others to voice their opinions as well. We receive enough ridicule as it is. It's not fair that we're being forced out of this industry. So I humbly ask you guys, please have some empathy for us, cut us some slack. We're just hardworking family farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name.
My name is David Bowers. I
Yes,
represent
please go ahead.
Foxworthy Farms, a cultivation business in Sonoma County. We urge that the county adopt an urgency ordinance temporarily suspending cannabis business tax. The current ordinance is not set up for success of the operators. Section 3511D and E are unfair and harsh. No other agency threatens to revoke a permit after a 60-day delinquency. This needs to be removed from the ordinance. Taxes are extremely important. Cannabis can be the top tax provider in the county if managed correctly. Once a business is set up and running, there will be a constant stream of revenue. If the county can approve the existing applications, then the county can start collecting more in annual tax revenue. Also cut down in financing code enforcement. The total annual tax on a plant that produces 1 pound of flower is approximately $200. At the same time, the prices dropped from over $1,000 to $300 a pound. Local farmers cannot compete with the corporate cannabis that's coming in with investment funds and dropping the price per pound. This is a classic business strategy, and if you don't give some leeway now to the local companies that will go out of business or be forced to sell out to one of those corporations who are manipulating the price. If that's not enough for you, most businesses in Sonoma took a devastating loss due to the wildfires and the pandemic. We need to give local farmers the time and help it requires to get started. We all went from nonprofit collectives just a few years ago. Unless you have taken in corporate money, then you are still struggling to keep up with the industry, and that is a fact.
Thank you so much for the comment. That does conclude the time. The next commenters are Vince, Joanna, and Craig.
Hi, my name is Vince Schulten, president of the Hessel Farmers Grange. I speak for a whole lot of small farmers that are in our industry that are really struggling right now. There are folks that are dropping off the radar now to go back into the black market because of your taxation schedules. I really want to see my industry flourish. As a permittee holder that asked for a nursery 4 years ago and spent my life savings as well as having my business shut down for 4 years because of the incompetence of Sonoma County and PRMD, I think it's appalling. I think that this tax, at least for the cultivation tax for small farmers, should be lifted and removed. This is an important part of how we're going to succeed. If you folks are going to continue to treat us like criminals, then the industry will go back into the black market, and those folks are never, ever coming back into the legal market because of the distrust that you folks have endured for these kind folks who work their tails off. I thank every small farmer out there, and I hope and encourage you to get rid of this tax. Thank you.
Hey, please unmute and state your name.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you. This is Joanna Cedar, and I'm the policy chair for Sonoma County Growers Alliance. I'll start by saying that Eric and Julie and John and Dustin and Vince have expressed clearly and passionately the pressures that the current county tax burden places on cultivators and on other parts of the supply chain. So we recommend that the Board of Supervisors do the following. Number one, pass an urgency ordinance to immediately and temporarily suspend the cannabis business tax. Supervisor Gore, you asked whether the county is putting people out of business, and the answer to that is unequivocally yes. Number two, the Board of Supervisors should restructure the square footage based cultivation tax and adopt one based on gross receipts. No other agricultural product or crop has the burden of being taxed in this manner. And now that a track and trace system is in operation, the Board of Supervisors should make the needed correction into the manner in which these cultivation taxes are assessed. I understand that it's easier for the tax collectors to do it a different way, but it also might mean that the program collapses. Number three, the Board of Supervisors should adjust the taxes on other parts of the supply chain so that they do not exceed those in neighboring jurisdictions. And then lastly, the Board of Supervisors must explore passing a resolution eliminating penalties and interest for cannabis operators who are behind on their payments. We really need your help. Thank you.
Next commenters are Craig, then Alexa, and Sam.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gore and Board of Supervisors. Happy New Year, and thank you for taking this up. I'm Craig Litwin from 421 Group, a cannabis consultancy here in Sonoma County. I've been involved in every cannabis policy discussion here in the county from the beginning, and I'm here to urge you to suspend your cannabis tax. Consider that the city of Sebastopol has licensed operators. They've got manufacturers, distributors, they've got dispensaries, and they have no special tax, none. They still receive sales tax from dispensaries, and they create careers for their local residents. At a minimum, please delay any tax collections as you contemplate the best policy and research answers to your questions. Here's another question, and buy some time for these answers. Why not tax net profit versus gross receipts? Gross receipts can change depending on the expenses, which change with any varying number of factors. Net profits is a little clearer. I'd urge you to pass an urgency ordinance today to immediately and temporarily suspend the cannabis business tax. At a minimum, adjust the taxes so they don't exceed those in Santa Rosa. That's a very fair argument. And then lastly, like Joanna said, I fully concur with her and other speakers to pass a resolution to eliminate the penalties and interest for these operators who are behind in their payments. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, Alexa Wall here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes. I am a board member of Sonoma County Growers Alliance and the Sonoma County Cannabis Business Association. And I also have a small farm here in Sonoma County, 10,000 square feet of outdoor. And obviously I 100% echo what everyone else before me has said. And so they all hit the nail on the head. I just want to make a few comments about, remind you guys, I heard some things from the board that worried about operators skirting the system or cash being an issue for gross receipts. Majority of farmers and operators actually do have banks. We are legit businesses, and I want to remind you, our scales are certified. Our entire canopy is on camera. We have to track every single plant and metric. You should see the extra documentation that we have to provide the bank. It's unreal. So I encourage you to remember, to treat us like any other business, and be fair to our farmers. Also, I don't think that this is going to solve everything. This is a huge step in the right direction if we can provide operators some tax relief. But please don't wait until the EIR is complete to improve the program, because I'm sorry, we're in this situation in the first place, begging our leaders for tax relief because our program is not successful. Our farmers are struggling. And so I just, please don't ignore this until the EIR is done. There's things that we can do now, and there's things that small farmers need to happen like yesterday to stay alive and compete in this market. And I look forward to working with you all on these changes. Thank you.
Hi, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Sam De La Paz, Vice President of the Hessel Farmers Grange and Sales and Marketing Manager for 421 Group, local cannabis consultancy. I would like to reiterate much of what speakers before me have stated. Alexa, Joanna, Eric, Craig, Vince, so many others. We really have to assess the damage that has already been done to our local Sonoma County cannabis operators and the damage that we are going to further impede on our operators. I also would like to urge Sonoma County to not only take urgent, immediate action on alleviation of cannabis taxes on a local level here for our Sonoma County operators, primarily cultivators who are barely hanging on by a thread at this point. I mean, the number of 100 and something cultivators, which should have been a projected 6,000 to 8,000, just shows you, in the beginning of the ordinance being established, just shows you how how damaging this has been to our operators. I would also like to push Sonoma County to push back on the state for alleviation at the state level of cannabis taxes. McGuire is introducing language in the beginning of 2022 here in the new year to address this issue. Please do something to support your local cannabis operators. Thank you.
Yeah, the next commenters are Samantha, David, and then Amber.
Hello, my name is Samantha Lowe.
Hi, Samantha. We're having a little trouble hearing you. Are you?
My husband and I own a farm in Sebastopol, and we also will soon be opening 2 dispensaries in the Sonoma Valley. Okay. Let's see. Hear me now. Can you hear me now?
That sounds better. Can you please try to continue, and I'll let you know.
Hi.
Samantha, are you hearing me?
Can you hear me now?
Unfortunately, we are still having challenges with hearing you.
Okay.
Are you able to call in? You can call in on the with the information on the agenda.
County, I think this
Marcy, why don't you? We can make a comment afterwards, but please go on to the next one, and I'll make a comment once you go on after you're finished with the next comment.
Thank you.
Hi, Amber Morris, representing Norcal Cannabis Company. We currently cultivate cannabis in the city of Santa Rosa and have a proposed cannabis project in unincorporated Sonoma County. We urge the board to immediately suspend the Sonoma County cultivation tax for a limited time at the board's discretion through the adoption of an emergency ordinance. Simultaneously, moving forward with long-term tax reform, We request that the county considers providing businesses flexibility by allowing them to select either a gross receipts tax or a square footage tax to accommodate different cultivation methods. Currently, the city of Santa Rosa allows cultivators to select the best option for their business, and our business has directly benefited from this flexibility. We offer the following rates for consideration: 1% of gross receipts or $5 a square foot. Note, the city of Santa Rosa does not scale the square footage rate based on the size of operations because smaller operators usually benefit from selecting the gross receipts tax model. Regarding the 21-22 budget presented by staff, there's no mention of the roughly $1 million of funding available to the county from the Department of Cannabis Control that may help to offset the listed program costs. Considering that all businesses operating in unincorporated areas of Sonoma County are not subjected to any business tax, reducing the tax rates to 1% gross receipts or $5 square footage results in the cannabis industry continuing to contribute more than any other industry and provides the relief necessary to support successful legal cannabis businesses. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. The next commenter is Blair, followed by Bill and then Kim. Blair, I see that you've unmuted. Are you able to make your comment?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Blair Gue. I'm a partner at Rockaway Law Group, which has offices in Sonoma County. So I just wanted to thank Chair Gore, the board members, and staff for taking the time to get this really important issue before the county and on the agenda today, and for taking it seriously. Cultivators around the state and specifically within the county are suffering. And I think as we've heard here today, businesses are on the brink of collapse because of the taxes and the low product value that exists in the cannabis market today. And I want to impress upon you that this is not a small percentage of operators, but a large majority of both small kind of boutique operators and large operations. So there's no, everybody in the industry and especially cultivators are being impacted by this. And so, you know, in talking with a lot of our clients, talking with other people that are in the industry, we think it's very important for the county to immediately pass some sort of suspension of the cultivation tax at this point so that the county can have time to restructure its tax ordinance and its tax requirements over the next few months, and then also make changes to apply the supply chain taxes uniformly as well. So I won't stay on too much longer, but I do just want to reiterate that this is something that's affecting cultivators, small cultivators, medium cultivators, large cultivators. It's hitting everybody in the industry. And so it's very important. And thank you for bringing this on the agenda today. And I hope we move forward with an immediate temporary suspension of the cultivation tax.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Yeah, hi, this is Bill Krawitz. I represent the neighbors of West County, the NOW Group. I want to start my talk with a quote from a Sebastopol grower in September. This is a quote: because prices were so good in 2020, people upped their production in 2021. In 2020, we got all Ferraris and drove around the block. There was a lot of money being made last year, but 2021 is a pretty dismal season for the California market. There is still a full seasons of cannabis on the market from 2020. By the industry's own admission, they are victims of their own success. 2020 was a bumper year. Prices were up, sales were up, profits up, life was good. Not a peep about taxes or a suggestion that since they're making record sales, the taxes should be raised in response. In 2021, they assumed the same growth rate would continue. And like good business people, they increased production. All the while, the market was softening. Net, they overshot the market and now are forced to dump their product at bargain prices. They did very well in 2020, made plenty of money, and now in 2021, they're not doing so well. That's the business. So I don't believe taxes are the problem or the cause of the problem. The taxes are high now because the industry was overly successful in 2020 and overproduced in 2021, driving down the prices. Given a tax rate, it's not going to help a grower survive in the long run, even with no tax rate, no taxes. The highest.
Thank you so much for the comment. It does conclude the time. And Kim, if you can please unmute and begin.
Hi, yes, this is Kim Gardner. I have a farm in Petaluma, and what I don't understand is why are we taxed so differently than all other industries that are based upon sales? For example, the bomb cyclone really affected a lot of growers this year. We were harvesting right as the rains and the 70-mile-an-hour winds were coming, and yet we're based on canopy that is mostly destroyed, and as opposed to receipts, which are used in every other business. Wineries, vineyards are not taxed on their canopy, and neither should cannabis be. We just need to be treated more equitably. And the person who just spoke, saying that we had a banner year in 2020, maybe you were talking about one individual, but the permitting process has been so difficult and intense that I think for most of us, 2020 was not a banner year. And we're just asking for fairness and equity. Thank you.
The next commenters are Keela, Gretchen, and Rick.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Just one
Hello?
moment. One moment here.
Okay, am I here?
Yes, yes, thank you
Okay,
so much.
Awesome, thank you. This is Keela, and I'm a small farmer outside of Gurnville. And, you know, we are like going to probably stop cultivating this next year. And it's really a sad situation. And, you know, it's not all the county's problem on taxes or this, it's really the combination of just greed and greed and greed and a bad system on the state level, on the county level. And, you know, what's going to succeed is the bigger businesses, and you won't see little guys anymore. And, you know, when I was at the Emerald Cup, they were saying that even Humboldt, Mendocino, Sonoma, 60% of the little farms will probably be out of business this year. And it's, you know, that culture is going to be gone, and it's going to be gone forever. And that's a sad situation because we didn't provide the right venue and the avenues for the small farmers. So I'd like for you to consider just taking the taxes away this year, just to see if anyone can make it, but I'm not sure that anything's going to help at this point. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Gretchen Giles. Thank you so much for convening on this very important topic. I'm a former editor of the North Bay Bohemian, the founder of the Made Local magazine, and today I'm the vice president of a PR consultancy that specifically works with cannabis. I really would like to emphasize, I just can't do it strongly enough, how terrible the California cannabis situation is. It is truly a cratering economy, and as the last caller just said, what we are looking at is the loss of our small individual farmers. Now, Sonoma County needs to be looking towards tourism with cannabis. Cannabis is the 5th largest crop in the United States. We have cannabis, we have tourism for wine, we will have tourism for cannabis if we can maintain our small sun-grown farms that are so important to the legacy, the culture, and the character of our area. Sonoma County could be ahead of the game on this national story. I have personally helped to place a story about this in Newsweek. It just came out 2 weeks ago. We are actively working on rallies in the Capitol. Sacramento is highly aware of this problem and is looking to suspend the cultivation tax. Sonoma County needs to act ahead of the curve It will cost us very little. It will look like a lot, and it will make a difference to those farmers who are struggling to stay alive. I'm so sorry to report that I know at least 5 farms that will be closing in the new year, and there's absolutely no reason for that. And these are farmers who will go on the illicit market because they have to feed their kids. Thank you.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, this is Ricardo Milano. I'm currently working in a small farm in Sebastopol. Yes, small farms are dying out slowly. Most will not make it past this year. And yeah, the current tax price is actually, it's pretty absurd and way overpriced. I want to agree with everybody who spoke before me. And we need immediate action to help this industry keep its legs. I've done quite a few of these public comments for cannabis issues, and it's hard not to get emotional from all the stories. And it seems like it's the same stories every time. And I truly feel for the families who have worked so hard and who have followed the rules from the start. And if things don't change, small farmers are going to be gone. And not a lot of farmers are going to continue after this year. Some will probably go back to black market. Some will grow in a different state. Some will move on to something else. If we need answers to the questions on how to help, maybe we can look at other counties that are doing a successful cannabis industry. Yeah, it's really heartbreaking. And you know, it was always my dream to farm in Sonoma County, and from the looks of it, I think my better option is moving to a different country or a different state, because it seems almost impossible to have a successful life here. And as a young entrepreneur, it's really heartbreaking.
And thank you so much for the comment. That does conclude the time. And Sarah, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Bodner, and I'm a cannabis policy advisor working to support the legal cannabis industry across the state. And there's been so many good comments today. What I really want to just state is that Sonoma County is very much not alone in this problem. And Sonoma County operators are very much not alone. We see a need for statewide tax solutions as well as local tax solutions in every jurisdiction across the state. What used to work and be possible just isn't anymore. With the decline in the price and the market conditions, we're really entering an era of taxes 2.0, where we need to rethink everything. So I applaud this board for bringing forward consideration of a solution. And I just want to support immediate action, suspending the cultivation tax and continuing to look at other changes to support the sustainability of the legal industry going forward. Thank you.
Hey, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Yeah, hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, I got a low battery right now, so I hope I don't lose you. This is David Raymond Drips. I'm a veteran of Iraq, Afghanistan, and Kosovo. I come home after defending my country, believing in my country. I come home with a certain set of morals, principles, and standards that I believed in. I bought into the lies and the misvalued statements fed to me by Sonoma County Board of Supervisors via the Ag Department and the Planning Department back in 2015, 16, 17 during the drafting and initial licensing period. Y'all made me believe in you so much because of the principles that I was born with, believing in my nation as a patriot. I believed your lies. You guys utterly failed me through your staff's failure. I'm not blaming you, Senator, or Supervisor Rabbit or Gorin or Hopkins or none of y'all. I'm blaming the failure of your staff. I've lost my family. I've lost my wife. I've lost my home. I'm losing my farm because of your appointed person, Tim Ricard. Even though I was pre-approved for 20,000 square foot cultivation in 2017, he choked me down and limited me to 6,000 square foot cultivation for 2018 and 2019. Do you know how crippling that is as an entity when you're paying to grow 1 acre and you can't even grow a 1/4 acre? I was growing 1/7 of an acre because of the choices of your county personnel. I'm on a 300-acre parcel, and I'm still waiting 5 years to get my approval or even my hearing to stand in front of y'all.
Thank you so much for the comment. Thank you. Thank you. That does conclude the time. And I see Samantha is here to make a comment. We were having issues earlier.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. My name is Samantha Lowe. I own a farm with my husband in Sebastopol, and we also will be opening 2 dispensaries, Low Firehouse in the Sonoma Valley. Please do what San Francisco did and suspend the cultivation tax for 2021, 2022, and please extend the suspension through to 2023. Please restructure the tax bill and base it on gross receipts, and so it's no longer based on square footage. Yes, the price of cannabis is now down to $300, and that is for top quality flower. Most flower can't even be sold at this point. Most flower is not making the cut. It's just not moving. It's sitting on shelves and it's just going bad. There's videos of people circulating right now online of people mowing over their crops, shredding their product because it just costs too much. There's no money in this for this season. The existing tax will be either placing people out of business or it will be pushing people further underground. And with the current infrastructure, with people who have built out their farms now, with people going underground with how big their farms are now, the underground market is going to be bigger than it ever was. I hope it doesn't come to that. But yes, please consider changing this tax. It's not sustainable for this industry, and it's not good for the people in our county in this industry. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenters are Nancy, Rachel, and Jack. If you can please unmute and state your name.
Yeah. This is Brantley Richardson, and I have a comment. I'm not a grower, I'm not in the industry, but I have to agree, I think the way of taxing should be on gross receipts. It was really unfortunate to hear that that's ineffective because of the untrustworthiness and the dishonesty of the grower community. Second, I don't know if at $300 a pound, anybody, any small grower in Sonoma County can exist. And I feel there should be an economic analysis done by the county, peer reviewed, made that we can have confidence in, that would just give us the honest story. Can any grower make it at $300 of whatever the amount is? 4 years ago, when I was on the cannabis advisory group, industry reps admitted that they could not in Sonoma County compete with the rest of the state on price because for generic cannabis. The only way they'd make any money is if they get a premium price, and doing that by having appellations and try to live off the reputation of Sonoma County. I really don't think the small grower has any choice, any chance due to the economics of the industry as a whole, as others have admitted, the overproduction is a tremendous problem already. Thank you.
And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Rachel Zerd, and I'm well known to a lot of people on the board. And I hadn't intended to speak, but I don't want the board to think, because of the silence of those of us who are opposed to having these taxes changed, that it has changed any of our feelings. What you have are people who are advocating that they don't want to pay as many taxes. I can feel badly for the people who are young and, you know, they were hoping to make their money and blah, blah, blah. Maybe Sonoma County isn't the right place to be growing the cannabis at this point. And my big question is if we reduce or eliminate taxes, I would like to know, where is the money going to come from to support this industry from the county? Because I think that there's a lot of other things in this county that also need attention. And I don't appreciate my tax dollars necessarily supporting just one industry. How about people in other industries, in the restaurant business, or whoever, have lost a lot of money in the last few years. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And Chair Gore and board, that will conclude public comment.
Thank you very much. And thank you for those who gave their heartfelt, practical, emotional, all of it to us. So back to the board. I think it's time for comments and some direction to staff going forward. I want to lead this off by kind of looking at my colleagues, and it seems like we have a couple things before us. Number one is while there was a lot of discussion about urgency ordinance and other things, it looks like what they've done in San Francisco and what this board could consider is one thing, which is a suspension or not a suspension. I mean, everyone's talking about the different ordinances, so I think it'd be good for staff to, first of all, Christina, to open up that page that identifies options for us going forward. Because what I'd really like to hear from the colleagues is what you'd like to have brought back to us and when. There's obviously an opportunity for a huge amount of analysis and discussion about policymaking, but then there's also a conversation about either a suspension or not that's before us, I think, right now, and could be an earlier decision. So I want to go and see where my colleagues are on this, and I, if anybody has any proposals, and I have some thoughts as well. I'm going to pass it over first to my left. Supervisor Hopkins, are you ready?
I just want to affirm that I believe that the situation and the circumstances have changed since this tax was first implemented. And I am definitely interested in pursuing relief for our farmers. I don't think that it makes sense to sort of have a square footage based tax that has no linkage or tie to gross receipts. At the same time, I understand that, when we had the conversation, I recall staff being concerned that, well, if it's all based on gross receipts, you could only report a little bit and sell a lot on the black market. And so I also want to acknowledge those concerns. And I do feel that there is some path forward where we sort of take both into consideration, where we look at something that maybe is based on square footage, but has some kind of a tie, almost like a COLA, right, to the actual marketable value of the crop. And I'm very interested in finding a solution that is not overly punitive, because I really do believe, and I know that this is happening out in West County, that if we just tax the heck out of everything, everybody's going to go back into the black market, which essentially is punishing the folks who are doing the right thing and actually lifting up those who are doing the things that we don't want to do, and ultimately incurring more of our costs in terms of code enforcement complaints and those kinds of concerns regarding land use impacts and degradation of our natural resources. And I do not want to see the industry go back into the black market because they are literally being pushed financially out of, what is the legal market. I am also interested in taking some kind of short-term immediate action, because this is, we are coming up to that tax deadline. And I do think that there has been precedent set by this board in the past to address when industries have been hard hit by something, whether that's, a fire, whether it's an economic bottom falling out of a market. I do think that the board has set that precedent in the past. So, I would say that's sort of where I am currently leaning. I also do want to acknowledge, which I know that at least one of my colleagues and probably multiple will bring up, is that we do have costs to bear as part of this. And so I think that we need to, come up with some kind of a solution and acknowledge that, does this need to be backfilled? Can we look at sort of the history of expenditures over time with our cannabis program? What is sort of that workload? Is it going to decrease or increase as a result of a potential change in a tax ordinance, and ensure that we do have ongoing revenue in the future, even if we have to take sort of some kind of short-term Band-Aid approach to ameliorate some of the financial concerns that we've got. So that's kind of just where I'm headed. Not sort of specific yet, but I just want to kick off the deliberations.
So what I'm hearing is maybe a short-term discussion about a suspension and then while it's suspended, a longer-term policy discussion that brings items back. Supervisor Corsi, I'm going to pass to you before I go to our two colleagues online.
So I have a question before I make comments.
Yeah.
And that is, one of the commenters made the statement that back when this tax was first being talked about, before my time on the board, that there was a promise that the square footage tax would transition to a gross receipts tax once track and trace was in place and possible. Is that in fact true?
So through the chair, I was looking at the December 2016 agenda item and what it said about the tax assumptions. I did not see that in the agenda item. It did reference wanting to start taxes on the lower end to incentivize folks to come out of the black market. And the lower end was that 3% range, give or take, ultimately to overcome startup cost and then potentially get to the 10% amount. And so that's what the December 2016 agenda item said. I did not read anything about track and trace. It may have been part of the conversation though.
But can you explain how it went from a percentage to a square footage?
Well, I was just reading it on the fly. Well, while we're up here at the dais, and as we explained, we've got limited information today because we've had limited time, but we can certainly come back with more. I think they, at the time, staff calculated the estimated, how to calculate it from percent to plant. And so they made some estimates. That's my understanding.
Okay. And Supervisor Corsi, if I may, just, and everybody can speak differently from their recollection, but we haven't touched taxes since we first looked at the cannabis ordinance, which was a long time ago. And when we first did it, it was the reason that we went with this model, from my recollection, was because it was achievable. When Sita Gutierrez and Rebecca Waksberg were going through the process with us of bringing it up, it was a way to do it because the track and trade system had never really been developed. So they didn't understand the ability to track product in different ways. And it was based on a percentage equivalent of trying to reach for that, but we just haven't taken it up since then.
Okay, that makes sense. I think all of this gets to my point that I want to make today is that I don't have enough information to make decisions about this. I don't mind a delay on collecting this tax on January 31st, but I want to make it clear that I'm not prepared to say you're not going to have to pay it at some point. I'm not prepared to say that yet. We've got close to $2 million in costs identified that we're paying for with this tax. I'd like to know how much of those costs we can eliminate, and or how we're going to pay for those costs if we don't have the tax receipts coming in. That's the number one issue in front of me right now. Also, I'd like to hear more about what the state's doing. The state's tax is 80% of what people are paying right now, according to what's in front of us here. County is 20%. We can get rid of that, and they're still going to be paying $160 a pound, approximately, in taxes. Our tax is about 42. Senator McGuire, at least according to the news reports about his proposal, is talking about finding this tax somewhere else in the chain, in the supply chain. I'm not sure that we have that ability, given that we've got 170 cultivators, 5 dispensaries, and 5 manufacturers. My sources tell me that costs haven't dropped by 2/3 dispensary buying cannabis in a dispensary hasn't been reduced by 2/3 as the price to cultivators has gone down. So, but we can't go after that money elsewhere in the food chain or in the supply chain because we don't necessarily have that in unincorporated Sonoma County to the extent to make that up. So, I'd like more information about how we pay for our program if we're not paying for it this way, whether we can reduce the cost of the program, and also how much good we can do when we're only 20% of the problem here. So those are few of my questions.
Thank you. Thank you. I hear, even though one supervisor used the word suspension, I heard you use another word, which is delay. And I think that's an appropriate question about, semantics and what do they really mean as you do policy making, but more information on to be able to inform policy making long term. Supervisor Rabbit, I see your hand up, and then I'll go to Supervisor Gorn last.
Yeah, and to throw some more semantics in there too, I think to be fair, right? Everyone keeps referencing San Francisco as suspending a tax. They never collected the tax. So it's a lot easier to just delay the imposition of that tax. They still have overhead, but they found another way to pay. And that goes to, I think, what Supervisor Corsi was talking about, and looking at what we are spending right now on a program that everyone, including the industry folks, believe needs to be revised and needs help. And that comes at a cost within the county. So how do we balance the two? I'm open to any kind of mechanism that is the best taxing mechanism, if that's almost an oxymoron, but the best way to collect the taxes, whether it's gross receipts, but I just heard that administrative cost is going to be even higher than the 22% that we have now. Part of it has to do, I think, with the bigger picture, and my friend David Drips, talked about the county, but while I think we all have a role in how we got to this particular point, certainly there's plenty of blame to go around at all levels of government, both the state and local. But I think also with those who promise the world within the industry to legalize cannabis and promise great revenues, they've never really been realized. And to Supervisor Corsi's point, we're talking, the problem really exists at the state level. It's the state tax that is way too high. Ours is 1/5 of what the state is. Can we lower it? If we can achieve the same outcomes, but we need help in that regard. I can tell you down my way, I have some outdoor cannabis applications, at least, that have incurred some incredible prices of solid fences along property lines of neighbors. One reportedly at $65,000 expense. I don't know how does that then fit within the scheme of lowering the overall taxes? And I'm not saying that people's expenditures are going to be hit hard when the commodity price plummets the way it did. I think the other thing that the state's never really figured out is where is that sweet spot of what tax amount you can spend to keep people from going into the black market. What can we do to make sure that at least here locally, we're not helping that? As I understand it, it's really from other locales, and you see what's been happening up in the southern portion of Oregon, for instance, on really declaring an emergency on the black market cultivation that's kind of hit that state. So for me personally, I'm open to relooking at how the tax is applied. I think at the other side of that, as important, if not quite honestly more important, how do we then pay for the cost of the program overall, especially when we're making an investment in that program? And it should be noted, and I think Christina said this earlier, the EIR, which is in orange on that sheet 10 on the costs, that's only internal staffing. That's not the consultant to perform the EIR. And as we all know, that EIR is probably going to be, what, $600 to $1 million? Where does that come from? If we don't have the money within the program, how do we move forward with that? And then we keep the industry in limbo. We don't have the changes that they're demanding, that we're demanding. And it just keeps this cycle kind of going in this kind of down the drain effect. I do think that we need to be open and honest with one another to find ways to, to support those that have come out of the black market that want to be legal. At the same time, there's definitely costs involved there. You have to collect money to pay for those costs. How best to do it? I'm open.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. On those two points that we were kind of going over, what I heard at the end there is a definite request from you on a couple different items for information, more information. I think the most relevant one you brought up is what Corsi said too, was the impact of the state and what the state does, and not just doing whatever we do on our own on terms of policymaking. I wanted to get your gut check on, I'm kind of asking every supervisor on this idea of the delay or suspension item coming back, as much as we talk about agendizing a policymaking item around the future of the tax.
It's a cash flow issue for the county. If we did it through one quarter in the past for the wildfires and we were able to float enough money to pay our bills, I mean, it's not going to be a suspension of the costs that we're incurring on a daily basis. So I just worry about how you pay your bills going forward.
Okay. Fair. Well put. Anything else right now? Good. Okay. Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you all to my colleagues. Very thoughtful comments. And we have to acknowledge that people are hurting. And as other industries have been hurting with other kind of pandemics or fires, we've taken steps to alleviate the need and support their industry. So I think we need to do that as well for here. But first of all, let me dispel any myth out there about the reason why we went into this. This was never an attempt to raise enormous amounts of money for the county coffers. And maybe the state had inflated ideas about how much money it was going to generate for the state. I never did. What we really did was try to estimate the cost of our operations, code enforcement, legal expenses, permitting Sonoma, ags, weights and measures, and trying to come up with a fair way to levy taxes and permit fees to finance the activities that are needed to accompany and administrate the permitting and the operation for internal county operations. We have those costs. Other supervisors have said that. Can we find a different way of financing those costs? Can we reduce those costs? I'm absolutely looking for ways that we can do exactly that. But I think I would support a short-term suspension of the tax. I'm really concerned about the January deadline, and we have an industry hurting. But in the end, we need to figure out what it will cost us to continue those operations for this industry. And I'm actually open, as David Rabbit said, to consider different ways of taxation. Someone had mentioned that Santa Rosa gives industry or gives business owners the option of either square footage or gross receipts. And maybe that's an option that we can consider. Smaller operations might choose one way and larger operations might choose another. But I think, like Supervisor Corsi, we need some more information fast. But in the meantime, I'm supporting a suspension of that deadline, not for a year, but maybe for a quarter, until we come up with the information that we need to consider how we move forward.
Excellent. Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. So what I hear from you is a short-term suspension or delay, and with a policy-making workshop that yields it from there forward. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Just going to ask whoever is managing the PowerPoint to maybe go back to board screen share for a minute and then pop back, or whatever you need to. I saw that there was some chats and texts going on whoever's computer that is. So maybe make sure that that's taken care of. And
that was me, Supervisor Gore. I got it. Thank you.
Okay.
One too many screens going on.
So once more, before we go into the final side of this, a couple questions with respect to the stuff that was before us. So what I'm hearing from the board, and I'm supportive of this as well, is some kind of a short-term suspension that gets us to a policy making item. I heard Supervisor Rabbit talk about first quarter. For me, that suspension would be dependent upon staff having the ability and the time to do the work thoroughly, to validate numbers, to get beyond anecdote and stories that we're hearing from whoever it is. I want to say that respectfully. I'm not saying anybody's not telling us anything, but anytime we go through tax changes or others, even inter agency or intertribal agreements with individuals, oftentimes we go and we figure out, with some of our tribes is we open our books, they open their books, they do it under a non-disclosure or whatever the process is to validate really what's going on, so that there's ground truth associated with whatever information comes back. I definitely heard from my colleagues the need to bring back information on not just our tax inflows and outflows over the years, but our code enforcement penalties in and out. I also, heard a lot of interest, Supervisor Rabbit and Corsi, about the story of the state and what they're doing coming forward and making sure that there's alignment there. I also heard a need for us to look at other methodology. Is it appropriate to move from a canopy to a gross receipts or some kind of a hybrid? Part of that is predicated on the truth on the ground with track and trace and other things. I heard one of the commenters from Sonoma County Growers Alliance talking about being a legitimate, heavily regulated entity and not really having, there shouldn't, what I heard her saying is, why is there the assumption that I'm taking away bags of my product and hiding it? I already work in a highly regulated system. So I think those are three things that are potentially before us. What I guess my potential look to my colleagues, if anybody wants to make a proposal or in the sense of something with staff too, is how long would it take to bring back this information, which isn't just an analysis of the state and others, but gives ground truth. So I'm going to say that number one. And then the second question is that if we were to take action and bring back, whether it's a consent item or a regular item on suspending or delaying this for a certain amount of time, do we bring that back for an initial reading on if we wanted to, as a regular ordinance that would require an additional 30 days to come back to us later, or do we do it as an urgency ordinance and bring it back and then do a regular ordinance afterwards? So I'm gonna set those down and look to Cheryl Bratton, our county administrator, and Christina and others to give us a staff perspective on maybe some of those questions.
Thank you. I just wanted to get clarification from council. I thought there was a third option of a resolution. Could the board adopt a resolution delaying the collection of the tax?
As opposed to an urgency
Yes.
ordinance.
Thank you. Through the chair, your board has in the past extended the deadline for 1 quarter of taxes due and have also waived the penalties and interest. So that is one option that could happen now. Well, not now, obviously. We would need to come back with a resolution and we would be able to do that by the end of this month. To speak to the chair's questions about the ordinance allows for the lowering of the tax rate. So when we're talking about this suspension of the taxes, I think that it would make sense to set the tax rate to 0 or whatever you want to lower it to, and we could make the ordinance retroactive so that it would backdate to July 1st, which would be the beginning of the fiscal year. Since this is an annual tax that is imposed, it's just paid either on a quarterly basis or on the biannual basis. And then we could either bring forth a regular ordinance or an urgency ordinance by the end of this month. The regular ordinance would first need to be brought on a regular calendar, and then we would need to bring, that would be the introduction, and then we would adopt the ordinance at a second board date a week later, and then it would take 30 days to go into effect, and that could be made retroactive. Or you could adopt the urgency ordinance, which could be implemented at the adoption and could also be made retroactive.
Thank you very much. I see Supervisor Rabbit, you have your hand up. Is that from before, or do you have a question right now?
No, as you were summarizing, I just wanted to make sure that my comment regarding the state was not necessarily about alignment. It was really just the acknowledgement that local tax is 20% of the total tax burden out there. And then I just got to say too, in line with what we're talking about, all that was just said in terms of the additional work coming back is adding to the overhead, is increasing that cost burden once again. So I think we really just need to figure out what is it that we want to do and how are we going to pay for it? If someone else isn't going to pay for it, how are we going to pay for it? And what work are we going to do in lieu of that?
Yeah, and I think a question that we don't have on the table that we proposed earlier, I think Supervisor Corsi did, is what's the amount of money that's in the cannabis budget allocation that we review every year? What did we allocate? We don't, and I want to honor the fact that we don't have all these answers because quite honestly, we did this over the holidays, and with respect to everybody who's chiming in, we need to honor the fact that we closed out one year and we're coming into the next year. So I'm going to look to my colleagues and look for kind of some direction. I've heard general support for a short-term suspension. So I'm going to go back first to the county administrator, because we talked about a resolution, then we talked about an ordinance coming back. We talked about maybe a quarter, but the amount of time appropriate for staff to come back with an agenda or a work plan for bringing this kind of back. We also have a board kind of strategic planning item coming up early next month. That's going to dictate what our agenda is for different times. So I think what I'm hearing is something that comes back to us that addresses the January pay date, whether that's a resolution or an ordinance, and then something that gives us enough time to put a work plan together to decide how we ground truth out this information and what we ultimately decide upon. Any thoughts before I jump into this?
Sure, thank you for that. First, a question if there's a difference between suspension and delay, because I know we've talked about both, and I'd want to know where the majority direction is if there is a difference. In terms of the work plan, probably the best way to handle it is we were coming to the board at our next regular board meeting, January 25th, with the entire calendar for the year. So we could work cannabis into that calendar. We've already got a tentative draft, so we're going to have to move some things around to move it up into the schedule because frankly, we already have January, February, March, April, and May kind of fully fleshed out, subject to the board's review and the public consideration. But I would recommend we have that discussion during the January 25th meeting. Today, we look for direction on, suspension or delaying the immediate tax coming due.
Can we, so following up with council either here or on the call, is there a legal difference between suspension and delay? Because we're using those words colloquially right now.
Thank you, Chair. I think that the delay would mean that the underlying taxes would still be due. You would simply be extending the due date. A suspension could be if you wanted to set the tax rate to 0 and make the ordinance retroactive, there would be essentially no taxes due if the tax rate is set at 0.
Okay. I think the other item is that we can also decide that if we bring this back on the 25th, the issue of suspension or delay, whatever comes back, that could be an item. Because I guess my question is right now, we're trying to give direction to staff, but I want to be clear about what was agendized and what we're trying to come back. Bob, would you like to weigh in on that at all? Or does that sound right? Like right now, we're not really in a position to take a straw vote on suspension versus delay because we would delay a vote on those items until we came back. But maybe we give direction to staff that that's what we want to see. Is that as an option for us? Yeah, Supervisor Corsi.
I would suggest this, and it's because of the more questions than answers right now. And that would be to come back on the 25th with a resolution to delay collection of this tax, I'd say to April 30th. I don't know if that's enough time for us to get the information that we actually need. But I assume we can extend it if we don't have that information at that time.
Yeah.
But it gives folks a little breathing room. It gives us time to collect our thoughts a bit, and hopefully it gives staff enough time to bring us back some of the answers that we're looking for today.
Yeah. So, anything on that? This is a lot. I'm doing this a lot more than we usually do, but I want to start the year off right with our coordination between expectations of staff and timing, in other words, because the intent I hear on the table is to bring it back early enough, which would have to be on the 25th, for us to deal with the tax bill that are due in January, but to deal with that in a way that allows us enough staff time to bring back the questions that were answered that are before us. Because I also don't anticipate that in between now and the next 2.5 weeks, we're going to be directing staff to bring back a full analysis of the code enforcement actions and other things. You're going to want that to all leverage into the end of April or May. Is that correct?
That's correct. I appreciate Supervisor Corsi's recommendation. What we would do is come back on the 25th with a resolution for a delay of collecting that tax through April 30th. And then we'd put on the calendar sometime before April 30th, a regular item to bring back more information, potentially some options if we get that far along, but certainly a lot more information.
And this is Susan Gore, and I would support that direction.
Okay.
Through the chair, what we're really talking about is a 1/4 delay. Is that correct, Mr. Rozier? Which is in line with what we've done for wildfires.
Through the chair, that is correct.
And I appreciate that, Supervisor Rabbit. In line, I think the other question I want to see about the board, but I would be supportive of us including that delay for, as we analyze, for those who are under existing fees and or payments from this last iteration. I think that was one of the questions that was before. So or maybe that can come back to us as a discussion item on the 25th.
I am unclear.
I don't
Sure.
really, well, there was a comment about what is due on January, but also I think the question is when did the price drop? When was the last tax payment made or required? So I guess that would be a first question to Eric, is if we're looking at a late January payment, if it's biannual or annual, the last one that came forward, do we have a lot of people who did the price drop before that? Are we looking at retroactively or not? That's the kind of question I'm looking at.
Chair Gore, for the outdoor cultivators, the January 30th upcoming installment is the first of 2 installments for the year. So they have not paid any current year taxes to date based on a due date.
Good.
And it's the second quarter installment for the manufacturers, dispensaries, and the other cultivators.
Okay.
There has not been a price reduction associated with the taxes.
Okay.
And through the chair, Cristina Rivera, I want to, for the record, remark my anxiety about verifying the price, the market price. I don't know of a official reliable source that indicates what is the market price drop, and or whether the market price drop is associated with market adjustments because of overproduction. So I wanted to simply remark for the record that a price per pound verification is something I don't, where I sit right now, currently visualize as something that we can validate. So just want to put that out.
Well, I guess coming back to us, the cleanest way to do this is what I've heard from Supervisor Rabbit and Corsi and Supervisor Gorin is that there's a 1/4 delay that we're going to bring back on the 25th. And then there's a lot of other discussion about what we can analyze and bring back when and what's really available to us. I don't think it's going to behoove us to go into that more right now, but I want to look across at my colleagues and see if that's the direction. I'm not going to ask for a formal motion on this because we're giving direction to staff, but instead I heard Supervisor Corsi, I heard Supervisor Rabbit and Gorn very loud that about equating this to past policy on delaying for a quarter is what would come back before us. And then when we come back on the 25th, we could probably provide more direction or have a little bit more of a discussion about this. Supervisor Hopkins nodded the head if that works for you. Supervisor Corsi, Supervisor Rabbit, I know Supervisor Gorin already kind of expressed support for that. Do you support the idea of this coming back for the just a decision, not a decision now, but before us for the 1 quarter delay?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. As long as the float is within the budget item.
Okay. Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I think one item that would be good to come back on the 25th is what is the current balance in the cannabis account, in not just what we have in terms of inflows and outflows, but do we have enough money to do that float from within the cannabis allocation? Or Supervisor Rabbit, as I think you're reading my mind too, is thinking about contingencies or other kind of areas. And obviously, anytime we look at floating something, it has to come from somewhere. So that's appropriate.
Through the chair, that I appreciate that, and I want to remark that the January 25th resolution delaying for 1 quarter the payment will likely include staff recommendation to waive penalties and interest expense, if you will. But I also want to remark that at January 25th, when we bring this action for delay, the liability of the grower for making the payment will still remain until such time as you make a different decision. And I just want the public to hear that. A delay does not dispense the liability of paying the bill until such time the board has made that choice.
Well, and I appreciate that. And so, I mean, what I'm hearing is that we can delay this and then we can go really in any direction we want, as long as we have the time and you have the staff. And as Supervisor Rabbit and others have said, is that we have the float identified. So I think the idea of what I'm hearing from everybody is the delay and then the discussion of the float to come back in, or the position allocation come back to us later this month.
We most definitely can bring you the codification necessary to delay and to waive the penalties and interest. And we can also bring you the current fund balance position of the fund in order to so the reason I wanted to make sure that the action on the 25th, even if we bring you the information on the fund balance, doesn't necessarily mean that you had forego the revenue you get. That's what I want to say.
Understood. Appreciate that. Supervisor Rabbit, do you have anything final? I saw your mute button just came off.
No, I very much appreciate what our assistant county administrator just put out there, because as somebody, I'm used to paying quarterlies. If you don't pay the 1 quarter, the next quarter, you're going to have to double the amount of money. So I don't think we should get ourselves out too far ahead of our skis. I do think that it's, in terms of cash flow for the businesses that are out there, relieving a quarter and giving some flexibility is fine, but the overall dollar amount still needs to be there. And I think, I do appreciate the fact we started today with more questions than answers, and there is some more information that needs to be gathered to make sure that we make a prudent financial decision going forward. So I appreciate that.
Okay. It looks like we have direction to staff. I'm looking at the county administrator and Christina Rivera. I'm not going to ask for a formal motion unless you want one. You're good? We're good. Okay. Supervisors, good to go? Okay. Thank you very much. Item number 23, once again, information only, direction to staff. Good job, everybody. Now we're going to go to item number 24, which is the Sonoma County long-term roads plan update. And then after that, we will go to public comment on items not listed on the agenda. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask us to take not a 5-minute, but maybe a 3-minute break. If anybody wants to use the restroom, come right back and get this item going. Thank you. I forgot that I'm the chair now, so I can't sneak out and go to the bathroom.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. And I think we are ready to begin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gore, members of the board, Janice Thompson, Deputy Director, Transportation and Public Works. I'll share my screen.
I'm also not live here yet.
Yes, you are. Just one moment.
What's that? Oh, yeah. No, you know, I mean, these days you might as well just assume everything's recorded. Hello, world. I think I'm hot live.
Yes, you
Okay.
are. Can you not hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Now I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Janice, I just want to let you know that we're seeing your presenter view of your slides before you get started.
Oh, okay. Hang on one second. Hold on. Okay. 1 second, please. Working on it. Is that better?
We're still seeing kind of a present. Oh, that looks great. Thank you.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, good afternoon, Chairman Gore, members of the board. I'm Janice Thompson, Deputy Director, Transportation and Public Works, and I'm pleased to present to you today the 10-year update on the Pavement Preservation Program. So I have a brief presentation today in the essence of time, this is kind of what we're going to talk about today, just our accomplishments, what we've done the last 10 years. We'll go into a little bit of background of the program, the funding, a 2-year look ahead at what's next, and then a conclusion. So what we've accomplished, we have paved 412 miles of roadway. And that's really significant for us. We're very proud of that. It represents 30% of the county's road network, consisting of 1,368 miles. So in 10 years, that's quite an accomplishment for us. We have a great team here at TPW who work hard to deliver these projects every year for you. At a cost of $128.8 million that we have spent the last 10 years. This is a map showing that accomplishment. The black lines are the roads we have paved over the last 10 years, and the red lines are the next 2 years planned program. How do we measure these accomplishments? We measure them 2 ways, which is the total number of road miles paved, which I've reported to you is 412. And also we use the pavement condition index. And that is an index on a scale of 0 to 100 that indicates that the pavement condition on a certain section of road. So when we first started in 2012, our PCI was 44. And at the end of 2021, we have raised that PCI to 52. And that's significant because when we started, the PCI of 44 is considered to be poor. But anything over 50 is considered to be good or fair. So in 10 years, we have jumped to a new category of pavement condition index. This is a slide showing the mileage, what we have spent over the 10 years. And as you can see, using the 2021 bar, we're at about 128.8 million. And we're projected to spend approximately 169 million at the end of 2023. And then here is a cumulative total of road miles. You can see we're at 412 today and projected to go to 456 in the next 2 years. This is a slide showing the PCI increase in the 10 years. We were able to break that down by district, and we're happy to report that each of your districts have shown an increase in the PCI over this time. This is my favorite slide in today's presentation. From an engineering point of view, this is exactly where we want our road network to be. The higher functioning classifications of roadways are the ones that are landing in those higher PCI numbers. So if we were to look at the pie chart on the right, we would see that the system is made up of 4 functional classifications: arterial, major collector, minor collector, and local road. And the higher performing roads there in the light and dark blue are the roads representing the highest number of vehicles. And that's exactly where we want them to be, in those higher PCIs. They've made quite a substantial improvement in the 10 years. In the middle there are the minor collectors, and lagging are the local roads, which do make up the majority of roads in our system, but they do see fewer vehicles on them. So we're excited to see that really the road system is performing exactly where we want it to be. So for a little bit of background, we began focusing on paving back in 2012, and this was formalized in 2014 with the long-term road plan. That includes a strategy and guideline for us, which is based on traffic volume, pavement conditions, bike and transit relevance, public safety facilities. And what it does is uses our road evaluation framework to select the roads that become part of the paving program. What we do with that is we use a pavement management system. And what that is a computer program that the Metropolitan Transportation Commission protocol calls for. It's called Street Saver. And in there, we use the field conditions of the roads in addition to the functional classifications with some budget scenarios. And that produces our pavement rehabilitation strategy. Our funding sources make up the majority of it. I have a few slides on funding, so bear with me while I demonstrate that the majority of our funding comes from the general fund, your board's discretionary contributions towards the paving program. Additionally, there's some funding from Senate Bill 1 with some other miscellaneous funds. But let me get to this next slide here, which demonstrates Sonoma County's general fund contribution. This graphic shows the top 15 counties who use general fund discretionary dollars towards their paving. And you'll see that Sonoma has landed very well with very high contributions. So I will challenge you, supervisors. This data is from 2019. We're just receiving the 2020 data, and our friends to the south in San Diego have made great strides. And so we do have a little competition coming. This slide just further represents the majority of funding that's coming from your board, with the dark green in the pie chart and on the graph. That's the general fund contribution. There was a one-time contribution made back in 2016 by the board. And then the light green are the outside sources such as SB1, but you can really see that Sonoma County General Fund in the beginning of the program was making nearly an 80% contribution. With help from SB1, that's down to 65 now, but still Sonoma County's general fund contribution is the majority of our program funding. The 2-year look ahead for the program includes $40 million and the paving of 43 miles. Of that $40 million, 26.7 million is coming from the board's discretionary funds. Additionally, over the next 2 years, we will be paving with the 2017 wildfire PG&E settlement funds. We're still working on designing that, so I don't have the mileage to share with you today, but it's quite an additional amount of roads that are going to be paved. We're excited about that. What we're recommending is the continuation of following the 2014 long-term road plan, using our evaluation framework, which is based on our pavement management system. That's primarily focused on the high volume roads. Additionally, our program follows the strategic plan pillar of resilient infrastructure established by your board. And that also allows us to ensure an equitable distribution of road repair work, addressing the most critical needs of the county, and efficient use of funds. So in conclusion, just summarizing, the 10-year update includes expenditure of $128.8 million, paving 412 miles, which represents 30% of the county's network, and a PCI improvement from 44 to 52. Coming up in the next 2 years, another $40 million, paving 43 miles of road. And we're recommending using the pavement management system to continue to determine road selection and improve our PCI. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Janice. Appreciate your work, not just your presentation, but your work, and appreciate seeing you here presenting this to us. I'm going to go to my colleagues first. Supervisor Corsi.
Thanks. It's good to end the meeting with a item of high note. Janice, just is the $20 million of PG&E money in addition to the 40.5 over the next 2 years? And is that $20 million, do you expect to spend that in the next 2 years?
Yes to all of those questions, Supervisor Corsi. The $20 million is in addition to the 40 million in the PPP, and we will be spending that over the next 2 years.
So we've actually got $60 million going into roads the next 2 years.
Correct.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rabbit, I see you there leaning in. Maybe you can start by reminding us of our total mile network, sir. I think you're one of the only ones on the board. I think, well, you might be the only Supervisor Gorin as well, who was here in 2012 when you started this work. So pass it over to you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that very much. And this is a great item coming forward in a time to celebrate our successes and also challenge ourselves to keep it going. And Janice, thank you so much for your work. And thank you to Johannes and the entire TPW crew for really doing just a bang up job. You know, when we started this, I'll be honest, when I first got elected, it was pensions and roads. Why are they both having such problems? The first year in office, we did do a pension plan and we saved dollars on that. We did it a year before Governor Brown did his PEPRA. In the second year, it was Supervisor Zane and myself on an ad hoc committee that put together the roads plan. And we did a short-term plan and a long-term plan. The short-term was trying to find some money real quickly to get a jump ahead. The long-term was really trying to find that dedicated source. We did go through and we had a tax measure that failed. We didn't sell it correctly and it was bad timing and everything else. But we persevered and you persevered and TPW persevered and the entire board continued to make the investment. And I think that most people, and as we all know, and the letters from constituents and contacts, you know, roads are the biggest asset that this county has. It is a huge asset and one that deferred maintenance is awfully expensive. So in all those years, I think when I was first in office, it was $2 million a year total on pavement preservation, total for all the roads in the county, the 1,368. That was just that wasn't meaningful at all, and it needed to change. And I'm so glad that we've made that investment and a priority of, and again, unfortunately, it has to be our general fund because we're still behind the 8 ball in terms of how roads in this state are funded out of the gas tax, and especially at county levels where the formula doesn't necessarily always favor a county such as ours with a large number of roads and a relatively small population, so to speak. To your point on San Diego, again, San Diego, if we go per capita, they've got 2 million people, we've got 500,000. So we're not worried about them catching up. We just need to make sure that we continue to make the investments going forward. I was going to ask you about the street saver, because I remember early on we had discussions, and obviously I'm on MTC and I know that we put out the roads report every year. And sometimes I used to think that the roads report was really to slap people upside the head to say, hey, look, you need to put more money into your roads. Have we found that street saver, have we adjusted it so that it's really a valuable tool for us to find the right treatment and to find the right price? Because I know initially it was kind of hit or miss.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Supervisor Abbott. I absolutely think we're pretty well dialed in. We've been working on it for so long now. I think it's really representative of what the network needs. I think the budgets are correct. And I think we're learning as we continue to work with it, how to make little tweaks in the system to further refine it. But I really think we've gotten to the point where we're applying the correct treatments in the correct times.
Great. And then the other part of that, I know over the years too, that we've talked about making additional investments, and we bought some equipment of our own, and we're limited to some things that we can do, but there's other things that, especially trying to make a bigger dent in the local roads, which, as you made mention, is 2/3 of all the roads in the county. And is there anything on the horizon, or I should say, I hope that you feel free to come back if there's something that would really make a huge difference going forward, that would be a way to leverage dollars, get more road miles paved. By all means, ask us, for that consideration, because I know that we've talked about different types of machines, and we did a couple of pilot programs on that. Was it called Golden Place, or whatever it was, on Adobe and a couple of other places. And I know that the machinery itself was extremely expensive and almost prohibitively expensive for a single jurisdiction if you were not using it, day in and day out. But at the same time, if there is something out there that can keep us pushing forward, I hope that you let us know.
Absolutely, Supervisor Abbott, we will. Thank you.
And again, I think this for the board itself, we are making progress. It's slow and steady. But we are making progress. And to see 412 miles of roads, or 30% of our overall system paved, and I think we all do acknowledge and see it on a regular basis that those arterials, major collectors, and even the minor collectors are all in great shape. And I can't thank you enough for that. And I think it also should be known, getting kind of back to the street saver, our county is not an easy county to pave roads in. That we have a lot of diverse geology. We have some parts of the county that are practically rainforests when it is raining. But whether it's the clays, the lava, you name it, your crew has to deal with all of that, and it really is an integral part of the success of the road. Picking that right pavement, picking the right base, and everything else that we know is so important to have a road last. And I know that in the past we've had to tell people that we can't just pave your road because there's no base to your road. It would just be a waste of money. And of course, then that's a whole other conversation about how to go forward. So again, proud of the work that we've done on this. Urge us all to continue to go forward in this vein. It is the biggest investment that we all share in, and it has a huge impact on people's lives each and every day as they drive through the county. So Janice, thanks for the work. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. We appreciate your continued support.
Supervisor Rabbit, I appreciate that. The point you mentioned at the end about innovation and other ideas, Janice, maybe later in the program, that's something maybe we should talk about after we do public comment. I think that's a good setup. I know that Director Hooverts at one point had talked with myself, and I don't know about other supervisors, about using some of our money to even, he talked about using some of our balance and refuse fees, or I can't remember what it was, to look at an upfront investment in infrastructure and trying to pay ourselves back. There's the question of, as I think Supervisor Hopkins or Gorin have brought up a couple different times, is how much money are we losing by not paving these versus the interest if we bonded it out further and did more going forward. Supervisor Gorin, I'm going to pass it over to you, and then Supervisor Hopkins here.
Thank you. And thank you. I think we all thank Supervisor Rabbit for his work on the roads plan way back when he and Supervisor Zane worked on that, as well as the pension reform. And I think we continue to benefit from that work and that planning, but also his work on the MTC and SCTA is very much appreciated. Janice, you are amazing. We love working with you. You've taken the ball and running, and so thankful that you are there so that we can start to plan not only for the next couple of years, but a couple of years after that. And so my question really is, thank you to the voters for passing the Go Sonoma Act and the allocation of the funding of that tax revenue leans more towards local roads. And do we have any idea, based upon calculations, how much more we can expect for that category?
We haven't really run through that analysis yet, Supervisor Gorin, so we'll let you know as soon as we do.
Well, please do, because I keep promising my constituents, wait, be patient. We're going to get to your local roads, and so we will. But I'm hoping that we can get more of the funding from SCTA allocations so that we can really work on that road network in the Springs and elsewhere. So I appreciate that, and yes, I also appreciate all of your work. The advocacy and support of this board for expending PG&E settlement funding for repaving roads that I thought would never be paved. And sadly, they suffered a lot of losses, and their road system really has been degraded by the debris cleanup. But look at how many miles of roads we were able to pave through the various pavement treatments. And that's enormous boon to so many people who were in the fire zone areas and are struggling now to rebuild. And once we, and that we will soon, over the next couple of years, repave those streets. And so that is amazing. And thank you to the board for that work and that support for that. And so it's not only the pavement preservation program that we're normally talking about, but it's the PG&E settlement as well. So thank you so much. And I'm anxious to get out there and start talking about this.
Great, thanks, Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you. Supervisor Hopkins?
Thank you. And I also just want to add my gratitude for all of the fantastic work. I mean, I know that over there at TPW, you're managing, I'm sure, hundreds of projects, on different contracts right now. And I really, really appreciate your ability to keep moving forward with each new construction season, getting those roads paved, checking to make sure, we've had some instances where there were some quality control issues afterwards. And so you've often managed that as well, making sure that they were actually paved to spec and that everything was done properly. So thank you for all of that great work. And please extend our thanks to all of the staff who worked so hard on these things. My question is really pertaining to, we're making progress, which is a great thing. And it's really exciting to see that sort of PCI, improving over time. Have we ever looked at the cost of things like a dig once policy, which we've talked about in the context of broadband, or sort of a paint once policy in the context of enhancing bicycling lanes, as part of this? And I know that sometimes for certain roads in West County, I've tried to coordinate between TPW and regional parks, since kind of our bike network lives in multiple worlds right here in West County. And so I'm just thinking about, since we are making progress on that pavement condition,
are there other things that we should potentially be looking at the next time we bring forward our budget? Because I certainly would be interested in improving the bikeability, and I'm certainly also interested in the long-term broadband infrastructure in Sonoma County. So any thoughts on that, or any thoughts on what, how would we go about getting some kind of a cost estimate for future consideration?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Supervisor Hopkins. And we're dedicated to coordinating with parks on the bike lanes, and wherever we can, we're including that in the paving work. Depending on permitting issues, we can and can't do that, but it's absolutely part of the program now, as our drainage improvements and striping as well. So we've really started incorporating quite a bit into our paving projects, and that also is supporting another one of our resilient infrastructure objectives of increasing the paid bike lanes as well. So I hope that answered your question.
That's great. Yeah. And I guess my question would be, would it behoove us to make at some point a formal policy for the county, so that it's sort of like, I think that it's wonderful that it's a priority right now. And I think that there's interest from individual supervisors and interest from staff, but in order to sort of ensure that it's a policy that will continue forward into the future, would it make sense to just say, hey, our policy is to analyze roads to find out whether it's feasible to improve the bikeability, and to do so, if it's fitting within sort of the bike plan that is adopted on a countywide level. And that also might give us opportunities to potentially, to Supervisor Gorin's point, leverage funding from SCTA and other Bay Area sources when we're doing some of this work to help potentially cover some of the costs.
Yeah, sure. We'd be happy to work with you and see if that makes sense going forward.
Yeah, I would just be curious if there is sort of support for my colleagues for actually having some kind of a formal policy with respect to bikeability, because I know that we're all committed to increasing sort of bike access around, and it just seems like if we're doing it, why not make it formal and make it something that we are kind of committed publicly to? So that's just a question that I would ask of my colleagues. And I'll hand it back to the chair.
Well, I think that's a perfect point for us to go into in the comment section. But also, I think one of the I remember that this item coming forward came. I know Supervisor Rabbit and I think Supervisor Hopkins were talking about really looking at the PCI and the measurement, but there's a lot of things that we have not re-updated in a roads plan. And one of the things outside of, as you talk about, bikeability, bike lanes, I know Supervisor Gorin and Arnold Drive has always been a discussion item, but on the other side, we also have continued to bring up how some of us in our allocations in our districts have really focused on local roads, and it's very difficult. Some have, some haven't. It's one of the things to measure PCI and talk, mentioned during the presentation that we look at it based on PCI, but also on a number of roads paved, or number of miles paved. And once you start to go into neighborhoods like in Larkfield, Mark West, Geyserville, and my side, I know Supervisor Gorin in the Springs, places in Guerneville, other things like that, you don't achieve those high numbers, and there's a huge cost there. And that also oftentimes includes ditches, drainage, sidewalk, curb, gutter, things like that are usually municipal city kind of services as opposed to what we provide. So there could be an option, and maybe we take this into our strategic planning about, into either the resilient infrastructure kind of strategic pillar, or the development of a new roads plan that puts some of that stuff into policy. And I think that might be something for us to consider as well. I don't have any questions at this time. I want to go to public comments and then come back to the board for any final items. And I think, Janice, one of the things is we can take this into our discussion about the strategic plan and into our retreat. But I know you're a part of that, but maybe Supervisor Rabbit, since you and I are on the resilient infrastructure ad hoc or strategic pillar, maybe we can look at a revised roads plan with policies surrounding these other issues could be something that we look at. So with that being said, I'll go to public comment and pass it over to Marcy to facilitate that. But before I do, question over here, do we have anybody in our area to comment in person? Doesn't look like it. Oh, we do have one person. Great. Okay, I'm going to bring in that individual and I'll give them 2 minutes. Nice. Great. Very great. Well, hello. Thank you so much for joining us. Before we get started, are you here to talk about roads or for items? Okay, well, we're really quick, and I apologize that we're late. We're gonna retrofit that a little bit, but you will be up in about, I would say 5 minutes. Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yep. Okay, so anybody on the line? I believe I'm going to pass it over to Marcy.
Thank you. If anyone in the Zoom meeting would like to comment on this item, this is number 24 on today's agenda. Can you please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad? And I'm looking to my colleague Jamie for a 2-minute timer, please. And I do see a few hands raised here at this moment. Just one moment. The commenters are Eris, then John, and AJ. You can please unmute and begin.
Hi, this is Eris Weaver, Executive Director of Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition, and I'm so happy that the county continues to allocate discretionary dollars toward this pavement preservation program. A lot of people don't know that the very first advocacy group working for getting roads paved was the League of American Wheelmen, which is now the League of American Bicyclists, back in the late 1800s. And as someone who travels our county roads on 2 wheels as much as I do on 4 wheels, I want to reiterate that request that the needs of cyclists be taken into account. Too often I see times when after a paving project, the bike lane's been striped incorrectly, or the pavement hasn't gone all the way to the edge of the shoulder of the bike lane and leaves a drop off or a lip. There's a section of River Road that when I checked about a month ago, the bike lane is still worse after repaving last year than it was before the repaving because it got narrowed. So I'm hoping that when the PCI is being calculated for roads, that they're being looked at for the entire, all the way into the shoulder in the bike lane and not just the center of the road, and take that into account. And I know that if you don't bicycle, you don't see the road the same way as you do when you only drive it. So I have shared the map that was along with materials for this, with the siblings that I'll be working on with my members, because we do ride all of the roads and probably look at them more carefully than many of the folks who are out there working on them. And so we can keep an eye on it and just help contribute to all of our roads being safer and smoother for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Can the next commenter please unmute and state your name?
John Bly, I'm with the Engineering Contractors Association. I just wanted to extend continued kudos to the board and staff for spending discretionary dollars on fixing our roads. Stating the obvious, putting dollars into this type of infrastructure, sealing the tops of the roads is 10 times more effective than if you had chosen to defer this maintenance and construction into the future. And with the costs going up as high as they are, that 10 times figure might be quite a bit low, actually. I just wanted to state that, as you continue to seal the top of the roads and prevent moisture from getting into that subgrade, it is far more efficient than rebuilding the entire road base. And I also wanted to say the ECA and its workers thank all of you guys and offer our resources to look at any estimated costs that you want us to look at, Chair Hopkins, that you brought up that might help Janice and Johannes and their staff. We're happy to do so, and we just think you guys are doing a great job. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
AJ DeLopez, resident.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Right. So I'm calling in to the long-term plan of roads, and what is going to be the allocation for what you refer to as Southwest Santa Rosa Unincorporated, south of Todd Road, and between, let's say, Stony Point and all the way to the freeway, which would include Millbrae, Hargrave, Primrose, Scenic, and Wilford and Millbrae. I've been calling about this issue and have gotten no response as to when the roads in this area are planned for paving. And not the comment that they need to be rebased in their old roads. Yep, that's true. That's where we're at. But and then on top of it, we continue to build in the infrastructure with no infrastructure, water, roads. And I hear now that $50 million or more has been allocated for Labatt and the homeless. So what's the plan? And how much is being allocated to all the infrastructure for all the building going on in our area? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Gore and Board. That will conclude public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Bringing this back to the board, first of all, I want to acknowledge the final comment there about the question about Todd Road and these areas and state that, you know, Janice, maybe you can talk about where the information of our current road plans are available online and where this individual can reach out to advocate with not only you, but their supervisors. Supervisor Rabbit, I see you leaning in as well. You want to start before?
Yeah, no, I believe that Ms. De Lopez lives in the 2nd District in that area, and I could let her know that we have put some road funding into that area. We've driven every road within that area as well. You know, this is the problem with our challenge, I should say, because I still think what we've done is exemplary. But this is the challenge, that we have a large section of local roads, less traveled roads, but the road outside of individuals' homes that it's going to take a while to get to. But yeah, we've been in contact. We've driven those roads. We've made some investments in those roads, and we'll continue to advocate for that.
Thank you. Appreciate that, sir. Janice?
Yeah, I was just going to add that information both on all of our paving projects, the long-term road plan, all of this is available on TPW's website. And requests for road paving, we can take them on that website. You can call our office. There's a variety of ways that we're happy to receive requests. But as Supervisor Rabbit discussed, the need for road paving far outweighs the funding available.
Thank you. Thank you, Janice. Okay, bringing it back to the board, Supervisor Hopkins.
I just wanted to chime into that. I do believe that the 5th District also allocated some funding for Todd Road for the portion that was within the 5th District that is now transferred to the 3rd District. So with respect to the Todd Road question, it is complicated, but please know that multiple supervisors are putting money towards that area. The sort of Moreland area was being funded through formerly the 5th District. So
Thank you. And I want to acknowledge that the tough part about this conversation is that if we look across the board, we as a board, and especially those of us, I think about Supervisor Rabbit and Gorin as from 2012 forward. I joined in 2014, Supervisor Hopkins in 2016, Supervisor Corsi this past year, is that everybody has not only doubled but tripled down. We've put our more discretionary money than any other county out of the 58 in California into this. We also acknowledge that those of us who are here in these positions of responsibility, that there's a lot more to do. And that's why we indexed the general fund contribution so that it went up with property taxes, which the initial time that we started to put it towards was $8 million. Then at 12 million, as you can see from the charts that Jana showed recently, it's more and more. Easiest thing for us to do with so many needs on homelessness and other things would be to pull off of that. But the reality is that we've continued to be steadfast even when we had other allocations from the gas tax and others. So the commitment's there. The difficulty is that digging your way out of a 30-year backlog. I'm not going to be the person who kicks the can down the road because it would fall into a pothole, as I used to say when I was running for office. But the reality is we're doing everything we can. And if you want to make sure that your community is identified in an upcoming allocation, please do so. Want to go to my colleagues for any further direction, or we're receiving this report. And as I do that, I don't think we need to maybe right now, but what I would be proposing is we converse about this during our strategic planning session on the resilient infrastructure. Supervisor Rabbit, you and I on resilient infrastructure, and kind of go through and figure out if that's part of that discussion or if there's a new roads plan that needs an ad hoc in a positive way, right? We're not like in 2012 when you were starting this first roads plan. This is building on success. So I'm going to first pass it over to Supervisor Rabbit and then to the rest of the board.
Well, a couple of things I just wanted to make mention, and maybe Janice could even clarify. The numbers that you gave us on the 412 miles, this is the pavement preservation program. This is exclusive of any maintenance programs, because I know that Spring Hill Road was a maintenance project, not a pavement preservation. So I don't know if that number needs to reflect a higher mileage going forward.
Yeah, you're correct, Supervisor Rabbit. The mileage I presented today is the PPP program mileage. There is some additional mileage that maintenance performs. However, the maintenance work is included in the increase in the PCI.
Okay. I think it would be, I mean, I think it would be good to communicate the total number of miles, whether in the funding source doesn't matter to most of the public. They just want to make sure the road is paved. So however we can do that, I think that would be great. And I do appreciate that. But then I do know that, I mean, don't we have complete streets as well in terms of what we're talking about, bikeability and everything else? I think to be honest, the place where we get stuck is that we can't extend the road beyond the existing structure without getting into all sorts of different environmental issues that could be prohibitively expensive and kill the project. And I know that's part of that. I will say this too, in terms of the bikeability and the things in years past, we've changed the way that we've done chip seals based upon feedback we've heard from the biking community, even from people in terms of the noise. If you remember a few years back, I think it was a portion of Stony Point where the type of chip seal was giving, having the tires give a pretty loud noise, and we shifted on that too. So I think we have adjusted as we've gone, as we should, and I once again do appreciate that. But all these things are kind of brought into the fold, and I know that we've also talked about, especially down my way out west, because I have ridden on all those roads in years past. Is that the street sweeping and making sure that the shoulders are as clear as possible for those bicyclists to be able to use, especially as cars are coming on either direction. So I appreciate again all the work, and I think we have a well integrated plan. We still have challenges, we still have opportunities going forward, but we're up to it. So thank you, Janice.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you very much. Supervisor, anybody with other comments? Supervisor Hopkins, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up and respond a little bit to Eris Weaver's comments, which are that we definitely have had some instances in West County wherein the sort of bikeable shoulder was not repaved. And I think that Eris mentioned River Road. I believe that also happened actually with Occidental, which is part of the West County Trail network, sort of as it jogs over. And it's actually sort of not very easy to bike with, sort of something that I think could have been more easily fixed if it were called out as a priority around the intersection there with 116. And so I would just like to request of the Resilient Infrastructure Subcommittee or for a future conversation during our strategic planning session that we do sort of look at some kind of a formal policy or at least sort of even bring it forward publicly, our overlay between sort of our dedicated or desired bike trails around the county. Because I do think, complete streets are one thing, but I feel like that's really something that tends to refer more towards, the urbanized areas and sort of in town. But we also have a desire to create these arterials so that folks certainly in West County can get between towns or over to Santa Rosa along different routes. So I would just sort of flag that as a future request. No action, today, but I think it would be a good one to explore if we are committed to our carbon reduction goals, as well as sort of our commitment to bikeability in Sonoma County. So I think we're doing good work, but there's always a little bit more that I think that we could use a little bit of oomph sometimes.
Thank you very much. Well put. Supervisor Corsi, anything you want to add? Okay. Supervisor Gorn, anything?
Hi, I really appreciate Linda's comments and Janice's comments about bike lanes. And thanks, James. Now the board knows I'm continuing to advocate for Arnold Drive. So we'll get there eventually. But during strategic planning, the board may need to have a discussion about how we actually think holistically about bike lanes, both bike lanes as well as bike paths. And we've been talking about this for the past year or so. If we're serious about this, we may need to hire a project manager for these projects to really move it through planning and financing, both with regional parks and with transportation and public works. So something to think about with strategic planning in thinking about how we actually get these projects completed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And that, for my part, just I do look forward to bringing this up during our strategic planning retreat. Janice, please come ready to go with that, and also let Johannes, if you can, know that we want to talk about it. I think we'll talk about it with respect to the resilient infrastructure pillar of the strategic plan, but I do think that there's a couple items that have come up of interest to the board. Number one is this issue of bike lanes and integration of those as a policy and a plan and a discussion item. Number two is the discussion of local roads and how we look at those. Do we just continue? Do we build a separate program from our main connectors and arterials, or do we keep those embedded into just these allocations that we do per district? And then number three, I think the third one is I'd love to hear from Johannes and yourself about these ideas about leveraging, potential bond or other kinds of things into roads, or other kinds of lump sum money in if we are in fact losing more by waiting. There's always the question of, is the interest that we would pay on that actually less than what the investment is and what our current loss year by year is. So I don't think the answer is there, but would love to have a deep dive into this and see how my colleagues want to direct it, and if we do it through our strategic plan or an add or others. So I think that's it. Supervisor Rabbit, I saw you leaning in. Any final comment, or you?
I was only going to say on the whether or not you bond for pavement. We went through that exercise quite extensively when we went out before, and determined that it wasn't worthwhile financially to bond for pavement. Your pavement is going to last 20 years, and the bond pavement might last the same amount of time. But I'm open to whatever Johannes and Janice bring forward.
Good, sir. Okay, thank you very much. Janice, do you need anything else? You good?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Say hello to Mike for us.
Okay.
Okay. With that being said, that's our final regular agenda item. We're now going to move to public comment on items not listed on the agenda, unless I'm not looking at my, oh yeah, excuse me, apologize. Turn the page too quickly. So once again, board member reports on assigned boards, councils, commissions, or other attended meetings. Those colleagues in front of you right now, do you have anything? I see Supervisor Rabbit, you're holding up your hand. Do you want to jump in there?
Well, I have it in front of me, so I can. Real quickly, on 12/15, I attended MTC BATA, which is the Bay Area Toll Authority, the Bay Area Housing Authority, as well as the MTC Executive Committee. Later that day, we had the SMART Board of Directors meeting. 12/16, Seismic Safety Commission meeting, as well as Golden Gate Bridge, Highway Transportation District, Building and Operations, Rules, Policy, Industrial Relations, Finance and Audit Committee. Later that afternoon, we had the EMS Ad Hoc, and that evening, the ABAG Executive Board meeting. On the 17th, we had the Golden Gate Bridge Highway Transportation District Labor Committee meeting, Government Affairs Committee, and the Board of Directors meeting. And then later in the afternoon, myself and Supervisor Hopkins had the Fire Ad Hoc. We did have on 12/18 the Renewal Enterprise District Board meeting, And I just want to make mention that I did take a new tour since I've been there before, but a new tour of the law library, understanding, their concerns of whatever. And I just want to salute them for doing great work over there and actually having a very nice space as well.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Gorn, anything to report?
Well, that was a long time ago. Yeah, I had a great time being with family, catching a cold and enjoying the holidays. And I probably had things to report from the previous week, but hey, it's a new year.
Thank you very much. Supervisors here? Yeah, Supervisor Hopkins.
I did have a Bay Area Air Quality Management District as well as an RCPA funding for the climate ad hoc meeting, which will be reported at the next RCPA SCTA meeting. And Supervisor Rabbit already shared our EMS ad hoc meeting. We also had a Lower Russian River Municipal Advisory Council meeting, and I believe that gets me up to the date.
Thank you. Supervisor Corsi.
Yeah, on December 15th, had the inaugural meeting of the Renewal Enterprise District Housing Fund Board. Also on that day, the regular Continuum of Care Board meeting. On the 17th, the Aging Together Leadership Group met with representatives from I think 7 of the 9 cities to talk about moving that forward as part of the Area Agency on Aging. On the 18th, a number of us were, we joined Representatives Thompson and Huffman, along with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and
right.
other luminaries in a press conference in Coffee Park to talk about Build Back Better and other federal, county, and city issues. Renewal Enterprise District met, the board met on December 20th. And yesterday we had our organizational excellence pillar board liaison meeting.
Thank you, Supervisor. For my part, just a couple on 12/20 attended well, it was online, but a COPE organizing meeting, which was very inspirational. Looking forward to leaning in on that further, and all of you citizens organized to prepare for emergencies. The other thing I wanted to mention is that we saw a couple of announcements from our CDC about applications for Project Homekey that have come in for preliminary approval. Rohnert Park, Healdsburg. We have other applications out there by the county. I know in West County, Georges Hideaway, others in Santa Rosa that we're waiting on. And one thing that I communicated to Director Kiff at the CDC, and I think we'll talk about in our retreat, but maybe even before when we do department head reviews, is what's going to be our allocation for Homekey and support for our cities and our own applications. And what do we need to look at? There is a timeline with those. Once again, all of us, we put in all these applications and then we have to figure out where we want to allocate them towards. So just wanted to mention that to my colleagues. I had that conversation with Director Kiff, and I think that's an important one for us to bring back. So with that being said, now I'm going to pass it over to, well, internally, I know that we have one individual at least who's here for the next item, which is not board member reports, but public comment on matters not listed on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and on board member reports. And so I'm going to ask this gentleman to come in and ask him to share his comments. And then, yeah.
Testing, check 1, 2, 3. Working now. Good afternoon. Do you hear me now? All right.
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, I want to apologize for your wait, sir. And our goal is not to do that. First meeting of the year, a little jumbled, but we're going to go to you and then others on the line. But I want to give you a chance to weigh in. Thank you so much for being here.
My name is Archpriest Alexander Krasovsky. I'm the rector of St. Peter and Paul Russian Orthodox Church out on Stony Point Road in Santa Rosa. Today I come before the board representing a fairly large number of constituents, to which I believe Supervisor Hopkins can attest, given the number of letters that are in her mailbox right now. And I would ask the board's indulgence for a few extra minutes to present everything without having the board packed with constituents to demand their 2 minutes of time. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. As I mentioned, I come before you to speak not only behalf of our Russian Orthodox community here in Santa Rosa, including our small parish of Saints Peter and Paul, but for a much larger Greek, Palestinian, Eritrean, Serbian, and American Orthodox community in the North Bay and the San Francisco Bay at large, all of whom have heard of the unique opportunity we have here in Sonoma County and very much in favor of the establishment of a Christian churchyard cemetery next to our church, the permit for which has already been authorized by the Planning Commission. Unfortunately, however, there's a second side to this question that has not been resolved yet. In 2016, we approached the Permanent Resources Management Department with an inquiry as to what may be required of us by the county in order to formally request a use permit for our churchyard cemetery. PRMD set up a meeting of representatives from 10 county departments, for which we were charged $3,000 to hear our proposal. 2 months later, we received a document outlining the various departments' requirements and a cost estimate of exactly $15,550 for the initial study and mitigated negative declaration. This sounded completely reasonable and in line with what the county had told us during our early inquiries. After all, this is how any contractor sets an estimate, by knowing the scope of work to be completed, sets an estimate knowing how much staff is needed and the hours to be paid. Given that we paid $3,000 to gather county experts to put the estimate together, we consider this number legitimate and set our budget accordingly. The document also noted that the work is billed on a quote, at cost, close quote basis. When we questioned the county PRMD on this, the response was that there may be additional studies or other matters required that could add a few $1,000s to the cost. The next 2 years we were spent addressing every single issue presented in the estimate document, conducting preliminary environmental and biological studies, delineating wetlands, all at our cost, of course, and preparing our formal submission for our use permit, which we did in July of 2018. At that time, PRMD seemed quite pleased with, quote, how far ahead of the game we were, and promised us a 12 to 18 month time frame. 17 months later, in November of 2019, we were unexpectedly presented with a statement without a single invoice or explanation of services or charges, requiring an additional $19,700 in addition to the original $16,000 we had already paid. In response to our objection to this more than doubling of the county's original estimate, we were told that this was the cost to complete the report, and that we were assured that the report, quote, just needed to be finalized, close quotes, and would be complete in 4 to 6 weeks. Based on this commitment made to the church LLC by the county, our board reluctantly agreed to this new cost and paid it. 8 weeks passed and still no report. When we pressed our planner on this, the response was, quote, the 8 to 10 weeks is an estimated timeline. I apologize if you think this is a promise, close quotes. Quoting again, ultimately, we are looking at another 6 to 8 weeks, sometimes 10 weeks, which is standard for an initial study, mitigated negative declaration, close quotes. Ultimately, it didn't take 10 weeks. It didn't take 10 months. From that point, it took 15 months, and in total, 34 months since our formal permit request for that report, which magically, by the way, was finished after I'd written a scathing letter to the Board of Supervisors. But more on that in a moment.
Sir, I appreciate you can submit the rest to us by comment. I'm going to have to hold to this, but I will allow Supervisor Hopkins, and I will confer with Supervisor Hopkins also, because we have a cemetery issue in our district as well, and a commitment to follow up with you. Supervisor Hopkins, thank you very much for your time, sir.
Yeah, so I just wanted to share that one of the reasons that we haven't sort of been able to move forward on this issue and respond to your emails is that we're in the process of transitioning our supervisorial districts. And I believe that the cemetery is actually now in the 3rd district. And so I actually was talking to the CAO earlier this week about how we're going to sort of hand off projects. Is it sort of one by one, or is there an opportunity to sort of educate the public more broadly about the new supervisorial district boundaries? But I do believe that your new district supervisor is Supervisor Corsi, so I'll hand it over to him.
I received your letter yesterday, your most recent letter, and my office will be in touch with you this week. This is new to me, obviously. I represent your district now. My staff and I will get up to speed on it as quickly as we can.
If I may, please be aware that this has been going on for the last 3 years.
I understand that,
sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I also want to just lend to you that your patience waiting here is why I gave more time to you. And I wish I could give more time to you right now, but I also commit to following up with you. There's no defense of bureaucracy here. There's an attempt to figure out what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you
very much. Okay, Marcy, I'm going to pass it over to you to go to the online commenters, and we're going to give it a minute and a half each one.
Thank you very much. If anybody wishing to comment on this section of the agenda can please raise your hand or press star 9 on your phone keypad. It would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. And the first commenter is Jamie.
Hello, my name's Jamie, and so I was looking at the investment pool, and the latest GASB 31 report shows the county has 3.1 billion in the investment pool and over 500 million in corporate bonds. The county's investment pool started investing in Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Merck, Bristol-Myers, and other big pharmas in the statement investment policy number 8. The prohibited investment section states, no investment shall be authorized that have possibility returning a 0 or negative yield if held to maturity. It does not state any prohibitions in any kind of conflict of interest to the public weal. On an ethical standard conduct, don't you think pushing vaccines from the big pharma companies and investing in big pharma companies is 100% failing on the county's ethical standards? Where is the list of brokers and dealers and financial institutions when making these financial transactions? And where are the audit reports from the investment committee? And who is authorizing these large transactions into the big pharma? Thank you.
And the next commenter is a phone attendee. If you can please unmute and state your name.
Rob McGilly of the 9/11 Truth Campaign. 18 years ago, 3 deputy sheriffs and 2 Secret Service officers came to John's horse farm for Willie Brown, number 1. On Saturday, May 24th, 2003, Sonoma County Deputy Leslie Comrack, badge number, and 2 plainclothes deputies escorted 2 United States Secret Service officers who were taking pictures of John's horse farm on the Grabenstein Highway in Grayton, California. Before 7 witnesses, John said, "Put your cameras away. This is private property." They did. Then they sat down with us on John's natural patio that he built to view Snow Mountain. Witnessed by 7 of the 9/11 Truth Campaign, a Secret Service officer politely asked John, "Don't you know how you are hurting Willie Brown?" John answered, "I hope so." Then, in front of 11 witnesses, the Secret Service officers asked John, "What will it take to get you to stop?" John answered, "I'll never stop." Then they drove away in cars that were taxpayers provided. Since 1980, Wizard of Deception Willie has controlled the state of California and advertising and has been Communist China's top foreign agent. Today, the Wiz is our phantom president. Ask his girlfriend, Kamala. Or ex-girlfriend. 2, the next page shows why
Okay, that
since
concludes
September
the time
11th,
for comment. The next commenter, who's also a phone attendee, can please unmute and state your name.
This is Daniel from 9/11 Truth Campaign. Continuing on with the document. Number 2, the next page shows why since December 11, 2020, our Sonoma County presiding judge Bradford J. DeMayo got away with denying the 9/11 Truth Campaign our inalienable, constitutionally secured rights to due process of law under our First Amendment to petition government for redress of grievances and about a 5-time traitor pedophile Joe Biden getting inaugurated as president of our 28 trillion bankrupted USA. Veto Senator Joe Biden helped create billions of debt when he was bound by his oath of office to pay the debts. On December 11, 2020, the 9/11 Truth Campaign petitioned in Exhibit 50 for due process of law in our County of Sonoma Court of Constitutional Law to prevent pedo Joe Biden from committing more treason as our president. But Judge DeMayo violated his oath of office on December 11, 2020 by blocking our democracy-saving petition, Exhibit 50, based on false technicalities, allowing thousands of criminals and sold children to walk in our 30 trillion bankrupt private nation's southern border, thanks to criminals, pedophiles, and communist China. Thank you.
And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Mary Morrison, 9/11 Truth Campaign. Just a second. Okay, we the abused people demand that our U.S. Constitution be enforced, particularly in part that no person who gives aid and comfort to U.S. enemies shall hold any office, civil or military, under the U.S. 10 times documented traitor, illegitimate pedo President Joe Biden, who was elected president in the rigged 2020 U.S. elections, which were verified by another reported pedophile, former Vice President Mike Pence, despite that there were over 300 lawsuits contesting the 2020 elections in 44 states, as reported by the BBC. These lawsuits went nowhere in U.S. courts, probably because Chief U.S. Supreme Court Justice John Roberts is another reported pedophile. It is apparent that our illegitimate pedo President Joe Biden's first executive order opening our southern U.S. border was for no other reason except to hide U.S. government child trafficking, as he determines to be necessary under Public Martial Law 107-243 for himself and other adrenochrome-addicted pedophiles in government. This is pedophiles in government protecting other pedophiles in government at its finest, all at U.S. taxpayers' unsustainable expense. 9:50 a.m. South Tower demolition top down with thousands murdered inside thanks to bad boy born again Bush. 10:29 a.m. North Tower demolition top down with
Thank you.
thousands
That does
murdered.
conclude the time. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name. The next person is a phone attendee.
John, 9/11 Truth Campaign, 10:29 a.m. North Tower demolition top down with thousands murdered inside, thanks to bad boy born again Bush. 5:20 p.m. Empty buildings, 7 demolitions, bottom up, empty. Any person who labels these 3 demolitions as collapses is concealing mass murder. By the 6 weeks and 99-year leasee of Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, Larry Silverstein, for the state of New York and state of New Jersey. Any American who is bound by oath and conceals the mass murder of thousands deserves to be publicly hung. Did you know just months before 9/11, the World Trade Center lease was sold to Larry Silverstein? Silverstein took out an insurance plan that gratuitously covered terrorism. After 9/11, Silverstein took the insurance company to court, claiming he should be paid double because it was 2 attacks. He won and was awarded $4,550,000,000. 6, Linda Hopkins. We, the people, are suffering under the contempt and lying elected public servants who conceal 2,888 unplanned murders on 9/11, caused by sex-starved, power-craved, Enron puppet George W. Bush, exploiting 9/11 to get First Lady killed.
Thank you. That does conclude the time for the comment. And if the next commenter can also please unmute and state your name.
Your turn. John, yes, it's your turn.
My turn?
Yes, go. You're on.
This is John Jankel. I've been trying for almost 20 years to get justice in this county. So hopefully we can get it in the state and then get it in the United States of America, because all those governments are controlled by government organized crime. And I would like you people, supervisors, to start working for we the people and not for your sponsors. As you know, we are in terrible debt. I don't think we're going to survive. You combine that with communist China hitting us with their laser beams, which diminishes wildfires. And now we have this COVID-19 thing that are killing everybody. Communist China wants to take over this country. And you're talking about everything but helps them. Could you please be the first laser body in this country to start talking about the truth about what happened on 9/11 and what's still going on to destroy the United States of America? Thank you for listening. Good job.
Thank you. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
This is Karina from the 9/11 Truth Campaign, concealing mass murder by the 6-week new 99-year leasee of the Port of Authority of New York and New Jersey, Larry Silverstein, Exhibit 10 for the state of New York and the state of New Jersey. Any American who is bound by oath of office concealed this mass murder for thousands deserves to be publicly hung. Did you know just months before 9/11, the World Trade Center's lease was sold to Larry Silverstein? Silverstein took out an insurance plan that fortuitously covered terrorism. After 9/11, Silverstein took the insurance company to court, claiming he should be paid double because there were 2 attacks. He won and was awarded $4,550,000. 2,888 unplanned murders on 9/11 caused by sex-starved Howard Craze and Ron Cuppet, President George W. Bush exploiting the 9/11 to get our First Lady killed. President attempted wife killing. 9/11 concealed this day by
Thank you. That does conclude the time for the comment. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Okay, hi, it's Roseanne with the 9/11 Truth Campaign, continuing with this document. 9/11 is concealed to this day by the use of armed forces as he determines to be necessary under Martial Law 107-243, Exhibit 7, which now aids 10 counts traitor pedophile President Joe Biden to help Communist China take over our country, while you plan to move our county administrative offices into the Santa Rosa Mall so Supervisor Susan Goring can have a choice of lunch,
very much. Thank you.
lunch restaurants. 7, President Bush attempted to kill our First Lady, Laura, on 9/11 by leaving her in the White House to face certain death from 4 Al-Qaeda martyrdom battalion suicide bombers with hijacked United Airlines Flight 93, Exhibit 11, crashing into the West Wing to painlessly take out Enron's competitor. Energy's VP Dick Cheney and his anti-Enron VP staff at Halliburton. 8. Laura Bush was saved from certain death in the White House on 9/11 by George H.W. Bush, Ken Lay, Warren Buffett, and U.S. Air Force Major Rick Gibney.
Thank you. That does
Exhibit
conclude the
11.
time. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name. Sorry, there was another commenter. I'm not seeing this person. If you were commenting, if you could please press *9 to raise your hand. And I'm not seeing any additional hands. Thank you. That will conclude public comment.
Okay, thank you very much, Marcy. Thank you very much. Yep, absolutely. Let me get my stuff together. Thank you very much for the reminders. No. That's the most appreciated thing that you could do. So, and thank you everybody for public comment on items not listed on the agenda. We're going to now move to adjournment of our first meeting of 2022. So if you will, please stand with me as we adjourn in the honor of the following individuals. From the 1st District, Albert Wilford, Catherine Kate Ellen, Garrity Sater, Sherry Lynn, Sherry Cooper Sabraza. From the 3rd District, Tim Alexander. From the 4th District, Douglas Boas. And countywide, Dorothy Gullickson. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you to my colleagues, to the staff, and to those who joined us today. Our next regular calendar meeting will be on January 15th, January 25th, 2022. Thank you.